Twitch here. Simple, not noticeable. So simple, noticeable. Simple, please notice me. Go to create a dashboard. This freaking GIF thing kills me. It takes up most of my screen. Freaking nuts. Freaking nuts. Yes, I know. I don't care about the community gift chest at the moment. You just get in my way of my chat browser. My chat browser. Someone found me some browser pants because I just pulled on my browser. Ooh, son of a gun. Alright, let's get this party started, guys. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for some Modern Warfare? Some Call of Duty Modern Warfare! Sam says I'm ridiculous. You guys a believer? You guys believe that I'm ridiculous? I am ridiculous, man. I know exactly what I want. But I really want this is exactly Just gotta entertain, guys. It's my job. It's to entertain. To entertain or not to entertain is not the real question. The real question is, why are you not entertained?
My fish got his appetite back.
Oh, he did? He started to eat?
Yeah.
You sure he wasn't eating in the first place?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you get your butt in here or do something or decide what you're gonna do tonight. I'm gonna make you sit on my lap. That's what I thought.
Is that really a coyote out there?
Huh?
Does that really sound like a coyote out there?
A little bit, but
I feel like coyotes always.
they're usually farther off. That's why I'm kind of confused why it's so close.
It literally sounds like someone's dog in a backyard making that noise across the green belt.
I can't really hear it now. It could be someone's dog. It could be them on anxiety. I usually hear them fighting and someone barks in the house from time to time, but not this consistent. That's the weird part. That's why I'm thinking of some anxiety. Someone's not home this weekend or something, and they're just going fucking ham. So
I was thinking it's across the green belt because the other night when we were walking, I saw 2 cars pull up to the house directly across. But I haven't seen anyone. Normally we can like hear them and stuff and see lights on, but I haven't seen anything.
I usually don't, babe.
Really?
Yeah.
I do.
As much as you think it might be something, I have no clue.
Okay.
Right.
I haven't decided what I want to do yet. Dog's in here underneath your chair.
Alright, love you. Gamer mode engaged. Can I help you? No, she already left. Serious, I thought that was Sam. I'm trying to control the wrong computer with the wrong mouse again. Wrong mouse, wrong computer. Alright, right computer, wrong mouse. Alright. Just don't judge me, guys. I'm just tired of being sick and judged, alright? You know what I could do is I could... I don't know. I want, there's like times I want music and sometimes I don't want music. It's just... It's a hard not life for me. A hard not life for me. Gotta get some love in here. Who's online right now? Who's playing? Who is this? Oh, it's Tekro playing some hard mode. Quick play. Let's do some shoot house. I haven't done shoot house yet, so let's see what's up with shoot house. Oh, that's right. I forgot to do that real quick, guys. Forgive me for going in this mode. The streaming mode. The mode that beats all modes. Be amazed. I had to fill the noise with something. The quiet, the silence. Why? I don't really have to. Loving and running and gunning on a September day. Remember me where things go wrong. You think you found me. Crap. Well, we're gonna play, guys. We're gonna get in this. Let's get deep. Let's get deep. Oh, whoa. Which map is this? Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm doing Hardpoint. Right? Oh. I have no clue where any of the maps are. I mean, what this map is. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna get my first kill. But I should have died. Gotta do some fixes. Alright. Weird. And I'm non-existent. Yeah. Just throwing grenades at my face. Oh, they can see me now. Ooh, crap. Alright. I was gonna let them have it, because I don't really care about them capturing the HQ. Because I actually don't know how to get there. Ooh. Ooh. Care package. Ooh. Shield terror. Alright, interesting. Oh, crap. Oh! Alright, super confused. What is even going on? What are we even doing? Somebody tell me what this game is about. Straight up confused. Alright guys, guess what? Oh, I can't respawn yet? Isn't this Hardpoint just the normal? Oh, he just died. That was not a pretty face to see. Super confused. Someone tell me what the hell's going on. The only. Come on. Get me back in the game. Dude. What's going on? This game is a mess. Yo, you're gonna die, bro. Alright. Well, they killed somebody. Congrats, guys. Now you guys are dying. No words. No words. Ah, frick. Someone saw me for once. That's weird. Okay, target's right over there. Yeah, cool. Ah, seriously? You won't let me jump that? Oh, frick, that was my own teammate. Sheesh. I'm like making sure I don't get killed from behind. Let's go, guys. Come on. I'm here to fuck people up and get kills. Ah. Used to the office, but... You mean the office? Okay. I guess over there. It's killing them. Oh. Okay, so once I place this thing is just stuck. Because I can't go anywhere. Oh! Shot me from behind. Ah, it sucks. When did everyone die? Oh, we won though. Weird. Don't understand any of that. Made no sense. Guys, this is freaking crazy. I'm a crazy maniac. Kingslayer, quad feed, multiples. What? I feel like we're playing against bots. Like, that's how bad these guys are. That's how I feel like they are. This is weird. Hardpoint is freaking weird. Freaking weird, kids. We're at the cargo. Get to the cargo if you want to live. I don't know what you think you are, but I'm gonna get it. Tonight, sing my song, sing along, VeggieTales. Man, is there nobody on? Is there nobody on right now? I think it's Tekiro. That's the only one. Sir! I hate that you have to go over all these. Is this my sniper? Did I unlock it? I think I unlocked the sniper rifle, Charlie. What? Guys, we got weapons! Match grind. Are you up? Maple. Babo! She's not paying attention. Oh man. I got my phone. Dirty. You just spawn like this? That's just so sad. Oh, freak. Eat. I'm a moron. Oh. It's not hard to get Klingslayer. Jeez. Especially in the first moment of the games. Oh, you freaking kidding me? Ah. Was struggling with some mouse issues at that one moment, okay? Don't judge me. Alright, well, they got him for me. Come on, guys. Come out. Show me where you're at. Alright. Take it. Let's go, guys. Come on. Oh, I'm the nitwit. I should just freaking. They're on the other side. Okay, so now I know where they're at. Did I just? No. Okay. No, I didn't. Okay. Are you sure? Oh, dude, they're dropping me. Fuck. I keep looking. I saw the blue dots back then. I was like, oh, I must be good, right? I must be good, right?
I think it's the dog right behind us.
What's up, babe?
I think it's the dog in the house right behind us.
Oh. Hey, you want to message Lyric? I'm gonna know I'm on.
I did.
I have no clue. Nice, someone helped me out. Ah, the airstrike. What are we even doing? I thought we were playing hard point or something. But so far, we're just playing team match? Team deathmatch. That's all I can call it. Oh, he freaking slid into me. He shotgunned my ass too. So there's no coming back from that. But let me see if he'll come. This got no. I thought I could get revenge. Jeez. All right. Well, I thought I had a kill. It's my teammate. This is the enemy at the cargo containers. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. I got neither of those with neither grenades. I could have said I could have cooked them. Because I definitely could have not cooked them. I cooked them and I still get fucked.
My mom's neighbors had a mariachi band over tonight with a bouncy house and everything.
Oh, yes, Sam? That's good to know. Mariachi band. Why a mariachi band of everything?
Well, you know, but
Just kidding.
you can't hear, so never mind.
Well, I got my revenge. Sorry, honestly, the only thing I heard was house mariachi band.
Yeah, I know.
Made me question your decisions in life, babe.
Understandable.
Ah, frickin'. Frack. Dang it. How they live in what, babe?
I said the little frick frack.
Frackers.
You said dang it. I said, oh, the little frick frack.
Gotta get rid of all this riffraff. Oh, I just got freaking. Oh. Got stunned as soon as I spawned. That's all that happened.
I can't get that dog to make a noise on command. It makes a lot of noise, but when I make a noise back, it doesn't do anything.
Like, damn. This game is broken at the moment.
Oh look, Lyric found his way in. Hi, Lyric.
Sorry, what was that last part you said?
I said Lyric made his way in. Say hi, Lyric.
Oh, hi, Lyric. How you doing? Because, you know, I'm paying attention and my mob crush isn't working, question mark?
I'm not surprised. You probably just need to refresh it. I don't know.
Sometimes it waits for, like, the next... like, word to come up before it'll actually start, like, running. It's freaking annoying.
There we go.
Oh, crap. Alright, I'll take that. Oh, almost got blown up. I don't really get the point of that game. I'm doing fantastic. That's great. I'm doing fine. Just handy dandy. No sarcasm.
I got a dog fucking howling outside. Can't figure out why. It's wonderful.
How's the sound, by the way, Lyric? I didn't do a sound check before I started because, you know.
Smartness.
OG. No. OGs don't do sound checks. OGs just hop in and just play the game. That's how it goes. I checked it earlier. It seemed fine. That's why I was able to get rid of it. Thank you, Lyric, for responding. Thank you for showing up. Showing your support. Being my... What? I can't remember. Oh, check it out.
He's a train. There you go.
Look it out. I mean, yeah, he's my chain, but he's not carrying me right now, so I can't call him my train. It's just a bus I'm trying to catch. Dad. Like it? Like the blue? I like that blue. It's pretty freaking dope.
Not anymore. Not after that dab, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Nope.
You can't lie to me. Let's see, dragons. What is? Yeah, okay, so.
I have to do my nails tonight. They came off because I was doing the fucking.
Like my Mountain Dew and Gatorade. You said what, babe?
So I have to redo my nails tonight. They came off because I was doing the fish tank.
No. It always does. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna back out of this lobby because I freaking hardpoint was weird. That was really weird. Or was it Shoot House? Which one was it doing? I think it was Shoot House. I thought. Sorry if I don't respond fast doing DZ and Yush looks like an orange juice.
It doesn't look like orange juice, it's green.
Bro, are you colorblind? That's what it sounds like I'm hearing. Is some colorblind. Hold on. Let me just to save Lyric. I will go on, and I will look at what it looks like in this camera.
It does not look like orange juice.
It's freaking green. He is totally colorblind. Okay, something we learned about Lyric number 101. He is colorblind. Oh, this blue fucking looks amazing in game too.
How's the earrings look?
What's that?
My earrings when you get a second.
Okay. Oh, Shoot House does random games. So we do random things. Oh, I should have known better. I should have totally taken that. I did take it. He got mine though. That's what happened. All right. That was tough. Okay. Oh, I panicked too much and I started swimming. But how was your daily, Lyric? You say you're doing fine, but how fine are you? Josh. Oh, what the oh, he was up there. Duh. Wasn't paying attention. Lyric, why have you be so colorblind, bro? Oh, I shot my own teammate.
King Ferdy?
Oh, King Ferdy, what's up, bro? How you doing? Is a bro a good way to turn you? Blah. Blah, blah. You coming in with a stare. I'm gonna come up the commands that you can come in and you can just type stare, and it'll just do emojis. Oof. How's your night going, Fergie? Oh, there we go. Thank you for showing your support and stares. Oh, he shot me out of the sky. Watch this. So freaking pissed. I guess my feet touched the ground first before he shot me. But that's still freaking crazy. Ah, oh, frick. Frick.
I don't love you.
You love me.
No, when you moved my computer, you let the charger fall.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was thinking about grabbing it. My bad.
Well.
Because I'm colorblind?
Well.
I don't know what we're talking about now. Because, yes, something about your colorblindness. I just not sure what colorblindness we're talking about anymore. No one's grabbing the tags. Well, I got my revenge. That was nice.
Did you unplug both ends of it?
No, just one.
Okay.
Unless I accidentally did that one, I'd be pissed.
You didn't. I was really worried for a second there.
Yeah, I'll be worried too. Ah. Why are you not immune to your own gas? That'd be great.
Oh my god, I love this.
Okay. Oh, tagged him, but not enough. Well, it'll help if I aim. I'm just squeezing the trigger. That's probably why I'm dying. Oh, smashed my face in the wall. Smashing that face into the wall. Anyways, how you guys doing? My day was fine. I was having a good time. I finished my homework. Had friends come over. That was a good time. We watched some Bob's Burgers together, you know. Oh crap! I was reloading. Yeah, sure. Can you? You know what? Just forget everybody. Oh, what? Oh, haha! Changed to my shotgun. Nice. Oof. Dude, that guy just should have ran and turned the corner. Before he got shot. He got shot. So I figured out if you use num keys in this game, you can literally change your class.
I apparently know a real life e-girl.
Like that. What?
I said I know a real life e-girl.
Oh. Who's that?
That's my old coworker.
Oh. Which one though?
Christina.
Okay. Thought you showed me that picture before.
Crystal. Nope. That one she just posted.
That guy was in the middle of throwing a grenade. Okay, kill denied. That's all I care about. Getting out of here. Maybe, maybe never. Okay, revenge. Nice. Oh, that dude threw a grenade, missed me, freaked me out. Try to shoot him, that didn't go. This is shoot house fun. This is just craziness, dude. Ah, I got an assist for that. Dude, no one's collecting his tags, which is fine. But at the same time, it's not. This is like playing Destiny all over again. When you play Supremacy, they don't. They used to not pick up the tags. A lot of people who knew were like not picking them up, and you're like, why aren't you picking those up? Those are important. Those actually get you points that you need. Oh. Alright. Aha! I came running around. Just in time. My day's been alright, not colorblind. You're definitely colorblind. We will test you. You need to go to the colorblind section of COD, which they do have. And it shows you pictures, literally pictures. Oh, I should have kill. Apparently I needed to reload. I wasn't paying attention. Try not. Ty, not. Am, not, but not. Yes, you definitely are. Just admit it, bro. Life is harsh. But you know what's harsher? Not admitting the truth. That's harsh, bro. So many feels right now. Ooh, got assist for that. Yeah, I hate freaking when that happens. Helps if I actually got up. Oh, no! I should have stayed down, I guess. Oh, we're almost the mini kills we need. Yes! Got the last kill.
Good job.
I'm playing colorblind on Borderlands, but only because I see legendaries better out of the other colors. Bro, listen here, alright? You need to go and look COD. You need to go to the graphics settings, right? Listen to me, alright? Listen here, kid, okay? You need to go in. You need to look at the pictures. If you can't see the wavy lines pretty clearly, then you're fucking colorblind, bro. Like, if there's one of those pictures that you cannot see the wavy lines, you're messed up. This is cute, babe.
Is that one good?
No, it looks fine. It's like different, but like it's nice. It still matches. It still flows. And it's because especially it's like almost like a separate piece of earring, anyways, up there. So. Being mean, I'll go cry now. I thought you meant you're gonna go try now, because you should go try that. So you know officially that you have a disability that you need to compensate for. All right, it's fine. Don't go be buying no big trucks. Okay, it doesn't mean you have a small pee-pee. It just means that you need to recognize that you need some assistance picking out colors. Okay, I'm a big colorblind.
Not a little bit. A lot of it.
I'm not a little bit. I'm not terrible. There's some shades of orange and red that just look red or orange to me, but that doesn't mean that I can't pick out a shirt, okay? Some people are there, Sam. Some people cannot pick out a shirt, okay? See, it gives you more
You
accuracy.
Still have it on up close.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't care. But thank you, because I definitely would have forgot.
Oh, I know.
They're not just physically there. And how many up and downs do they have? Can you count them? I was gonna say this one looked cool. The con looked cool, but I'm kind of Let's see. So, understanding that the Funhouse Shoot Sack, it's a pretty good one to do because you just do a bunch of killing people. That's all you do. It's a little bit funner than Team Deathmatch. I feel like Team Deathmatch is a little more aggravated. And whoa, what happened to my stream? Is it still there? It's still there. My computer decided just to pause my stream for some reason. Oh man, that's so strong,
Stream
babe.
too powerful. I know. I apologize. I don't know why this one smells so much more like nail polish than everything else. It's the most powerful nail polish I own.
Got distracted.
Am I getting music for you tonight or no?
No, I mean, if you don't mind doing like during moments where I'm in waiting, in, like the lobby or something, different story, but
I don't get control of pause and play. I just get control of actually picking the music.
you can pause and play it if you,
Not on my side.
because it still plays into the stream, right?
Yeah.
If you do it on your computer.
Yes, but it only lets me pick music. I can hit play, but I can't pause it or anything. It just continues. Once I start it, it just keeps going until you do it.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
It spells MW, so shut up, colorblind kid. Does it? Is it that? Maybe I'm thinking a different game. It doesn't spell MW. I thought it didn't. I thought it was just wavy lines. Maybe I'm thinking the wrong game. Oh, that hurt me. Just lost health because of that.
It's a really pretty color, though.
What's that?
Said my nails are a really pretty color, though.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I haven't done this one in a long time. Alright. I'm gonna put my headphones in.
Okay.
And listen to music.
Let's see, guys. Listen here. I got all the beautiful details. And when did that become part of the map? Oh, I missed it. I made it earlier. So how did I miss it now? Okay. Why did I hear contact? Okay. Oh, so you can just climb up here. That is possible. Oh, crap. Ah, I shot through the grenade when I was sliding in. Lesson learned. I will become the very best that no one's ever seen. Oh. Okay. All that shaking, guys. Can't freaking focus on the game. Oh, crap. I didn't expect the whole team to be standing outside. I could have freaking got kills left and right. Alright, let's hop up here. Let's see. So how we're gonna do this. Oh, freak. You throw your own grenade in a building. Yeah, I'm smart, guys. I should just quit the game for the night. I hope you guys sleep well. They didn't move. It moved. I don't think anybody's gonna come over here. Who? AUV? Yeah, come on, guys. I don't have to shoot these things down all the time. Where is it? I hear the freaking noise. I can't shoot it. Ah, I missed. So now I have to kiss her. Well, I'm trying to shoot him down. It's not working. That's my own teammate, probably. I haven't played COD today, though. Probably should. Well, I mean, dude, what are you waiting for? Do you need an invitation? Like, do I have to get down on my knees and beg? Dude, I'll get like 1 kill and died 5 times. I just had no clue what I was doing. Spend too much time talking. I came across the streamer today, babe, right? And he was pretty cool. He was playing COD, and I was like, all right, cool. I'll take this.
I said if you were talking to me.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. I was talking to you. It was my bad.
I said I thought he was playing COD earlier.
A lyric?
Yeah.
I wasn't a lyric. If you want to get on your knees, you said it, not me. Me don't fucking care about what I said. All right. I just said I will not get down on my knees.
You will for me though.
No.
Oh yeah, you will.
That's not something people need to know. Okay, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
Please refrain from spreading lies across the north. Did he just hop in? I think he just hopped in. Let me see. I watched the replay. No, I see a bunch of people that hopped in with me. Hard point. It's the point where you got to put yourself at. I really do love this camera. It's nice. I have no clue who said that this was too much. I need to figure out how to delete my background though. It's a possibility.
Like to be honest.
You like the background right now?
There, yeah.
Well, I can make it even more special. That's the great thing about it. So
I was thinking that we need to get one of those Christmas light up corgis, not the balloon ones that we have, like the blow up one. We need to get one of those metal wire ones, and we need to move the fish tank and put it there so that when you're streaming, you can see the corgi in the background.
Put it where? Wait, what?
Move the fish tank and put a corgi there.
I mean, I would love to put a corgi there. What corgi are we putting there?
Thanks for not listening.
We're talking about the dog, right?
Nope.
Oh, you mean that little fluffy corgi?
Nope.
Any different corgi?
I was talking about we need to buy one of those wire ones that light up.
Oh. I mean, that would be pretty dope, I guess. Oh, I could throw that back! Ooh! Yeah, I don't need to watch me die again, you know?
This is weird.
What's that?
This is like Steam updated and it's weird. I don't know how I feel about it now.
Oh, you freaking kidding me. What? That they
Steam
changed
updated.
Steam?
This is your library.
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty nice.
Oh, it's wonderful.
So you can see it.
I'm just so fucking confused.
Like, when did this happen?
Exactly.
Oh, nice. I killed someone with a grenade. Know how good that feels? Like, I feel like it's impossible half the time to kill people with grenades. Oh, frick. Oh, I got him, but someone got me from behind. That hurts. That freaking hurts. That's like... You did such a good job, but all you got from it was death. Death in so many ways. Oh, crap. Okay, I only got an assist for that. That sucks. Definitely worked harder to get a full kill from that. Right? I didn't deserve what they did to me. Alright, guys? They betrayed me. Betrayed my trust. Betrayed... Oh, fuck. Grenade. Yourself. Oh, come on.
Ooh, Middle Earth Shadow of War is on sale.
Middle Earth. What?
Yeah. Shadow of War.
Oh. What's the one? Shadow of Mordor. That's the one I want to play.
You're thinking Shadow of Mordor. This is Shadow of War.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that guy just commit suicide? Or did he survive? Cause I'd be pissed if he survived. I think he survived. Oh, it's my own teammate. Dude, don't play with me like that, man.
Ooh, Shadow of Mordor is on sale too.
Ooh, for how much?
$10.
Holy crap, me seriously?
Yeah.
Fuck yes. Fucking taking a heartbeat. Oh, you freaking kidding me? Someone, no one's gonna kill him? Or did they kill
Alright, we're playing Shadow of Mordor tonight, guys.
him? How dare they betray you? How did they betray you? I'm gonna capture this. Nice. Oh, crap. Okay. Thanks, that guy saved my life.
Bioshock Infinite's on sale.
Bioshock 2?
You know, Bioshock Infinite. I think it's technically 2, but Bioshock Infinite. But I don't play the Bioshock.
Oh.
So I've only ever watched them.
Should grenade that. What's that, babe?
Who betrayed you?
Oh, that's why I asked
Game
Lyric.
with you?
He wasn't paying attention.
What? Lyric, who betrayed you? What the fuck?
Oh. I don't know. Steam, maybe? The fact that he didn't hop in the game in fast enough? I mean, it could be anything. Let's be honest. We're about to win this game. Nice.
Lyric's like, what? I said, who betrayed you?
Yes. Yes. You're the one that said it.
Okay, see, it's number 4. Yeah, see, I've never actually watched or played Bioshock. I've only ever watched friends play it, so I don't
Yeah,
actually
I've
know
never
anything
played
about it.
Bioshock either.
I have a wide range of games in very specific categories.
Let's see. Ah.
Time to go see if any of my wish list is on sale.
Let's see. Oh. What the heck was that, guys? Just fucking murdered the ground. Defending the hard point. Oh, died just now, guys.
That makes me sad.
I played Bioshock as a kid. It was fun. Always killed all the kids.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that says a lot about your mentality, man. Just... Oh yeah. Got the hard point. Got the hard point.
Your
Got the
girlfriend's
hard
struggling.
point.
She really wants to buy Fallout 4 and play it right now.
Sorry, babe, but you talking and people are shooting at me. What?
I really want to play Fallout 4 and purchase it right now, but I don't have the money for it.
I disagree. Yeah, I know. Why does it now? I disagree. That's what Lyric said. I think it means a lot about your mental state, man. I mean, as a kid, were you angry at being a kid, or were you angry
at
at
other kids?
just angry at everything? Apparently.
Me. I feel that.
Oh crap! My nose itched. This is my nose. It's my nose's fault. That's why I died, guys. Don't worry. I got this. No commit. No comment. He comments none. It talks wonders about his so-called childhood. Oh crap. Yeah, I should check my fire, but should I really check my fire? Should I really? Will these guys protect me, or will I have to get killed again? Jerky little movements. Martin's now. Fuck
You
up
should
a
message John and tell him you're streaming.
tell him I'm streaming.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
I don't have his message though. I don't have his number. Because he doesn't respond to Discord or anything.
Well, yeah, he never responds to shit.
I know. Don't you have his number?
Yeah, but doesn't really answer that either half the time. He might be working.
I didn't think he was. I thought he was hanging out with people tonight.
Check your fire, it's hot. Sorry, what?
I thought he was hanging out with his girlfriend tonight.
I thought they went to a movie early because they may or may not be going to work, but yeah, I can text them real quick and see.
I mean, Rob used to text while he was at work, so like, really?
Ooh.
What?
Dang, got a new bike.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
haven't checked Facebook in a hot minute. I saw that he posted a photo earlier, but I didn't think it was of a new bike. But I could be 100% wrong.
I just put, bro, I'm alive.
Bruh,
I'm
alive.
live. So, I don't know what to say. But, excuse me. Excuse you. There's never an angry child, so there's that.
Oh my god, this dog's
That means
ass.
you have lots of anger. Lurk.
I'm sorry, look at this dog's ass. It's jiggling.
All that jiggle.
It's so much jiggle.
It's more like his whole booty moves, not necessarily just his butt. Like his whole.
Oh, that's what I hope Maple looks like when we get him trimmed. Did you see that?
A little bit, yeah. Oh yeah, I love that. He's really pretty in the back.
Yeah, he was.
Oh my goodness, look at that chippy chips.
Look at that ass.
Lots of not anger. Like get
Oh
the
my
opposite
gosh.
of anger. It's not the opposite of anger. Lyric, listen here, all right?
Full fluffy. It's
Listen,
so fluffy.
for Linda. What?
Oh my god, they shaved a heart into his butt.
Well, they shaved his tail into a heart. But.
Oh, I love.
Oh man. Okay, so Sam's
Oh my
dead.
God.
Sam has died. She is gone. She's no longer gonna live anymore, guys. Lyric's and party. So what am I doing? Why am I still playing Hardpoint? What is wrong with me? Like how Lyric's like, oh, rip Sam. Yeah, she's dead. She died.
Am
She
dead.
died of
Am
corgi
deaf.
butt.
I'm deaf dead.
Corgi
Oh
butt.
my god.
Oh my
Why are they
goodness.
so cute today?
His eyes are a little off. It's like one eye's like looking this way, and the other one's
They're
like.
really brown though,
right
like
there.
light brown.
But it should be fine. It's a cute corgi. They're really light brown. Yeah, his Maple's so dark. I kind of wish he had blue eyes, to be honest, with Maple. I think that make his face pop more. But you know, it makes him look like a sad puppy. Alright, are you guys ready? My name is T. Finger Vigils. Just kidding. I'm not. Don't take me serious.
I can't even with you right now.
What's that?
I said I can't even with you right now.
You can't never even with me. Let's be honest. I got an assist for that. Nice. Alright, well. Fuck those guys. They closed the door on me. That's rude as hell. Oh, I freaking saw him! Can we bring her back? We can't bring her back. She's officially dead.
Okay, so it was the new one. This one's his new one, right? The white one? This is the
I
one
guess
he had
so. I
here,
don't know.
right?
I told him to send me pics, so I'll let you know when I know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the white one that's his new one, because I swear he had that black one when he lived here.
I didn't mean to do that.
new tattoos.
Nice. Sweet.
Yeah.
Go figure. No, he should have died. Oh, someone came behind me. Nice. I got XP. I got the space.
Yeah, I think you got Harley. I'm about to be so stoked if it's actually Harley. Until he needs to come take a trip back and visit.
He needs a what?
He needs to come back and take a trip to visit us. I think he got a Harley. I'm
Yeah,
almost
so everybody
positive.
got a Harley.
What?
If you guys didn't get it. I'm talking to my viewers.
Oh. Only half listening to you. Jamming out to music on the other side.
He needs a what? Ah, dude, seriously? No. Spawning behind me is not cool. See, what's my score right now? Just 1 kill. Yep. Yeah, my name is Thief. I don't know how to kill people. So somehow my sight changed on my gun? No, I gotta. Somehow I picked up. How did I pick up a AK-47? What in the world is going on? Oh man, that's not cool. Picked up an AK-47 somehow. Show me how did I get a AK-47? I must have clicked something wrong. Freaking craziness. I got an assist for that, sweet. Even had my skin. Wow, man, come on. That's what I get for peeping around the corner without looking down. I have a habit of doing that. Sometimes you have to, though.
I'm dead.
Are you?
I've died. We could get drawstring cotton backpacks with Maple's face on it.
Get what?
We could get a little backpack with
Oh,
his face
those
on
little
it.
drawstring backpacks?
Yeah.
That they give out for free a lot of the time?
Yeah.
That'd be dope.
For $10 each.
Be the way to get our name around.
Would be sick.
Alright, so can I focus, babe?
No.
You can stop me asking me 100 questions?
I apologize.
Because all I'm doing is dying left and right now. It's freaking pissing me off. Yes, guys, I'm a human being. I get mad. Because everyone's just running around. They're just rushing around. Oh. Yes, I'll check my fire, alright? It's bad juju. You're freaking throwing grenades at yourself. He shifted his fire to, got my fucking anger out. Oh, fracker. Oh, okay. Oh, cluster strike got me. Nope, someone in the building. That sucked. So when you thought you were safe, you weren't safe.
Well, that makes me sad.
I think I'm probably better just go on the offensive. So I was just trying to stop this madness. Well, he killed me. I like how it serves you right. Serves you right. Took the hard point. Sweet. Oof. Oh, that guy's accuracy was horrendous. Come on, guys. Bring back the love into the chat. Come on. Jump on. Jump on it. Well, they just spawned me in here. Okay. I thought I was totally at a capture point right now. Totally threw me off. Oop. Alright. Well, we're just grenading the hell out of this place. Everybody gets a grenade. Nice! I still got the last kill. This person didn't even see this coming. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm confused. He's got a black one.
Yeah, he got a black one when he was here.
And a white one.
Yeah, and the white one I think is Harley.
They're both Harleys.
Are they both? You got another? Okay, I couldn't remember if it was or wasn't, so I didn't want to be all
Yeah,
excited.
they're both Harleys.
Okay, that's what I thought. Ooh.
It's like there's no way he would get one Harley. Like he would definitely get two. Like you're freaking crazy as a person if you don't get two Harleys. Like.
Okay, just getting Harleys in general, like just already gets me, but.
Almost scary looks like you on the back of that guy's motorcycle.
Let me see.
Just because of the gray hoodie. And then you had pink hair sometimes. Other than that, not even close to you. Not close to you.
Make me feel like a chunky monkey.
No, because you're not a chunky monkey.
You made me feel like a chunky monkey.
I'll make you a chunky monkey. So, thank you guys for coming in, chatting. I appreciate it. Seahorses in here saying hi. Aye, I know, I'm dying left and right. I'm backing out. I don't want to play this anymore. Oh, they kicked somehow. They kicked Lyric out again. I don't know how. You should play Fortnite with me instead of COD. So it's 11:10 at night. Cause I missed your birthday. I didn't miss your birthday. I could be there for your birthday. Unfortunately, Dad doesn't live at home. He lives at his house, not your house. But I don't mind playing some Fortnite with you. I've been waiting. I should have said something earlier, but I was doing homework, and then I had friends over. Oh, yeah, that's what I need. I need a little box down here to put my legs up. My legs are getting a little stiff, little stiffies. Oh man, it switched us. I wanted to play against lower ranked people. Not that we would win. You need better. Let's play right now. I'm in the middle of the game. Then see a horse we can play.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't mind switching. What's up?
I could put this on a mug.
Yeah, you would love that.
How
and it would look freaking adorable.
cute is this?
But I think you should draw a profile picture of Maple. Of his body. So you have more than that. You missed my birthday. Let's play right now, but
I'm in love with this.
But I'm more important than the game.
And it's on sale for half off.
Yes, you're more important, but respect is important too. We don't go into other people's game and tell them to drop it just because you want it. It's called respect. Now, I don't mind. I still have to talk to Lyric because he's important too. And I'll let him know that I will get off and we'll play like a few games. I was gonna say half hour, but you never know. Dude, Lyric, where's this guy at? Oh. Lyric got douched. Oh, not important.
Lyric's
Do you play
important.
Fortnite? I did say he's important. That's why I say I'm gonna talk to Lyric. Lyric, who should be in the game and not dying. Dude, they must have gone right. Freaking hate these guys. They're so freaking toxic. They're to the left, dude. Oh, it made him look like he dropped. I only played the last 3 hours, not a big deal. Of course, because you're addicted to yours. I freaking hate these guys. Dude, come on. That was so close. Dad, you look good. Thanks. I appreciate it. I don't know if you've when the last time you saw me. Alright. Well, they didn't care duking it out with me. You freaking kidding me? I shot him first. He's to the left behind the cone. Shame. Oh, good job. But yeah, I got a haircut like 2 weeks ago or a week ago. I freaking don't remember. I think it's 2 weeks or a week ago. No, it was a week ago. They're up on the bridge. Alright, well, I guess Lyric's gonna take him out. Good job. I wanted to take him out, but he was running like a scared chicken. Like, thank you, Sears, for stopping in, though. Seriously. That's why I don't mind playing Fortnite with you. I can't remember how long me and Lyric have been playing. Jeez, Lyric, he's taking all the kills. He finds it before I do. Just hiding behind her. Oh man, just fist him. Just fist him, Lyric. Just fist him. Oh, they're both on the left side here. They're about to kill me because I took a shot already. The other one's about dead. You need to just tap him. Tap him once. Oh, sorry. That's my bad. I ran up fist blazing. You what crouching you were doing, bro? If you could have just lived for one more second. We don't need to play Fortnite. This is our second game. Ooh. Oh yeah, this is our second game. I can play 2 games with Lyric and then 2 games with Sears. Back and forth. Alright, Lyric, way to die. No! They both ran up on you, so. Unless Seahorse really wants to see me just play COD, I'm fine with it. Dude, where they at, Lyric? Alright. Good job, Lyric. That's all Lyric. I thought you died. I thought it was just me and them. Match point. Dude, 11-4, man. Doing better than I am. Not quite good enough yet to take on such heavy people. Keep cracking the wrong button. Oh, you freaking kidding me, guys? I used to play COD 3 on Xbox 360. You don't like COD. Oof. Why don't you need to play anymore? Well, for near one shot on the bright side. Oh. On the bright side, I mean, that was good, but wasn't good enough. Dude, I freaking hate these guys. I really do. Ah! I was just about to say the lyrics, stop dying. And then I die. Excuse me. That's where I lost. I crouched. So shoot. Both trash. Lyric was a better man. He should have won that game, but Ty let him down. Ooh, I just ranked up to level 47. Yay! I got a commando foregrip. It's just the best way to unlock all the guns. Just play gunfight.
Babe. As soon as it loads, for fuck's sake.
Photoshop.
Photoshop takes forever to load. So not only do I hate it.
Are you sure? Seahorse, I need your okay to go on and keep playing.
I just saved it. So now we can just use it.
Use it for what?
Anything you want?
Duh. But
Is it cute though?
sorry guys, I'm like itchy and it's warm in here. And
So if you want it on your stream, you can put it on your Twitch.
with G's.
Isn't it cute?
I mean, I don't know where I would use it with my stream, but you can use it with your stream. Let's be
Oh
honest.
yeah, I could use it for like my donate button. If you love me, donate.
Where is he at? Where is he at? Okay. Oh, this guy sucks. Shooting the pistol.
I wanted John to pop on so that his girlfriend could see me because she was talking about that.
BRB. All right, play another couple games while I do something. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, just popped my neck. That was a tough match. I had my heart pumping. My heart go boom boom, you know? I want you in my room. My boom
my
boom
controller.
boom. What's that, babe?
I was looking for my computer controller
Oh.
and I didn't know where I had put it. All the dogs underneath my seat.
Why are you looking for your computer controller, bro?
Does it matter why I'm looking for my computer controller?
Yes, yes it does.
Because I want to play a little bit of Skyrim, alright?
Sam's gonna play Skyrim.
Don't judge me right now.
You guys stream it?
No.
He's over there somewhere. Yeah, there he is. Just throw a grenade. Or you're out of grenades. Fuck. Just
My girlfriend gets
punch
too
him.
much
Punch
anxiety
him.
trying to stream.
Never mind. What, babe?
I get too much anxiety trying to stream. Like, I'm not fucking do that right now.
Okay. You know, you can always do it without a camera.
I know, but then I also have to, like, interact with chat and shit, and I can't do that.
You don't have to.
You're just trying to get me to stream, alright?
Only things people do because they like interacting with people. I really literally just because I could.
Oh my gosh.
I'll watch you? What do you mean I'll watch you? Watch me play Fortnite?
No, he watched me play Skyrim.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Plus, I'm trying to like be your mod and you know just enjoy myself right now.
You can't join nothing.
You're right. Don't fucking call me out. I don't even think I have Skyrim on this computer. I don't know if I have room for Skyrim on this computer.
Well, no, you figure it out. Cause I'm sweaty.
I just have to pray to Jesus my computer has enough space.
Hmm?
I need to pray to Jesus that my computer has enough space.
Oh, yeah.
I was tempted to get it for the Switch, but I already have it remastered on the PC, so I don't know why I'd switch.
Oh, he freaking saw me first, damn it. Oh, my freaking nose. I'm losing my kills. Next round we crush him. I don't think anybody really gets crushed at the 4th or 5th win. Dude, that one guy sucks.
Oh my god. It's gonna take like 35 minutes to download this game.
Now I'm positive. Sorry, I'm freaking itchy as hell right now. It just sucks. Now we switch sides. We're going in machine gunning. Ooh, fudge. Oh, you serious? They're both on the left side? Yeah, behind the tower. No, dude, left side, behind the tower. Behind the tower. He's not paying attention. Sucks. Lyric, he's gonna take the flag. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna take the flag.
Well, maybe you should get in Discord with this bitch.
I know, right? There's right. See, I told you behind that tower. I told you behind the tower. I told you behind the
38
tower.
minutes of the same exact song. Can we just...
What?
I've been listening to 38 minutes of the same song.
I rushed. That's my fault. Yes, I know, Lyric. Keep shooting at me. Oh, you freaking kidding me? He's by the right, left side of the tower. He's right next to you. It's fine. I'm stupid. If we lose this, it's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault if we lose this. I fucked you. I'm sorry. Hey, King Fergie, what's up? Getting our butts handed because I started messing around. I'm like super freaking itchy.
I like how King Fergie always just pops in and is like...
What, Sam? Sorry, I'm mad at myself. Can I help you? I know the smiling doesn't help. What? Alright. Apologize for the outburst. But what were you saying, Babel?
Nothing. It's fine.
I was like this close to dying. And I did die. Oh, look at him, Maples.
I know, isn't he
Sorry,
super
guys.
cute?
Apologize. I know, poor Sam. Give air hug to Sam. There, it gives you air hug. Cause I'm yelling. It's not the way. I thought that was on this whole entire time. Sorry, seriously.
It's okay.
Gunfight. Eliminate our enemies or capture the overtime flag to win.
So I agree with you. It's funny as heck. He just pops in like that. Oh yeah, I forgot. Man, why do I feel like everything's attacking me tonight? He hit me.
Yeah.
Not you. You freaking kidding me? I was ran right up on him. Oh, give air hug to poor Sam. I know. I apologized. Oh, I just freaking. Maybe I should have took some Allen education. I feel like I'm on fire right now. Literally. Not in a good way either. Dude, they're lighting me up over here. Oh, they hit me through the window. Dude, you're supposed to be my body shield. Oh. Am I first? Ugh. Lyric, behind you, dude. Oh, you freaking kidding me? Oh, I need to relax. I feel like I'm on fire. Just here. Oof. Did I kill him? No, I didn't kill him. No, why? I'm dying here, come on. Sorry, Lyric, I'm letting you down. The times when you mess up. Thank you, babe.
Yep.
Look, she's taking care of me even though I yelled at her. Yeah, to the right, to the right. It's not my fault for not taking allergy medication sooner. Dude, I might have to change shirts. You see? Just to get some fresh air in here. Alright. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, put on workout shirt real quick. Hey, Lyric, sorry about the terrible game. That's my fault. Getting distracted and stuff. Spam. What's the stare for, King Fergie? Yeah, I just changed my shirt. Spamming chat. You let me down. I know I'll let you down so hard. You got spamming chat. What do you mean spamming chat? Seahorse? Ooh, man. Getting sweaty. Hot and bothered. That was weird. Is this... Which map is this? This one's Pine. My bad. What's the other one? I thought it was Waterfalls. I was talking to somebody about this map. Oh. Alright, Lyric, hello. I know I must have pissed you off. I apologize. Oh. Frick this gun. Kidding. I don't know. You're shooting at me there for a second. Seemed like I pissed you off. He was under the container. Alright, interesting. Guys, will you help me understand why he was under the container? Oh crap, seriously? Man, what's going on? This is my punishment for yelling at Sam. He's on the right side. He's back at the barriers. His partner's right in front of you, if you got him just now. There he is. Oof. Is this the gun you hate? Isn't this a foul? A foul you freaking hate to death, Lyric? Yeah, man. What is going on tonight? Why is it so hard? Maybe my computer's hot too. Hot and bothered. For some good player. Oh, there you go. This one. Make sure I saw where he went to. It's the Odin, and yes, I hate it. Oh, the Odin. But you don't like the FAL either. Oh, he popped up right in your face. I don't like this gun either. This gun is the worst, because I feel like everything's off. He just punched you. That's just messed up. Alright. Let's get serious. Not that I wasn't serious to begin with. Alright. Well, killed him with a knife. That was fun. Oh, nope. Still don't understand how he got under there before. Oh, it's nothing but craziness. It's just like on a swing. Freaking hate that gun. Where is he? Found him. Dad, you're bad at cool. You're bad at COD. why would you hate me? You don't like a lot of the ARs? I mean, I know.
They all failed at the same time, and they're not restarting. Do you want me to manually go through their plugs and unplug them?
The cameras individually, if you want to, yeah.
Okay.
Cameras just went whoop. CORS just changed the color again. Whelp. Yes, you're a whelp. It's a WHEL. But look, I'm not doing bad. You know, I usually do worse. Got that one. Where's he at, Lyric? I trash that Fortnite. You mean you get taken out with the trash? So that'd be a pretty harsh assessment of your skills there. Seahorse. I thought you were pretty, you know, at least decent, but guess I could be wrong, you know, if you can judge how good your skills are. Good job, Lyric. GG, bro. GJ. He like ran for me. I should have got at least an assist on that because I at least hit him once. Oh, I see him. Oh, come on. You got stuck. He just keeps shooting my shoulder. That was weird. I got stuck looking left.
Hey, which one's the internet cable? The yellow one for this?
What? For the what?
For the cameras.
The little router?
Yeah, to the internet router. Is it the yellow?
Yeah. I think it says don't pull on it. But obviously you can just ignore it.
Yep, didn't care. Pulled it anyways. Because they're not restarting. Something's wrong with the backyard one though.
Okay.
It doesn't even give me a chance to like try and reconnect it.
Weird.
Yeah.
Oh, frick. Slid in. Have you tried restarting the app? Like closing out and everything?
Yeah, everything else works fine. It's just the
Trash
backyard
account
camera.
this guy. You're fine. You're fucking better than I.
These two I can reset all I want, but that one doesn't let me do anything to it, and I've unplugged it twice.
No, unplug
Its
it
lights
and
are
then
still
just
on
leave it
and
unplugged
everything.
for a bit.
I unplugged that, and then I did that one, then came in here and did that, and then checked on that one again, and then I just redid this one again.
Okay, how long did you leave them unplugged for?
That one I left unplugged for over 30 seconds to a minute and a half. The other ones were relatively quick, but they're still all saying communication error.
They're all saying
But
it?
all of their lights are on, yeah, so they're all still picking up. They're just not
I'm
communicating.
gonna just assume they're doing some update to the system or something.
Do you want me to hit the restart button on the actual router for it?
I guess you can give it a try, but if they're updating it, it's not gonna reset anything. This is gonna say F you as much as we don't want that to be.
Okay, well, it's been out for 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah, the notification was earlier.
Oh, and we
At like
missed
8
it?
o'clock. Yeah. It didn't ding at us, because normally when they're doing the updates, it dings at us, because the other one gets disconnected and starts yelling.
Have you tried turning it on and off?
Too many
Back off.
fucking times.
So yeah, just do the actual reset on the router. I just want to make sure you went through a bunch of steps before we went to the last episode.
Yeah,
Not
trust
that.
me, I'm trying to
I know
avoid
you didn't do it.
actually.
Hey, Lyric, where the
the
fuck are you at? Dude, you came in the game, but you came across the outside. No, they moved you. Okay, cool. Oh, it's same people? You wanted me to leave then? You want to leave? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. You can back up now. You can back up now. No! I mean, we get revenge, and it's at the docks. Oh, wait. Have we done the docks before? Yes, we have done the docks.
It's not even trying to look for the internet.
Well, what's up, Seahorse? What's up? It's fine. You know what? I mean, we fight the same people before. Sometimes we trash them the next time we're around. Did we win this time? Or we lose? I can't. Did we just win that game? I can't remember, babe. I just remember being more distracted by the. Ah, you kidding me, bro? Alright, skip, because I don't care. Hey, Lyric, he's up in the corner building. Oh! They're all disorganized. These guys are probably... Somehow they're on the same wavelength. I did damage. Images. I don't see the guy right. Oh, what the heck? Ah, freaking. I don't know when that came out. That was weird. Never thrown that down before. I mean, I have. I'm having issues relaxing. Seahorse, what do you mean you're having issues relaxing? Nice. Good win. Good win. Oh. Sorry, guys. I might be a little stressed myself, you know? Dude, they're just freaking camping.
Oh, he's swimming more.
Nice. Got an assist for that? I'll wait till he pushes around. What? Come on. Ooh, my foot itches, guys. I guess I'd be doing better, but not. Oh, come on. I don't want to mess with any of that. Oh, you freaking kidding me. Use ice. Use ice. Ice cooldown. I know. Ice would probably be pretty good right now. He should have died. He shouldn't have lived that. That was messed up. I even did all his stuns. I'm freaking pissed about that. Cover my backside, dude. Oh, freak. I forgot this was an automatic. It was a single shot. Oh, they had shotguns? What? Ah, how did I not notice they had shotguns? What am I doing with my life, man? Yeah. Like they think I blew myself up, but they were wrong. Oof. Oh, bird god. Jeez. Our warmth, which I prefer. You like being warm? I don't know about being warm, dude. Oh, man. Did we lose last time, Lyric? Did we lose our match again, though? Oop. That hurt. And I got shot from the window. GG. A little bit dying, guys. Just a little bit. I admit. Pew 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 pew. I'm so fired. Yeah, Lyric, be right back. But did we lose against them last time? Here, I'm just gonna back out real quick, and then come back. There's two things I'm gonna do. First, I'm gonna take this off the back. I'm gonna sit on it. Ice pack away. Hold on, guys. Be back.
This is weird. It's still recording. It detected me just now being out there and
So,
recorded it, but it's just not showing us live feed.
excuse me. So something's going on with their server. I don't know what else to say.
That's so fucking weird.
Hey, Lyric, yeah, I was asking if you lost the match before we play them. Alright. We'll do one good game of gunfight, and then we'll do it. Oh, man, sorry guys. I'm drawing all over the place. My life is for naught.
The only time I can't access the camera is within 3 minutes of it actually stopping. Why don't y'all fucking hop in chat so you guys don't have to sit here and message me?
Oh, yeah, yeah. You know what?
I only said that like 4 times.
I know you did, but we were doing fine without the chat, so if you'll hop in, it'd be awesome. You know what I forgot to do though? Notifications. Flashing, enable on read message badge. No, I don't want
You
those.
wanna hop into gaming chat if you're just gonna sit in general?
What's that?
Said you're just gonna sit in general chat?
I just clicked one. There you go. Gaming chat. For all my lovelies. I got this ice pack on my back. It feels good. I think I had an allergic reaction to something. Use ice warmth, which
I genuinely think it's that cat that they have. Because you haven't had a reaction this bad in a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
Whatever type of cat they got, whatever fur it's got, it's fucking with you.
Switching shotgun.
It stops at 11:24:21 exactly. But it keeps recording.
How did we both die? Oh, they were still alive.
It's working.
Camera?
Yeah.
Nice.
Got it working. Don't ask me fucking how.
Oh, great. He's under the bridge. Hey, he's on the left side. He's going up. Going upstairs. He's going up the stairs. No, he went down, but he's probably went back up. He's probably up the stairs.
10 seconds.
Yep, there he is. Who are we playing against? Molten Fury and Beautiful Bob.
Secure that objective.
Well, good day to you too, Bob.
Dude, just take the objective, man. What,
jump
Bibbo?
in Discord chat, Lyric, so that you guys can fucking talk.
I know, he
on
needed a
time.
second to do it. He hasn't got a second to do it yet. Right, move your ass. Oh, you freaking kidding me. I was AFK the first round. Nice. Thank you. Because apparently I can't take him out my own. I damaged him a little bit. That was it. Not enough to even get my favorite thing in the world. Alright, I just saw him run into the... Ah, yes. That's sweet revenge. Super blurred there. Well, let's see where he's at now. Ah ha 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 ha. He found me first. I tried. How? Were they both alive still? You left me by myself. Rick. Why would you leave me by yourself? Oh, well, I'm fucked. Oh. Alright, so Ice Pack did not help my ability to play the game. I just suck, it's fine. My back is so cold. Lyric, get in the game.
BRB.
Is AFK right now?
Yep.
Oh, fuck. Beautiful Bob. He says BRB. I'll just take it as a... We're just gonna lose all this. He just... he gassed you for no reason. Ow, guys. Popping the shoulders. Just saw a shadow. Not freaking stupid. I do know how to play this game. I had a phone call. Oh. His legs going flying back behind him was perfect. Alright. Oh, you got both of them? Jeez, Lyric. They both ran in the container with him. You see that, babe?
Nope.
Now you will.
Nice.
Hey, he's at the top. He must have gone down. Or spawn. Just stay in the middle there. So when the flag comes, you can take it. He's probably sitting in a container. There he is. He ran. Left. Oh. Just get it. Just keep to the right. Keep to the right. Oh, yes. Good job. This is my man, Lyric. He's the guy. He's the train. I mean, he's the train that will carry you to victory. I didn't do too shabby myself there at the end.
Good job.
Nice bite ball. I don't deserve you. You're too good for me. Lyric says he will take you.
Not surprised.
I mean, I would take you too, but you're too good for me. And I was gonna say, Seahorse was still around. I'll hop in this from Fortnite. Unfortunately, hey, Lyric, hop in Discord. Hurry up. Hop. Hop. Hop.
Bunny hop your ass in that fucking Discord, bitch.
Ooh. I mean, I guess it makes sense if it was her cat, because I did hug her twice.
I didn't fucking touch her.
No.
No. I swear, she's gonna have to return that cat. She cannot live like that. That is horrible. She was like wheezing by the time she left our house.
She's wheezing when we got her.
I know, it
It
was
was
so
worse
bad.
when she was here though. She was like, no, I'll live, it's fine. I'm gonna hate it though, cause it sucks, cause it puts like a little psychological mental note that when you get that bad and you're at our house, you kind of don't want to be at our house anymore.
But it's not our house, it's fucking her.
Yeah, yes and no. Oh. Okay, well, run into the... Alright. I shot him once and he still survived. They're both on the left side of the... right side of the tower. Then the back. Running around it. To the left. Keep there. Yep, see him? See him? He's running around like a weirdo. Somehow he killed me one shot, even though I shot him first. He's left of you. Yeah, that SJ guy was just running around for no reason. He looked dope running around with a knife like that.
Trying so hard to get into this call.
Oh, yeah? How was it hard to get into this?
I had to load Discord and I was like, oh no, you need an update. And then I went through the update and I was like,
Oh.
okay. And you were like screaming at me, he's over there, he's over there. And I'm like, oh my god. And then he jumped on my face and he started straddling me like a deer. It's scary.
I'll jump
Where is he
once
at?
I'm done with my fingernails.
Left side. Spawn.
At spawn?
At our spawn, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, he's jumping around. The anxiety. I don't even care that I like
Which do you
just.
like?
Oh, dude, those freaking glitter nails are freaking on point.
You know, I'm fucking in love with this goddamn hollow taco.
But alright, give me a second, babe. Back in the game.
You're fine.
Here's right side, right side.
Good job.
Thanks. I think I scared him with the C4.
You probably did. He was laying down. He's like, ah, no, please.
Oh. Right behind the barrier. Got him. He's the other guy's behind the barrier.
My side, my side, my side. Right dead.
Oh, I see him.
On top of the rock.
Yep. Ah, freak. It actually stunned me a little bit. Believe it or not. I can't believe from that far distance it's actually stunned me a little bit. But
Yeah, the reason we were losing is because, you know, communication was not there.
yeah, that's true. But part of it's me because I know I've been sitting here scratching and itching myself to death. Oh, behind me? Yeah, they're at the Brock. Not anymore. Where the hell are they? They're not there anymore. They must have gone back and behind the tower. They're trying to flank you probably from your left. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. They might be at the tower. There, to right. Oof. Yeah, use that.
Wow.
Ooh.
Fucking mantled.
Yeah, I was like, bro.
What I wanted to do. I meant
Yeah.
not mantle.
You can turn those settings off, but sometimes it doesn't always do that, so it's not always like an issue.
Mantling is not a bad thing. It's just not what I was trying to do.
Well, like no, they have an automatic mantle. All right, to the right.
Oh no, I don't.
No, it's off. Okay. He's by the truck. Ooh, you almost shot him in the head. That would have been dope. Ooh, man, he had a straight on a juggler, dude.
He wanted to kill me, obviously. I'm not really sure why. This is the reason for me to be dead, but...
too much of a pretty boy. That's why.
A spawn.
Okay. Oh fuck. Did he shoot you from over here just now? No, you shot him.
I hit him once. He's back there by in our spawn left side, behind the tractor.
Behind the tractor? Okay. Let me see if I can.
He's gonna be probably going right side.
Yep, I see him. Oh, just had to tap him. No, that was your job. You freaking got him already. I just need that one bullet. Watch.
Obviously not, because he didn't die.
You should at least got assist points for that, man. Did you?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it wasn't a kill.
Doesn't matter, man.
I'm not happy. I'm very upset.
Alright, one guy's dead on the right.
Oh,
Oh, never mind. Still a good call out, dude. The man that existed on the left side is no longer present. You got him.
somewhere left side.
I bet he was so pissed that you hit me with the grenade just now.
Probably. I hit him multiple times for that, so he was probably one shot anyway.
Oh.
I can feel death.
Right side?
That one?
Oh, you got one of them? Okay.
Yeah, I got one.
Alright. I don't know where the other guy is. I'm literally running around in circles trying to find him. He's still on that side. You see him?
No. Oh shit, he's behind me.
Oh. Flip. Behind you where?
But okay, sure.
Oh, fuck. I couldn't see where he was. Like, he was behind some bush or something? Oh, he's over there? Okay.
Yeah, he was behind where I died, which was over there, but
Gotcha. Alright, I'm just gonna sit back this time and just let him come to us. Cause I'm just gonna throw a grenade. Come on, seriously. When you try to jump over a ditch and you can't because, he's right by the. There's one to the. Is he over there? Oh, there's one to the.
right.
Yeah, and there's one by the tower.
Oh.
The tower guy got me.
I wish you could have said that a little sooner.
Sorry. I was trying to say it, but you kind of interrupted, and then my mouth was like. Like,
Mouth.exe stopped functioning.
yes, my mouth exe stopped functioning. It is no longer sucking the dick it's supposed to be sucking.
It was nice.
Can you explain that one to me?
I guess.
What's that, babe?
Whose dick is it supposed to be sucking?
My own.
Okay.
I've tried that. I can say it doesn't work.
I like how you say that now. The other night you were saying like, oh, I definitely tried.
They're both right.
What?
Okay.
Or are you talking to Lyric?
Yeah, I'm talking to Lyric.
Oh. I'm not in chat, so I can't hear anything. And I had to swap
Yeah.
you from being on the computer.
We weren't gonna win that one because of the pistol setup. That was definitely a loss by us, regardless.
I saw the Garami was starting to swim a little.
Oh, that's
Not properly, but still swim more, so that's good.
good. You
I'm thinking-
popped him enough that his air bubble.
I'm thinking if it doesn't get better in 2 days, we pop again in a different spot.
Yeah.
Maybe a little further up. It says that you can get food that's supposed to weigh heavier in their stomachs to help them.
Okay.
So maybe I need to look into that.
Where's
I think I'm loving just
Sensor.
adding this hollow top coat onto all of this shit. Like it's
Yeah.
just amazing. It turns any nail color pretty.
Limiter?
Ow! It
What?
really cut. Dude, it's freezing in here.
Yeah, you're freezing.
Oh my god! I'm about to go put on a fucking sweater. But look at these.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm fucking loving these.
Well, you can turn the AC off. I appreciate it. I
you
just
cool
need to
now?
cool it off a bit. I'm feeling a lot better.
Okay.
I mean, I could probably go with it another hour with it on, but And I could go actually hop in the game like I'm supposed to.
Okay.
Oh, he's up top. Oh, dude, he ran forward. I wasn't expecting that. I threw the Molotov cocktail and he ran into it. He's on this side? My side? Oop. Good try.
Oh, okay.
His name's his pancake. And the other
What's
guy's
his pancake then?
Raw IB Dave.
It's Hispanic, but like his pancake.
No, yeah, I know. It's, you're ruining the joke.
No, I'm good at that.
He's up in the window. Got him. He's down.
Where's Bob? Oh,
We both shot him.
fucking cute
The other
that
guy's
way
still
was
alive.
floaty.
No.
Not anymore.
So then I can't fucking move my chair.
So I got one kill. I don't know who I killed. I must.
He killed the beta guy, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, IB Dave.
I have no love for this dog.
Sorry, babe. What's
Yeah, I just fucking said that. I have no love for you.
Oh, that was so quick. Oh, you died? I didn't know you died. I thought someone else died. Oh, I thought we won the match. I'm.
Nah, you're good.
Dude.
It's all my fault for sucking inside. I will totally suck even more.
Stop then.
Ow.
You die again?
Oh, well, yeah, he's on his one, next one.
Well, I'm dead too, so it doesn't matter.
Thank
Yeah,
you for moving, Bubby.
First down, you're dead.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's my fault because I actually tricked him.
Thank you for moving, Bubby.
I thought the grenade might dissuade him a little bit, but. Got him! Yes!
He's in their spawn.
Yep, he's the right side. Back.
Right side.
Oh, it's a maple. Oh, I guess I'm my doggy cam now, so I can give him love.
Why don't I see him?
Because he's on the left side somewhere, creeping. In the back, maybe. Right there. Oh, I'm sorry. Threw you off.
That was definitely my fault.
Why are you so cute? Answer me this. Why are you
He
so
can't,
cute?
he can't answer that.
He needs to answer for his sins.
He cannot answer for no
He needs
sins.
to answer for his sins. He's got horrible, horrible sins.
Oh, dude, you straight died. Oh,
You're the chimkin monster.
slid. Give him a headshot.
That's it. I'm calling him the
Watch
chicken
this, see?
monster.
Boom, headshot all the way.
Look at this
Oh, I
chicken.
didn't know we had another gun to use. Just kidding. I did. I just didn't check to see what it was. Alright. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. It's my weapon of choice. The gun I want to die by. It's my correct. Whoop, frick. Rolling. You killed him?
What?
Nice. You killed him?
No?
You. No, I grenaded him. He.
No, that was my grenade.
No, I threw a grenade. I threw a grenade. I threw a grenade. No, it wasn't?
Yo, I don't know why.
Because I 3-5 right now.
That makes okay. I was just gonna say undecided.
Up in the window?
Okay.
Nope, never mind.
Where's it?
He's in the back, by the sinks. There he was. I don't know where he's at now. Watch yourself. He might be in the middle or back of the spawn with you. I don't think he's gonna stay there long, because he's low on health. So if he waits, he's gonna get fucked. Ah, nope, never mind. Nice. You barely caught him. Like, that's how much
No,
you tapped him earlier. No, I think you tapped him earlier. That wasn't my guy.
I tapped him. I tapped him twice, and then I killed him. And you tapped him too. I'm pretty sure.
Not a contest.
Um.
Oh, fuck. That was defeat.
Chimkin monster. The Chimkin monster. Oh, come here, Chimkin monster.
Like, I'm feeling much cooler, but I'm still itchy.
Have you
Yeet.
turn it off and turn it back on?
No, if I did that, I would just reset myself so hard. I want to be here. Would not be here. Alright, let's see. Do we want to keep playing gunfight? Or you want to switch it up? What happened? The dog. I don't know if they can see the dog, babe.
Yeah, your mixer's just way behind. Your mixer's like a minute behind.
No. Yeah, there he is.
I told you it's a minute behind.
Ooh, you sure you're gonna win this one?
Alright, Chimkin monster.
You can lose everything.
Sit back down.
You will lose it all. What do you decide?
I believe in me winning, but also losing. So, I believe a little more than that.
Yeah, I don't know what a little bit of that is, to be honest. What? Oh no, fuck. I gotta run. He's gonna find me, guys.
Alright, now the. Oh, I forgot to get myself a drink. Damn sad.
One's camping in their spawn.
Yeah. They're both camping in the spawn.
Oh, very nice.
Oh! When did I shoot? Oh. You died.
Don't hyperventilate, baby.
The guy crashed around the corner. I went to shoot him. I saw you behind him. I was like,
What, babe?
"You got him."
Don't hyperventilate there, babe. Not a good thing.
They're gonna shoot me because Sam's sitting here talking to me. It's always my fault.
Somebody's coming in the treehouse.
I'm not in the treehouse.
10 seconds.
Wow. Okay. I disagree with that.
That's fine, I got back for you. He wasn't ready. Oh yeah, I'm going to take care of these because I'm meant to put them with some more special stuff, I guess. Oh, jeez, this recoil.
Who's the cutest puppy in the world? Yes, he is.
I don't love you. He's sitting in his bed.
Yeah, I put him there. Isn't he cute though?
They're both back there somewhere. Oh, never mind. They're apparently to the right of you. Nice. To the left? Nope, didn't matter. He shot you as you were falling.
Yeah, I saw him, but they're just camping spawn.
Yeah. You want to just sit back and just kind of take it as go.
I mean,
But you want to rush them.
no, I mean, if we rush, we're this side, actually.
Drink
One's
time.
left side in the treehouse.
Yep.
Drink. Stay making.
Got him.
Jump.
It's like we just need to take a little bit of time on this time.
Yeah. See, I have a problem with that because I'm very impatient.
No, I know. I'm in the same boat as you, man. But you go left, and I'll just guard the treehouse to the left. So most likely, just gonna pop up into it again. If they're not, we're gonna. Well, there he is. He's coming to you, dude. Are you paying attention, Lurk?
Yeah.
Nice. I almost died because that guy, had he hopped over the barrier, would have got me.
Oh, well,
Your patience paid out, so good job. Because I saw him. I saw him on my screen and I was panicking so bad. Because I was like, crap. Oh, frack. I forgot we had C4.
Left side. Yeah, left side.
Yeah. Yep, I tried to get him. I tried to get him. And he got you. Yep. Yeah, where were you? I was like, where were you thinking, man? You're like, you told me go left side because you're like in the treehouse. So I got the treehouse. You take the what's in front of you.
Well, you know, I'm not the smartest cookie.
No, you're smart. I know you are. Just not used to working in a team. I got it. I died on the right side. He's back in the spawn. Yeah, we're just gonna take it easy because the other guy's to the right in front of you. I mean, your left. Okay, so he's to the right. He's back at the box. Blah. Yeah, right there. Oh, you almost had him. That should have been yours, bro.
That's yeah. No, I definitely should not have had him. That was terrible accuracy on my end.
I don't know. I have more faith in you than that man did.
I don't. We must win though. That's the goal.
It's always a goal.
No.
You dying over there?
How are you hitting me? Yeah, hitting me through the goddamn wall.
I don't know where he's at. I don't know where anyone's at. He's up in the treehouse now.
I know there was one right.
I got him.
Good job. Good job.
Yep. He's in the treehouse.
Right where I died. Right where I died. He's really weak.
Okay.
He's going towards overtime. He's on it.
Oh. That's some bull.
I shot him, but it just.
Like, I looked back, but I didn't see him, so he must have jumped off as soon as he shot you. Or he ran back.
He shot me and then ran down.
Okay.
And then I couldn't see him anymore, but he went straight for the flag, so.
I don't know where they're at.
I don't know either.
Are they in front of me?
Both of them or just one?
One. Oh, I'm dead. He's still over there. You avenged me. Nice. Thank you. Sorry, I can't see where anyone else is at. I was just about to look around. Just run for the flag, because that's what I think this guy's doing.
What's the noise?
Yep, he's going for it. Watch. Switch guns, dude. Yeah, he was just sitting there.
I would've. Yeah, I would've made it. Even if I would've swapped.
Well, I was hoping you run in sooner. That's what I was hoping. But even then, you could have died. So.
And get shot in the back. So I was like, he might not be on it. He might also be on it.
No, they just play real dirty. In that case,
Kind
so you really just wanted to run, to win.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say though?
Yeah, kind of like a tie. That's what I was gonna say. Dirty.
Dirty deeds.
Oh, so I didn't tell you. One second. Who's in your chat rooms right now? Do you know who's in your?
No, I don't know who's in my chat rooms. She always went somewhere. I thought she wanted to play, but she took off. She had something to do. Do that one. Get rid of that one. Retro Joe, is he still on?
I was trying to watch you earlier, but my internet on this kept going in and out.
No, he's not on either. What, babe? You're wearing my glasses, cheater. Maybe I need my glasses. Maybe I'm blind to the world's pains when I'm wearing my glasses, and you just took it away.
I realize I'm not wearing my glasses. Huh.
Wait, you wear glasses?
Yeah.
Right side?
Yeah, he's right side. I'm gonna find him.
Oh, come on, seriously, I threw a grenade and you died. I mean, I said right side, I meant left. Yeah, that was weird. He just walked up to me. That was really weird. I don't know what to take of that. Most people just walk up to you. He was like down in his sight the whole entire time too.
No, I was gonna say a couple things to you when you've got a chance.
No, what's up?
I was gonna say a couple things to you when you get a chance, so
I heard that part.
I'm just waiting until you have a chance.
My eyeball.
Why don't you go wash your face after this?
He's back at the spawn point. It's because I just rubbed my eye. Guys, I'm dying here. Oh, dude.
I expect better next round.
What do you want me to? What, babe? Thank you.
I was gonna say I need to go get my eyes checked on my next paycheck.
Okay.
Because before your glasses used to be blurry, and now they actually help me see things, which is not good.
Nice job, Lyric.
I'm back. I got my glasses on.
There's you kill 2 guys in 1 match. You can't make that claim. I just saw 1 go left.
Back left.
How far back left?
All the way in the spawn.
Got him.
Good.
Thanks for tapping him.
I didn't hit him once or twice. It wasn't very many.
Yeah, I watched you hit him a couple times. That's why I only took like 1 bullet to kill him.
Ooh, I'm 13. I haven't used this very much at all.
Left side. Dude, don't take my kill, man. Freaking thief, bro. He was gonna die either way.
No, I wouldn't have hit him, but I'll give you props for trying. I'm a thief. I'm a thief. I'm a thief.
Not sure, Sam. He just ranked up though.
Oh, he's on the left side.
Oh crap!
He's
I
running.
don't remember you spilling anything.
What the frick? What, babe?
I don't remember you spilling anything.
Had to see how it spilled, but
It was literally just a pool like this big.
where
Clear,
was it?
sticky liquid on the countertop, right next to the stove.
Oh, but she spilled and didn't say anything.
This dog is giving me all the fucking sass.
I don't know if she noticed or not, but it's not like she's done it before, so I'm like, gonna give her the benefit of the doubt.
Left side.
I can't even with this dog right now.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? He's by the metal container on the left side, the blue one. Are they both blue? I don't remember. By the barrels is where you killed me. Nice, good job.
We did.
What was that you said, babe?
This dog is killing me.
Why? Because he's so cute.
Because his sass level is 3,000 right now.
Guys, you want a sass list 2000? Sassful.
I'm gonna show you.
Really dislike this gun. Oh, good job.
I like the Dragon Knife.
It just feels weird to me.
There you go.
Aww.
Sass level 3,000.
Peppy caught that.
He's literally still staring at me like that.
This is mom. Why you do to me
I'm
these
the
like this?
sassiest little child alive, I swear.
Nice. They're both on this side. I got that kill though. It's me.
But you took it.
I don't know. That was a full friggin' load to the chest there. Not that you need it.
We hit the daytime. Poor Ryan,
Oh.
poor guy.
Well, like the first one, you killed him, and I shot him at the same time. The second kill was both of us again. We're just that on point right now.
I guess so.
Ooh, I locked a advanced UAV.
Nice.
Yeah, it's too bad it takes like 12 kills to get to it.
I haven't used it this game.
I mean, we've been playing gunfights, so I don't blame you. I really wonder where.
I don't think I've even gotten that many kills in a. Well, no, my highest kill streak's 12, so never mind.
That's their highest? I thought you'd be like 20s, dude.
No.
I can hear you
I
humans
think
now.
my highest at one point was 15. But I checked and it was only 12. Fucking
Noob.
noob. Noob. Yeah, crouch. Crouch. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Lay down.
All are crouching.
Yeah, lay down.
What do you think they'd do if I hit them with my fist?
I'm the pistol.
You think
I just
freaking?
3 times.
I still have a character on this. Yes.
Oh crap! He's on the left side. He ran to the spawn. Both of them there. We were messing around, and they're like serious. It's hardcore serious. They're both on the same. Yeah.
Part.
Oh, they're both in the clan together, so I'm assuming they can coordinate stuff better than we can. It's
Yeah,
good.
for sure.
Been played a lot.
Oh, you know why I'm fucking having issues? Because I never plugged the internet back in.
Yep. Back at their spawn right now.
Up top. One's up top.
Okay. Well, I can't get them because
Top down.
back at their spawn. Ah. Yeah, he's back at their spawn right now. On the left side. Nope, he's in the middle. Going up to you. Okay, he's coming at you, man.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're better at backing off. He was aggressive. He was like, nah. Oof, you
Oops.
babes over there, dropping shit. Shotguns. We got the shotties, bro.
That's not a shotgun. That's a shotgun.
Oh, this is
No,
getting
the
great.
first one, the second one's just. Oh, dude, they're both over here.
I have one.
That's cool, but you didn't kill them. They killed me.
No, I didn't kill him.
Yeah, I hit them, and I hit them, and then they sniped me.
Hit him.
You think they're going this way again? They probably will.
I forgot what I was
Nope,
doing.
they're left side. Why are they going left side?
Oh, he's still. There's still one left side. Careful.
Yep.
Oops.
Oh, he fucking slid in the most sickest way.
Shit.
He's back there. He's got the shotgun out. He's going upstairs. Let's go upstairs, back towards the spawn. Sorry. Nice, nice. That's what I wanted to see. That's the lyric I wanted to see. Oh, babe's not paying attention to me. She's playing Skyrim now. She's
Yes,
loaded
I
it.
apologize. I can hear you guys now, but I'm getting super zoned into Skyrim because for once my computer's actually
Oh, he
not-
hit me? How the hell did he hit me?
You can.
Like-
Oh, yeah.
I'm honored.
Oh my god.
Good one. Left side.
Oh, I have so much weight.
Left side. Left side. Left side. Back there. Next spawn. He might be going up top.
Ah, your phone died. I'm just gonna get this rounds to these guys because they really are trying hard.
They're trying really hard, yeah.
I'm struggling.
Disgusting. I died left side back spawn. Okay, by tires, by tires, your tires. There you go. Good job. Oh, you see him? He's in the middle. Ooh. It's.
I could have done there.
Where is my house?
I mean, no, you couldn't have, but he had a scope on you.
Yeah. I mean, if I would have maybe ran, but.
The Aggie, baby.
I'm struggling so hard.
I don't see him, so they must have gone left.
Oh, one right.
Nope.
Yeah, they're both right. Both right.
Fuck.
Another one right there.
Oh, what did he do? What the hell did he do? Did he hop up? No, I jumped over him. I literally jumped over him, I guess.
Did you?
Because I was up, and I hopped over the stairs, and I shot the one dude, and I thought the other guy was in front of him. So that the fact that he was on the right side of me must have been him going up the stairs that I hopped over.
I'm surprised you didn't see him.
I don't know what to say about that.
That's
To be honest.
okay. That's what you said. It's alright.
Just move on. Move on with their lives.
Pretty much.
Okay, so I don't care about the in-game overlay. I don't want to see notifications pop up.
By
Ugh. So that's what in-game overlay was. Oh, interesting. How's my Discord more? Can we play Fortnite now? Well, Seahorse, I was waiting for you. Where you been? After this game, because I'm already in it already.
Oh, thank Jesus.
Sam's trying to play Skyrim over here.
I can't remember anything I've done.
Yeah. So CR's definitely play Fortnite. Oh, that's okay. You don't have Fortnite?
Babe,
Lyric? Yeah. What, babe?
why do I just have a bunch of stolen guard armor in my house?
Weird.
I have no idea.
Hey, you know if you run in and just die, it'll last like 2 minutes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
A lot of shit.
Well, I
in
took a
this
bunch
chest.
of hits, so
How do I dawn break? Ooh.
it's because
See some men. I killed one. I saved you.
nice. He's in the middle. He's running middle, on the other side of you. He's right here in the middle, on the right side. Yep. Nope. Turn around. He's at our spawn. Towards our spawn.
Nice spawn. Oh.
Yeah.
You could have said that.
He's probably behind you now. Up top. Just saw his legs. Nope, he's gonna secure it. Nice.
Off my flag.
Why do I have
GG.
an axe?
At least I did some damage.
Damages. Got some deep damages.
Enough to mock in this game.
No.
Holy shit.
Sam,
What?
where should I buy gel?
You don't need gel nail polish.
I need it!
Why?
My new life goal.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? I shot him first.
Where is
He's upstairs. Right side, my side. The other one's in the cargo box. Okay, you just saw that guy. The other guy's gotta be in the cargo box. Dude, the accuracy right now.
he? My last.
He's gotta be on the left side. What was this match thing with the KSI and stuff everyone was talking about?
Logan Paul and KSI are having a rematch and it's the stupidest
Oh,
thing
they're
on the
fighting.
planet.
They're doing a boxing match or something, or MMA. I forgot which one it is. I don't give a fuck.
I only know because it's plastered all over YouTube right now. And I spent half the day watching Small Ant. I have so much stuff.
Yeah. Trying to take out one guy already.
I didn't realize you had a shotgun secondary.
Yep. I just realized that too. Oh, dude, you saw that, right? Frick. Oh, you're about to see it anyways. Boom.
I probably saw it. I mean,
So where you're sitting at.
I'll watch it 4 more times just to be sure.
Just be sure, man. Just be sure. Oh, he dropped me from spawn. He's on the left side on spawn. Oh. Dude, the accuracy of his was ridiculous. You died too.
And I got a shot. So mean. Nice. I call a ban on all shotguns. No, stop.
This is your fault for calling a ban on all shotguns. You should know better.
Fuck.
Is this in chat? Is that why I don't see it?
Wow, he was.
Where is he at? Oh,
He,
he just ran to my spawn.
Something nice.
Yeah, look at me, like a dumbass standing out in the open.
What were you doing?
You know, dying, duh.
Oh yeah, I feel that. It's not very nice.
Oh, you're freaking kidding me? He shot me with a revolver. He's running towards the mid right now, on his side. Yeah, there he is in front of you. The other guy's gotta be behind him in a second. They might flank you, so just watch yourself. Oh, dude.
Oh,
What were you thinking?
he was coming on the
Take-
right. So I was thinking, I'm gonna run left.
Seahorse, it's not gonna take us that long.
I have genuinely no idea what the fuck I was doing on this game.
You generally enjoying the game? Or you missed the game?
No, I have no idea what I was doing. I just had like 18 different necromancer robes. I'm so confused. I had 100 pounds of necromancer robes.
You fucking got me good. GG. Alright, switching to Fortnite like I promised. Gotta get my PlayStation going though.
Do you want us to switch to a different chat, or did you want to stay in this chat?
You can stay in this chat, I don't mind.
Okay. Is Seahorse gonna join chat?
She doesn't have a Discord.
Oh.
I mean, it'd be nice if she did, then we can talk in Fortnite without me having to switch things. So, we'll back out of this. Just need to set the game mod. My mod.
So many things.
My mod's not setting the game very well.
I need like a recall button for my memories so I can like point at something and be like, what was I doing with this?
Shit. I have to set the game capture up. My dog is way too cute.
All the fucking keys on the face of the planet.
Alright, hold on. Alright.
What is this?
I just gotta figure out where that went to.
Oh, you know what I was doing?
Oh. Sorry,
I was building my house. That's why I have all this random shit. How much of my house do I have? Wait a second.
Is that going into the... There it is. All the setup. All the setup.
Just for one fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, that's because we don't have like multiple capture cards or.
Oh. Shit. I thought that's where my house was.
Maybe it's just a doggo that fits in a wheel.
We're not at a house here yet. I'm gonna die now. That's it. I give up on my life. I forfeit.
Yeah, it's fine. You can forfeit all you
Thank
want.
you. Thank you for giving me the okay.
Oh.
Just dropping everything, why don't you?
I mean, you want me to, don't you?
Just a little.
Alright. So Lyric's gonna be able to hear me. I'm not gonna be able to hear Lyric.
Chihuahua. I need those.
Because unfortunately, no, I said I won't be able to.
Oh, fuck.
That's why I said, do you want us to just go to a different channel then?
No, you guys are fine. At least you guys can hear me talk.
Discord, or are you leaving Discord?
Just staying in Discord. I have to plug in the mic into my controller because it won't go into the capture card for some reason.
Oh.
So the only way to be able to talk to stream and talk to people.
So your sound's not going to play out of your speakers, is it?
No,
Okay,
it's
good.
off right now.
I don't want a fucking incident like the other night repeating.
Plus, all of it's going into my headset from the PlayStation. So that's it for anything coming from the computer. So the only thing coming from the computer would be like my voice and full screen. I think I have to do.
Oh, hi Lydia. What do you have on you?
Do I not have it up?
How can I serve you, my thing?
COD, Monster Hunter.
Oh.
Where is it? Where's
Switch.
my?
Oops.
Maybe I don't have my capture card up yet. It's weird. Ow. I just got a little bit of a Charlie horse in my left leg. Alright. So let's head into this, guys.
The fuck's in here again? Nope.
Go.
I think I remember what I was doing now.
Yeah.
Damn it, you on PS4 now that I know your name.
Oh my god.
Alright, guys, you ready? Fortunately, that's weird. Text.
Wait, what
I
are my
gotta fix
quests?
the text. Alright.
Nope.
So it doesn't seem like. Stop snapping there. Alright. Fortnite Blitz, guys. Fortnite Blitz. Oh, update. Figures. I don't know why it says cop in update right now. It's beyond me. Seahorse, you still there?
Oh, that is not the run button. You ever just accidentally pull out your sword and almost kill a guard?
No.
Just me? Alright.
I never accidentally pulled anything out.
Lies.
It's always on purpose. Does anybody agree?
Huh? Yeah.
You should definitely agree with this.
What am I agreeing to?
Hey.
Next party is it?
I'm talking to
You
Lyric or
just
me?
pull things out randomly?
Guys, it's 42%.
Splinter.
I'm gonna shoot myself. Chat commands. Let's have some chat commands while we're at it.
No, I just accidentally almost murdered a guard. No big deal.
Only accidentally.
Listen, I'm still trying to remember how to use things in here. I don't know what any of these
Long
things
and
do.
hit him in the face. Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Legitimately, almost did. Good thing my sword was not long enough and I only had the Dawnbreaker out. My glass axe, on the other hand, that probably would have hit.
What's Fortnite, guys? You guys know what Fortnite is?
Yeah, it's like a 2-week time period that they use in the UK.
Is it?
Fortnite, right?
I don't know.
I genuinely think it's a fortnight means 2 weeks.
You think it is?
Is that my horse? Oh, my girl's name is Aaliyah. I must have been playing.
It's a term, yes. You're not wrong.
Yeah, and I think it means 2 weeks. It's a time span of 2 weeks in the UK. I think that's what it used to mean. It was a fortnight.
Is it 2?
You really didn't know that?
I thought it was 2 weeks.
I think it's 3 weeks actually.
Yeah? I think it's 4 weeks.
It turns out we're all wrong. It's 2 months.
Yeah.
Oh, you know it could be. Don't do this to me.
Oh, was that a dragon that just flew over me? Because I'm not in the mood for that shit. You can, like, not. Oh.
It's a period of 14 days, 2 weeks.
Oh,
so I was
fuck
right,
yeah,
2 weeks.
bitches. Damn it, that sounds like a goddamn dragon. I'm not in the mood for this shit.
Dragon. Is that scary?
Yeah, it's a fucking dragon. Are you... I'm in the middle of running. Can you not right now? I genuinely
Guys,
think this
see if
is
we
my
can find a
first
dragon
quest.
voice on my soundboard.
How do I dismount? Nope. My horse.
Second life.
This is the funniest thing ever. Alright, where'd it go?
Well, I don't see anything.
Please tell me that's Lydia trying to fight a dragon.
Do I sound like a woman? Do you wonder why it's taking forever to update? Somebody tell me. I need to know. That's fine. Okay. Like, why start the application without updating, but I have to update. So I can't believe it. Guys, I need somebody's assistance.
I'm dying over here.
Let's see.
About to
Chat
fucking
commands.
roast this dragon.
We're gonna
to death.
add some custom chat commands. We got so default commands. What we got? We got it. Yeah, babe, I don't see the HUD command.
I don't know. Oh shit, you know what I'm about to do?
No,
You're right, you don't know.
because you're crazy. And you do anything.
But to fuck this bitch up by dual wielding. Where's my flame astronaut? There it is.
Dee-dee-dee-dee.
Hi, Lydia. Oh god, this actually barely went down. I genuinely think this is the first quest, babe. Alright, my horse is the dumbest thing to known to mankind.
Hey guys, you guys wanna hop in here? You guys, you wanna hop in here? Guys.
I'm killing this thing, but I hit its wing, and I just jumped on top of it and beat it to death. Greatest thing known to man.
Game updated story mode, a game about crafting. Oh goodness sakes. Chatting.
You know what? I'm gonna have Lydia search this dragon.
Okay, Chan.
There we go. Fixed it, guys.
Where's
I'm a Mixer Pro now. Hoo-cha!
Oh, there's Lydia.
What's the timeout one?
You need to do something.
Oh, excuse me. Nope, don't want that one.
You played Skyrim? There?
Actually, hold on.
I think you left us. left me. He doesn't like me anymore.
Is it downloading, guys? You guys know? I'm like trying to keep an eye on it, but I'm fixing things. Make them look pretty or stream. So you can do cool things like hug. So you guys can hug it out, you know?
Oh my god, I can't even.
Hug it out, guys.
Did it kick me out of chat?
I'm doing a command chat, yeah.
No, it kicked me out of Discord chat. That's why I can't fucking
Oh.
hear him. It said I was AFK, even though I'm getting rid of your AFK command right now because I'm not AFK.
Command cost. I want a command cost 500.
Server settings.
Messing with things now.
Glad I'm a mod.
100. Hugs are always free.
Oops, I need to save. Can you hear me now?
Denied.
So now we can unexpand. Activated command. Guys, want to get that command try out there for me? That'd be great, you know?
What command?
Yeah, I got you.
It's fine. It's just a hug.
Alright, I got you.
Oh. It gives all the hugs to a guy named Ty. Just hug it out, guys. Oh, did it not work? Oh, no, it didn't work for you because it's a 5-second cooldown. Why did you put exclamation mark lick? We don't have that exclamation mark lick yet. You guys aren't cool enough to have that yet.
Why does it repeat the name?
Because technically you have to do an exclamation mark, hug, and then at, and then say King Fergie. There's all the hugs to King Fergie though. Just hug it out, guys.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. It worked.
Yep. Ooh. Because otherwise it just takes your name, because you're like, it doesn't know what to do.
Ty, did you leave your chat filter on?
My what?
Your voice filter?
On what? No, why?
Because it says you have a voice filter on. Or a chat filter on.
What? Oh, chat filter? If you're... Well, no, you can send a link. I fix things, hopefully. If not, we'll fix them again.
No, voice.
Because I don't see anyone getting banned.
Voice filter.
Voice filter? No. Why, does it sound weird?
Uh-huh.
I put a limiter on it, that's why. But...
Alright, I'm gonna try and fucking play Skyrim here and not get into it. That'd be great. No more dragons.
How about that? Is that better?
No.
I was just trying to limit how loud my voice went, alright?
It sounds like you turned into a child.
Lord, have mercy. What?
He is one.
Who's funny? Who wants to fight?
Stop laughing.
Okay, I'm making a command. I'm making a new command.
I'm just gonna keep doing it now. No, I'm good, really. You can probably hear it in this stream, but I have it muted so that I don't have to deal with it when in my game. No, I'm good.
What's love?
You said it's bad. I don't want to hear it.
God,
No,
what do you mean
it's
it's
not
bad? What's bad?
I have to change the settings on this thing.
Nice, uploaded. Seahorse, where the hell are you at?
I've played a lot of Skyrim.
What's bad?
Oh my god.
What?
Did you take the voice voice?
What's... Tell me what it sounds like.
I told you, it sounds like a little kid.
Here you go, babe. Put the headphones on. You have to come right over here, though, so you can...
I don't like it. Oh, I have one of those filters on.
I don't know what else to call them.
It's a sound filter, or a sound effect filter, I guess you can say.
We're all over here dying.
Die laughing because I sound like it. Yeah, I forgot I switched it. I don't hear it. I forgot. I haven't said man to woman.
And I thought you guys were talking about another filter. You guys don't want to hear me. like that, you know?
It sounds weird. I don't know.
Why?
It sounds normal. I don't-
You guys make me cry.
Why?
Do I sound normal now? Does everybody love it? Is it better?
Yeah, you sound about as.
Shadow quality?
Well-
Absolutely trash.
Epic will never ask you for your password. Guys, I think that's wrong. I think Epic asks you for your password every time you need to log in. Right? Am I right? Come on. Come on, guys. Am I right?
Alright, let's try this fucking game again. That was terrible.
Round number 302. Fight.
That's genuinely what it feels like. I lowered all the qualities on it so I can get the worst shading possible because shadows are useless and they just lag your computer to hell. So I turned off on low, but it didn't render in pretty much any of the other graphics. So I was like, shit, now I gotta custom do this again.
That's okay. I have to go in each my chats. Let's switch things. It's fun.
You should try this, babe.
What is this?
Try it, and then
What-
I'll tell you.
What is it?
Nope. You guys
Alcoholic or not?
are- Yes, it's alcoholic. But try it.
And I need to know that before I try it. Alright, Sam?
Alright. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I swear to motherfucking God, if it did not save.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
I really like it.
If I could have you do me a favor.
Oh Lord, have mercy. I'm gonna have to fight that damn dragon again.
Where's Seahorse at? She not in here. She ain't done
See
nothing
if
yet.
this works a little better.
Here I am, trying to make her birthday a good day, and they won't. Item shot. Item shot. Wow, Deadeye looks
No
cool.
one come at me. I'm over here trying to kill shit.
Check this out.
Well, not yet, but I will.
Dead eye. All the dead eye.
What's your favorite class to play when you play, Lyric?
All the dead eye.
Uh,
Get it.
Dagger.
Dead wave.
Ew. I can't get over this, babe. Can you
No.
please just for a second take a look at what the fuck this is doing? Damn it, it just reloaded.
No.
All this damn shit is floating here. It's like the guards just fucking didn't load in this game, and all of their armor's just laying around.
Maybe it fell off a wagon and just got frozen in time.
So confused.
Iron.
I need more fucking shit. Ugh. I can remember.
Hey, King
what the-
Fergie, if you're still here, man, I'm still playing. Let me know.
Oh.
We'll play some
I swear to fucking God.
Dead by Deadlight. So why not? It's freaking Saturday.
I'm
What
not
else?
the happiest dude.
Sunday. What else are we gonna do Sunday, huh?
Sleep.
Again,
Okay.
trying to work on my stuff, cause you know,
Okay. This is absolutely terrible.
it's how bad are we talking about? Ooh, oh my goodness, my leg itches. Back to being itchy.
Dragon? Hello?
Oh man. Sam playing with
What?
the doggo. It's so freaking
I'm really
cute.
angry. So this is looking beautiful, it's acting beautiful, but it's not rendering my targets where they should be. So I can't properly hit them.
Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, I still have to stream tonight too. Lyric says he'll be right back.
Rude.
Not that he's really going anywhere, because he probably still talks to you on Discord anyways. Look at our puppo. Oh, guys, he's so cute. Well, sorry that we're sitting here waiting, guys. I apologize. I'm keeping people waiting because I'm trying to play with Fortnite. 4 nights and 4 goes. See, get the doggo cam going. Doggo cam, what? What? Do. See. Add another video capture. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There is it. Okay. Doggo cam.
Yeah, this is super not cool.
Do I have to add a audio for?
Oh, hi, Leia.
I shouldn't. Do I have to? Oh, something happened. I know something happened. Hold on.
Why isn't this like Zelda and I can call Epona?
I
Oh, there she
will
is.
fix this in a second. Dog cam will be hidden for the moment. Till further notice. Guys. Someone keeps hitting me up with something? Hold on. Well. Did my capture card just freeze? It's weird. Okay, my PlayStation's working fine.
Did you try and switch it out of the game capture card?
No. I mean, I was already out of it. And then it came back in. Let's see.
I've noticed that if you're not on like the game capture screen, like for the actual Elgato.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm there. See?
I don't know.
It was supposed to be me just closing the window or closing it from full screen and decided not to.
I'm not in the mood for your horse shit.
I know, so I'm telling capture card right now. Okay, there we go, guys. Now maybe we'll get somewhere. Still see Seahorse in chat, so I don't know if she's actually hopping in or not. I keep hearing something, but doesn't mean anything. Oh, capture card's back up. That's good. F12, is it? Okay, so what's going on? She like hopped in and hopped out? Yo, what's up?
I swear.
Hey, you almost scared the crap out of me. I was like, I was expecting someone to talk back, but I just didn't know who, so I was like,
Skyrim belongs to the gods.
yep.
I can't really.
Yeah, I don't get that feeling. You're like, oh, freaking out, like, who the hell is this random person? Oof.
Oh,
Gotcha.
my fucking god, that thing flew.
Oh, look at this tiny screen.
What?
Ooh, how did that go? Wow.
Where did her dead body fly?
She's just dancing over here. I'm so
Oh
done
my
with her right
God.
now. I'll squirrel them as Seahorse. So if they say Seahorse, you know I'm talking about her. She's not pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Where the fuck is the body?
Ooh, that's some dance moves. Hit it.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah.
I got
It's
the
my horse.
Play-Doh stuff. That's it.
I swear to fucking god.
Oh, she's typing it to me? I don't know why she's not. Where's your mic at? Shit. Yeah.
Shit.
Hell yeah, she does.
I, for the life of me, cannot figure
She's
out
all happy when you hop on a boat and watch the boat change because she's got the skin for that too.
I found you.
It's like a kid in a candy store. Oh man. have like a glass desktop, and try not to slant things on it.
Am I missing something, Lyric? Did you say something to me in chat that I can't see?
No, I haven't heard that.
Hi.
Oh.
And I said, I'm back. And I said,
Hey
I
then.
found you in a really deep voice.
Okay, so I didn't fucking miss anything.
I haven't seen that either.
Okay.
Listen out.
My horse is an idiot, but this
can
is
believe it.
Skyrim, so I can climb a mountain.
Okay. No, where you pick. Okay.
Lydia just tried talking to me.
Yeah.
She straight up was just like, "Oh
What's
hey,"
up?
and I was like, "Wait a second, is someone talking to me right now?
Can I help you?
What the fuck?" Lydia, leave
You're
me
so
alone.
quiet. You're whispering.
All right, guys, 10 out of 10. Can I climb this mountain? I'm on my horse, so.
I know it's like 1 in the morning for me.
Oh yeah, boy. Look
Really?
at this. Oh shit! I almost just glitched through the whole map. Oh yeah, I'm in the map. Oh, that was dope. I don't know where I am now. Look at my horse, isn't it amazing? Give it a lick, it tastes just like raisins. You tug on its mane, it turns into a plane, and if you pull on its wing, it that's dirty. Who just came into chat?
I don't know.
Or is it me that dipped out again?
It's probably you dipping out again.
Fuck!
Oh, frick. Well, it took one person down. Yay. Yeah.
Why did you go to general chat?
Oh, I'm down. We got one guy in here.
Why are you in general chat?
It's messed up. He had a blue assault rifle. Only had like a pump action shotgun. That was white.
Why are you in general chat?
Nice. What are you doing,
Sorry, I just-
Seahorse?
Dumped my phone against the desk.
There you go. Yeah.
Did I
Just don't
Snapchat
die
you?
running around.
Yes.
Yeah, if you
Yes. Am I missing something? Is there something that I'm not seeing?
there you go. Listen there.
Okay. I'm so confused. I
Listen to that guy
forgot
out
where
there.
I was going. Why did you go
You
to
just
general
landed in a
chat?
hotbed area. Seahorse is about to be downed. Go. No, she's
Oh
downstairs
my
from
God.
you.
He literally said it was fine.
They
I
probably
already
followed
asked.
her. Go upstairs, Seahorse. Hurry up.
Dingus. Oh shit. That's water. What the fuck?
It sucks I can't turn this camera. Oh. Right there.
I guess
This,
this works.
there you go.
I
Shotgun.
have no idea what they're talking about, nor
That's a
what
good
they're
question.
meaning, other than I went the wrong fucking way again. Shit, I'm
Reboot.
bad at this game.
Gone. It's okay. Rather just you guys win.
I'm coming to realize that I don't remember loving Skyrim this little. Unless it's just PC version that I absolutely hate. But this is horrible.
All the heals.
I have Skyrim music. This would probably be cheaper or easier if I just swam across the whole lake. Can my horse swim across a whole lake? I'm gonna try that. We're gonna try today.
No, I guess.
No, I didn't know. Is that just a dead elk in the middle of this fucking lake?
So random.
It's not dead. It's just out here in the middle of a lake. Okay.
No, yeah, already over with
That's
it. I was just like, and there goes the reboot.
My fucking horse is swimming in like ocean deep water right now.
She's
Like-
running
like
for her
it's
life.
This is a fucking boss ass horse.
Sounds
30
good to
feet?
me.
Yes.
Still 67
did.
people left.
It's amazing. But then it makes me think like orcas are pretty common up
Crazy.
in Alaska, but so are elk.
S-
So like
And
I can
Garfish
just
is
imagine
taking
an
over
orc and
my
an
Twitch
elk
stream.
like just sitting there, and I'm like, they're probably about to have a great fucking battle. Oh yeah, we about to
Gotcha.
kill this bitch. I don't know what's over here. Oh, come here, bitch. Oh, you know that would help if I hit the right buttons.
I'm just gonna watch this pro Fortnite play.
Do you think I can track a vampire soul,
Right.
guys? I don't know
All
if I have
day.
any available. Oh, that's Lydia. Bye, Lydia. Oops, wrong button.
I know I haven't just downloaded this Fortnite onto my computer, but I'm like have like 1 terabyte of RAM, and I'm already like filling it up all the way because I got like Quake and I got the new Call of Duty and all sorts of crap. So everything's filling up. It's like, dang, I need more space.
I have no idea how to use a controller anymore. It just makes me sad. I love Lydia.
Right.
Skyrim!
Oh,
Goodbye.
oh, she got him. Nice.
Is that another
Oh.
vampire hunter over here? Or is this just some random dude?
Yes, someone's still up there. That was weird. Someone else? I don't know. That's freaking weird. That was. Oh, man. Relocating. I was gonna say relocating. That's weird.
Am I on the right path? Hi, Chihuahua almost went the wrong one. No. Going the wrong fucking way, bitches.
Why was she?
One more mountain
Okay.
to climb. This isn't a very big mountain though.
Yeah. Just.
Time to conquer. Ooh, it's a dragon's keep up here. What's that? Yes.
Just snipe the hell out of you. That's one
What's that?
problem that Squirrel has is she stands there and she'll be just collecting things and she won't move around and make sure everything's good.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Make no promises.
But he just
Ooh,
straight
I
through
don't know if I can
those.
take this guy yet. I'm not gonna come here. It's down here. What am I missing?
Can I just? I want to watch the end of this. I want to go back to the lobby.
How far away is this bitch?
I was like trying to just go back to the lobby and I forgot you had to hit circle first.
Why?
So my
Why are there
PlayStation
so many
controller.
fucking vampires here.
And
That was a skeleton. Just kidding.
yeah. So I hit the ready button first. I was like, oh no. Somebody save me. How long have you been streaming?
Nope, nothing worth taking. Nothing worth taking. Who's over here?
Nice. I started around like
Cast
June.
that shit.
I would
No.
have done it sooner, but the internet, where I was staying with my girlfriend,
No.
was,
Why?
terrible.
That's why I don't stream. It's so fair.
Oh, nice.
No, I wouldn't. Too much anxiety.
Eat.
I'm swimming.
I could have. Yeah. Yeah, mine's
Is that
pretty
your
fast too,
entire
but I
fucking
wouldn't say it's a
ship
good one.
underwater?
That's like sits around 600. It's supposed to be.
Motherfucker. There's just
It's
this
supposed to be
giant ship
higher,
right over
but
here.
yeah, it's still good.
Why is
My
oxygen
biggest
bar
issue
not
is
showing up?
peeing. I was.
That's not,
It's
that's not
terrible.
good.
Well, actually, I haven't done a speed test in a while. I'm curious how bad it is, or how good
no.
it is now. Because
No, I.
I've been sitting here
do
on
not have
Discord
limited
talking to people,
oxygen.
streaming, running COD, and
the
Streams
so.
everything fine. Like I barely drop anything, so it's nice. She's just dancing.
You know, I just feel like I'm having a lot of bugs this time around.
Seahorse, we're waiting for you.
I'm not sure why. Wait, let's check my armor. Do I have anything at chance?
Oh. She's blaming you for getting her addicted to Fortnite.
Who's addicted to Fortnite?
Seahorse.
And who's she blaming?
They're in the, like the left corner, honestly. You just-
That's magical. No. Cool. So I just have a bunch of oxygen, or it's just not registered.
Nice. Yeah, Fortnite's like can be fun if you know what you're doing.
This is not a... Ooh, a chest. That was bullshit.
You're just gonna hide it out.
Oh, now I'm drowning. Why didn't my oxygen show up? No, I upped my graphics again. So I didn't have to worry about it anymore, but just fucking kidding. No, I just started drowning.
Yeah, when I first started playing Fortnite, I was like,
I was like,
okay, this is
I guess I ran
crazy.
out of that oxygen.
I like this. This is different. But I was playing campaign mode, and
I
like
have to
none of
pee
it
so
really
bad.
made any
I'm
sense to me. They're like, just
so
go
not
do
looking
this,
forward
do
to
this,
saving
and
up again.
you fight the zombies in the storm or whatever. And I was like, okay. And then all of a sudden, like, I got off of it. Yeah, we can hear you.
Did you message
I
me
hopped
what I was
off
supposed to say,
for
or
a
is
few
it in
months, and then
Discord?
I
Since
heard
it's in
that
Discord,
it just
then
blew
it'll be
up, and
about
everyone was
right
doing the
about-
battle royale stuff, and I was so hopped on again. And like the first 3 matches, I like just died, and I was like, this isn't really for me. Like I'm going somewhere else. And I was into Destiny, and I still am, but I don't play as much, and so I just went to Destiny.
Why is that stuck in my head so bad?
I mean, we are because you weren't talking. So
Oops. There it is. I swear, God, if there's monsters and enemies up here, I'm
you're
fucked.
right.
I'm on my horse.
So we know you're supposed to be quiet
Shit,
right now.
what's that?
Quiet, seahorse.
My horse about to die, guys.
My girlfriend's going down the side of a mountain in
I got
Skyrim right
this.
now.
I got.
Trying not to kill her horse.
I got this, guys. Ooh, it just took some damage.
Right, not the horse.
Oh God.
She's like seriously glitching though. It's just coming
Yeah,
through.
I clipped through the whole mountain earlier. It just took me through the whole side of it. It was great. I was like, what in God's green earth?
Oh jeez.
Bitch, will you get off the horse?
What other games do you play?
Oh my gosh. I am having so many issues, it's not even funny.
Yeah,
I'm about to just pull out my Xbox.
it is nice.
So sad.
She's been helping me stream and stuff and
360.
encouraging me to keep doing it. So
Yeah, it's a first gen.
that
It's
helps
at
out
the
a
Red
lot.
Ring of Death twice. And you have to play it without its cover on. Because if you put the cover on, it just dies. Oh yeah, that thing is so bad. Yep, we've gone through 2.
Wait. When you consider top-notch support though, that's my question.
Yeah, I know that feeling. This is my little brother had this one for a while, then my mom bought him a new one, and then my dad bought
Every
him an
stream.
Xbox 360 Slim. And he just didn't want to use that anymore, so they got an Xbox One. And he was trying to keep this Xbox, and I was like, listen, I want
you
the
retweet
Xbox.
his tweets.
You give it to me. He's like, you can have the shitty one then. You know what? So I took that shitty one, and I cleaned it
No,
out.
no, you messed
Now I
up
just
then.
gotta take the lid off, hold the tray in, and
I can barely
hold
hear her
the CD
too.
down while it tries to read. But we're good. Other than that, it's great. It was free, so yeah. Until it's my family, and they're like, "Oh, you know what? I want that back now." So it's not yours anymore. Okay, where's the guy here? Here's the guy here. I have to pee. Oh, my legs are actually sore from holding them up.
Drinking it up.
That's sad. I'll be right back. I have to go pee.
Eye of the storm. Guys, I am the eye of the storm. Someone outside of my place. Should be
the
scared, guys.
Oh, there he is. Oh my god.
You know what
he's
would be
so
cool if you can dual wield in this game? Oh, yeah. A squirrel downstairs. Scaring the crap out of me. Why did you build stairs on top of my head? Yeah, they're just... Oh. Running around. There's some... There's a blue pistol over here if you want it. Okay, just because you died a little bit, alright? Yeah, full squad? Okay. Ah, no! I hit the wrong thing. Okay, I'm gonna help out Twitch. Or Mufasa. Is that how you say it? Mufasa.
I have arrived. You're welcome. Oh, I hit everything.
Good job. You kill him. Sweet.
And back.
He's freaking on a roll.
So you didn't send me anything, so I don't have to read anything, so I'm good.
Nothing good to use.
You said you were gonna send me something that I should read, and I didn't. So I'm good. I don't have to now.
Oh, you got a treasure chest on top of a toilet.
I was like, this will be fine.
Jeez.
Clicks on game, cuts everything else off. Oh shit. I keep dropping stuff.
This is where I died once. I like fell in a hole. It was too far down and died.
Where you played?
What, babe?
Oh. My coworker tried to get me to play that for the longest time.
Dream with me,
I'm
come
not
dream
surprised.
upon dream. If anyone needs slime, we got one.
But you love me. Where the fuck is the Jarl? I know. There's the Jarl.
Ooh, harpoon gun. Harpoon me, baby.
Oh my god, this guy. This fucking game sucks. Oh. Oh my gosh, this is the remastered version too.
Sam over here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think that like nature scenes were like really nice and really touched up, but everything else I feel like is having 10 times more issues. I think my favorite flaw is just climbing the mountains with my horse. Oh my god. Ridiculous. This fucking Jarl just talks like a vampire. I have to go find a knife point now.
Let's see. I'm all focused, just chopping through stuff.
Well, I decided this time that I would play something other than a mage, and I'm struggling 900%.
What do you play as, babe?
Me? I'm always play as a mage, but this time I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just try and dual wield this whole time, and it sucks. Every inch of it sucks. I hate it. I wish I'd never done it. I wish it was never invented. I want to put these things away instantaneously. Oh god, I fucking hate it. I have to go all the way over there. Why, Dakota Kane, are you making me go there?
I'm right over here with no shield. What are you guys talking
That's
about?
where that is. The house that you can make in the expansion pack is in Fall Creek, right? I think it's up there.
Alright, what I should. Oh, okay.
I'm just talking out loud, trying to remember things. I think the house that you bought any of the expansions for it
We
or
go
no?
up on the bridge.
Okay, I was just asking if the house that you can
Some
create
crazy.
from ground up is in Fall Creek.
I see one person in the distance.
Yeah.
They're running away from us. Oh, wait. Where'd they go? Now they know they're here.
One in Fall Creek.
They're done.
No, I don't think you can do White Run.
They were
That's
like
one.
over the hill and gone already. It's probably a bot because they were like running out of the circle.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There you go. Oh, there's an assault rifle in there, a blue one.
Because I think the one that I like is near Fall Creek, but I can never ever remember because
It's in the
I've
store.
barely ever played any of this one. I played like a shit ton of it when it first came out and like never ever touched the DLCs. And then I bought the DLCs and then I again never touched
Squirrel,
the DLCs.
why did he throw down? Oof. That was stupid of me. Just blew myself up. That was great. Yay.
Oh,
Anybody got any
I watched
bandages?
everyone do that. Didn't ever
For
do
my
it for
stupid
myself.
self.
Wasn't about to put money into it.
Nice, okay.
I put money
That's what
in
you
my
were
Diablo.
peeing. I looked at you peeing.
What the fuck is this house that I'm supposed to build? Sorry, I started to yawn.
What?
I think that's where it is. Yeah, that looks a
Okay, we'll
lot
check in
more
a second.
familiar. I'm gonna walk that way instead as I drop down a mountain. No damage, bitch. Show you where the lemonade is made, sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade. Nice, it's stuck in my head, bitch.
Come on. Hurry up and heal already. There you go.
See, you can't be tickling people's butts like that.
Ammo,
No,
heavy
thank you.
bullets.
I do not need my butete.
Yeah, I don't have a sniper. Got a shotgun if you need them.
Alright. Am I just fucking going insane? Or like, is the house nowhere in this area? If I can say that at work, I'm like, I feel like I'm going crazy, but my manager's always like, listen, Sam, we've talked about this. You are crazy. This though, this isn't crazy. This is normal. Right? My boss is always calling me crazy. I don't know what's over here, but
Take the
I'm about to
minis.
discover it.
If anyone's willing to part with them.
Oh, I forgot. You can jump in this game.
I don't have any minis on me.
Listen, I'm not playing
some
on an
shield.
actual controller. No. I'm using a Logitech gaming controller, so it's the Y button.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh god, I keep putting everything away because I keep forgetting how to use things.
What's a harpoon good for? That's really it. Get over.
Oh, fuck yeah. Took that bitch's soul.
Yep. Get over here.
Just in here? Ooh.
Nice.
Okay. I don't know if I needed any of that, but you know what? I took it. Oh my god, that's like 4 different things, so good luck getting that. I think I have 2 purples. One is like really, really light, the other one's like a metallic-y purple that I don't use. Nah, it looks like shit.
What's up?
Ugh, the dark one's metallic and I don't like it.
Oh, nice. Okay. Thank
I
you.
bought them on sale and I was thoroughly displeased. And I haven't really found a lavender. Oh, you know, I might have the old lavender one.
Wonder what she's shooting at right now.
Alright, the house is definitely not over here. You know what? Fuck this. Fuck all this shit. Fuck all y'all people. I'm just... I also hate this because I'm only level 15 in
Really?
this game, so I have no
Freaking hilarious.
stamina.
Oh, I got little bots.
I said I hate that I have no stamina in this game. It also is probably cutting out because I don't have it pulled out of its little socket.
Sniper rifle, nice. Oh crap! Who's shooting at me? Oh, behind us.
Also, another reason I shouldn't stream is because Tyrole's streaming, so we're just gonna hear screaming.
Oh, squirrel! What are you doing? Behind and above me. Yay!
It's probably definitely on my end. You'll have to give me a minute before I can look at it at all.
Mufafa coming. Mufafa gonna come save the day.
Shit! I'm safe.
Run!
I know.
Oh, there you go. Jeez. Alright, revive me, please.
Okay, is that any better?
Yep. I mean,
Okay.
I
Hopefully
didn't say he
that's
was
it.
gonna come
I
save
just
the
had
day. I
it
just said he's gonna come save
still
it.
in its slot. I didn't pull it out.
Oh.
Still issues.
Well, thanks for saving the day, squirrel. And I'm
Liar.
sad that that happened. Oh.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm about to. Oh, you motherfuckers!
I will be your guys' body shield. Welcome to Ty, the body shield. Oh, only last 2 bullets. Oof.
I have a habit of picking things up that I don't need.
I'm
Oh my god. Gonna stab you.
school drinking.
Yeah, I need to capture your soul. There we go. No. No. I have to hit you with my mace.
I got assist for that.
I have
so
a mace
I'm
that
fine with
steals
that.
souls. Stop
Ooh.
healing, you son of a fucking
Yep, I
spriggan.
saw him. You just kill him.
Yes. Yeah, I was killing a spriggan.
Nice. I just got some small potion.
Now I gotta heal because you were bitch ass. Also, this controller is really fucking wide. You know what I should do? I should be smart. Put my weapons on. No.
Over where? Over there? There's stuff over here too, though. Oh. Okay. Alright, run. It's about to shrink in my eye of the storm.
Oh my god.
Survival medal max. 10 players remaining. I'm gonna heal myself up as soon as we get off. There you go. Oh, okay, no. You're far enough. Right here.
I'm with you there, bro.
Take him out, man. Alright, cool. That was actually 3 Metcalf. Mufafa's on the hill shooting already. Sweet. Yeah, it's really weird.
Oh, I forgot to tell you,
That's not
your
normal.
daily selfie requirement.
8 left.
You haven't met it yet.
So we're 3 late. So there's 5.
I said you didn't meet your daily
No, I
selfie
just-
requirement.
There's like 5 more people. Someone else can grab it.
Yep, you heard me. Oh,
Squirrel does
yeah.
one.
Uh huh.
Oh, you already have it? Sweet, I'll take it then.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think I said? I want to hear that first.
Oof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you heard wrong.
Gotcha.
Clearly. No, it's probably definitely me.
Oh, this guy to the left.
And I
Can't
just
see
haven't
where the
checked
hell he's
anything.
at though. Oh, he's by the barn out here. 26 damage twice.
Yeah, your daily
27?
selfie requirement.
His shield's off.
It's not. You're just using it.
Okay,
And I'll
he's
just say
knocked.
the one word over
Oh,
and
crap.
over and over.
You got two people
until
from
you
the,
send it.
the house?
Selfie.
Knocked one of them?
Your selfie requirement.
Alright. Yeah, good job. Dream team. That's what I just caught. I'm just running off into the sunset right now.
Well, you might want to fix that then.
It's funny. So,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see
I don't
it.
think you can fix that because it hasn't even started.
Nice.
So what you need to do is you need to start with
I
your
think I
daily
literally had
selfies.
one. so,
Fuck out of here, wolves.
so I said I'll just be a meat shield for you guys.
Fucking kill you, bitches.
Like I said, my skills trash.
Oops.
She went to lobby?
Or
Oh.
smack video with a
just went to-
soul-stealing weapon.
Match stats. There you go. Yeah, I only eliminated one person. 2 headshots though. Let's not talk about anything else.
Oh, I hate it, but it's quite funny when you hit her with a soul-stealing weapon and she just goes.
Next recap. Let's go.
Like,
Return to
listen,
lobby.
chick. Not audible. Why? Why? Oh, thank Jesus I killed him.
Just like
You know,
parted.
all I heard was, I'm a weeb.
There's nothing new over there, Sam.
Even Ty agrees.
Weeb all day and night. You guys watch any good anime? Mufafa?
Well, something killed this. Probably not good to stay around, but thanks for the free shit. I'm gonna keep going.
Gotcha.
Lydia, what the fuck? Also,
Baki? Should I think of Baki?
why is there just a dead alchemist?
I don't think of Baki. No, I don't think I have.
Oh, you know why I bought those?
Is that the...
I remember now.
Is that cooking one? Okay.
Oh, I have a problem. Because I like to collect books. Oh, you.
Was that on
weird.
Netflix? Cause I forget.
Fucking
There's
friggin'
two of them. There's
Y'all are all
There's
over
Ken
this
Ashura,
goddamn area.
Ashura
I'm
and then
about had it with
Baki.
you
Oh yeah,
bitches.
so I remember Baki. Baki reminds me if you ever watch Kenchi's Mightiest Disciple.
Okay, how many levels do I have?
That's like a throwback to the old ones, but yeah, freaking love it. Okay, cancel matchmaking.
I used to have a little Hatsune Miku. that would
Yeah,
follow me
Kenchi's
around
Mighty
on my
Disciple
desktop
starts off
and
with
make
a
little comments.
guy who's
Just-
brought
I
in
used
to
have
be
a
a disciple
Hatsune
of like these
Miku
mighty
running around on my
teachers,
desktop,
and
making
so
little
they're
comments
teaching
and
him to
stuff
be
that
the
I would do.
world's most
I don't remember the
deadliest
files
disciple,
for-
but they're like more
Cool.
they put more towards he's just like a defender of the
Yeah, more
weak kind of
spells than I do anything else.
background, but he pretty much just has to beat people senseless.
Oh,
And it's freaking amazing,
this
just
game today.
the art and the way they do it, everything is exactly like Baki and Kench Ashura. You know, it gets bloody, it's in there. The art is a little bit more on the normal anime size. I want to say it's as graphic and realist, I guess to say, because there's two different types of anime. If you really want to break it down, you get more realistic anime art style, and then you have more of like the okay, we're still kid cartoonish like, but we're still real. Like that's more where
I'm trying to
Kenchi's.
figure out why I have stupid
Kenchi
shit
was
on my
at.
favorites, but not
But
on
anyways,
good
it was
stuff.
it's freaking amazing. If you ever get a chance to watch it, Kenchi's Mightiest Disciples, freaking amazing. So gets you pumping. There's I don't know how far back you go because there was a period of time when I was kind of into anime and then I fell off and I just watched like I watched a bunch of other regular shows and stuff on TV and whatnot, and then I got back into anime about like
Ooh, you know
8
what
years
puts you
ago. So I'm a super
at?
weeb
Oh,
now.
fucking God, I remember what the fuck
Like-
this button is.
Like Yeah. You're not alone. I know so many people. Wait, Marshmallow Gaming, what's up? What's going on, man? Welcome in. What has two butts and
This
kills
friggin'
people?
Get back here, bitch.
That's a good
I'll
question.
probably
I do not know the answer to that. Do you guys have any idea of what the hell
I'm talking to myself.
would have two butts and kills people? Oh, assassin.
That's it.
Assassin
I'm gonna
has
give
two
up. I'm not gonna
butts
play-
and kill
this is
people.
stupid. I'm just gonna go back to what I'm good at. Yeah. No, I'm gonna pussy out. That's-
Did you guys
that's
jump
good that
already?
You do, but I don't really care.
Okay.
I just don't want to have to play this.
Okay, yeah, I can't think of the name
it
of it anymore.
sucks.
Yes,
My render isn't that good.
I had to check it too. Dude, what's up, man? Marshmallow Gaming, thanks for dropping in, man. It's just sitting here playing some Fortnite with these guys. Try not to fall off this damn power plant again. I was like,
It's not that I don't like
it was,
the class.
it was like one like me and
PC,
Squirrel
it's
hopped in
way off
and we
from
were
what
like,
they are, so
oh,
when
you
I
know,
go
we'll
swing,
we'll
I'm
just
not
go in,
actually
it's
hitting the
fine,
things I
we'll be
should be.
good, right?
It's
I opened this
frustrating
chest
because no
and
fucking
all
reason.
the parts fell off.
Because I was trying to hit a dragon and it genuinely was like 15 feet away
Like,
from me and was
oh,
like,
well, this time I
the
got a
dragon's right in front of you.
freaking shield potion, but
This is not it.
dude, come on. Marshmallow
But it's not.
Gaming. He names themselves
But has
Marshmallow.
fallen asleep.
I'm like stuck up here. A guy who's named Ty, duh. Okay.
Talking to your cat. Please tell me you're talking to your cat. Okay. No, I was just very, very worried you were talking to someone in COD like that. You just like come around the corner, you're like, yes, I see you. I see you.
How
And
do
was
I
like,
get down from here? Without dying, that'd be
Mm.
great. Okay, never mind, I figured it out.
Mm. Oh my god.
I'm trying to think of who Marshmallow Gaming is. I feel like I know this person.
Of course.
I do not have any weapons right now. I'm so sad. There's a guy outside. Where are they? Don't shoot me, guys. I'm innocent.
I'm just trying to
I
get
didn't
up.
do anything. Oh, yes. They're downstairs. Hold up.
Me. I'm going right.
Alright.
I'm going
Assassin.
right.
Are you assassin or are you just squirrely? It's dad jokes for days. Oh. Alright, well, that one just. Oh crap. This person's
It's
shooting
never
me.
fair, bitch.
No. I'm gonna die.
Wait.
Can I help you? Yeah, save me.
I mean, they do have like.
They're coming behind me.
So it's understandable.
Not gonna survive. No, I'm not gonna reboot you. Who do you think I am?
I had a friend show me one time that this chick could fit an entire like handlebar from a
Oh,
bike of
crap,
a
I
cooch,
know.
And I was like, whoa.
Look. Did I get the reboot card? No. Cause I'm freaking screwed. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. She showed me a video of some chick sticking a whole entire bike handlebar up her cooch.
Well, nope, I'm dead. Oh, I didn't know if Mufatha died.
I mean, it felt like that in real life either way because, like, who shows that people those types of videos? But
This.
oh my goodness!
I started with
I
no
mean, I did
weapons.
send you a
right?
selfie of me, so I guess it is pretty fucked up.
Squirrel over here with all the weapons, you know, not saving us at all. Get
I didn't hear you. What you said? No, I'm
I'm
good.
definitely not the train. We have to get my man Lyric for that. He's the train. He carried us right to the finish.
I mean, if I fought, I'd probably win. I'm a fucking boss ass bitch.
But yeah, no. Trying to think of who.
This is registering. There's a rock here where there wasn't.
Nope. Must be YouTube.
I sure hope that's not what you sound like.
Do, 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 do.
Nothing.
Oh my.
I'm over here
Jeez.
trying to climb a mountain.
Alright, I
and
think I'm
on
gonna
my
do
horse.
like one more game and then I'm gonna
It's
switch
the
back to
worst
COD.
idea I've ever had. What are you doing it this whole time? I could've
I'm
been
addicted
whirlwind
to that
sprinting.
game, man. It's not funny. Uh-oh.
What the fuck, dudes? What the fuck, dudes? Am I even close to
Gotcha.
where I'm supposed to
I'm-
go?
Never played Rainbow, so
Rainbow Six Siege, babe?
yeah.
I think Sean's played it a couple times. I want to say I've seen him stream it. I can't remember. Did he stream today or not?
Yeah. Oh, that's why I like with COD, like I want to get competitive with it. I actually want to go and do things. So I'm like, let's grind it.
Oh yes, I just climbed a mountain without my horse, and I feel
Oh,
so
I just-
fucking good.
I-
I'm about to
Just like-
surprise these motherfuckers.
Oof.
Oh shit. Well, it's just
Yeah.
so. I wonder if I can just hide now.
But now you're back. You're playing.
I just like jumped in at the main door and then walked over and closed the gate, and they all just keep walking around going, "Who is that?"
Let's hope they
Who's
don't do it
there?
ever again. Who stops in the game just like willy nilly?
Yeah.
Like
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what you told me. Shit. Give me 2 seconds.
right? Jeez. Yeah, everyone was freaking out. I was like, "There's a
Yeah.
black hole on Fortnite."
Can you hear Ty just fine?
You know. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Just for doing
Yeah.
that.
I'm actually gonna hop out of Discord
Damn.
and see if I can fix it real quick.
Just that 24-hour period alone. It's really nuts. Just talking to people the whole entire time. I mean, you can't do it. And everyone who wasn't playing Fortnite was like, okay, well, let's go find someone to
Alright,
fucking
let's switch
watch.
to a private chat
Who's
to see if
actually
that fixes
doing
it.
something about it. Or trying to. But I know it's. You know, but I bet like 8,000.
Okay, is this any better?
Yeah, probably would have.
Ugh.
Let's be honest, but you know, hindsight's 2020,
Shit.
so you do what you
it's 'cause
can.
There's so much.
We're going back to this
internet
place.
being
This
used right
this
now.
is
It's-
terrible,
it's
guys.
stressing on the line.
Oh man, we gotta fire our navigator.
Yep.
I'm oh, alright, what's the fastest way down? This is killing me. Well, I mean, like after you're gliding, you know what I mean? Like.
All right, maybe that's gonna be a little bit better. I'm literally just playing with
No,
a bunch
it
of
isn't.
stuff now.
Oh, there's 2 people on me.
Okay.
They're kicking my
we're gonna
butt
try
right
this
now.
for a bit. Because
Oof.
every time I go in and out of Skyrim, it glitches
about
my
to
mouse,
die.
so it stays on
Oh,
screen
yeah, I'm
until I,
down.
like go in and out of it.
No, he's whacking me. Guys, while they're distracted, shoot him.
Hello?
Oh man, that was worse. That was worse, guys.
Why?
Squirrel's over here.
That's so much talking.
I think they went to the right of you, maybe.
Well,
No.
you gotta keep
Oh,
the
there you go.
conversation going because
Oh,
I'm
that's a
absolutely
bot.
terrible
That's
about that on my own. Alright.
Oh, there's a real guy. That's. Oh my god. Yeah, nice job. Like I was shooting him and they weren't going down. I was like, no. So I was
I'm
like, I'm
just
just gonna run.
Burning this person.
So
to
one
death.
chick had a freaking sniper. So. Ah, there you go. That's the other one.
Because I kind of feel like it.
Oh, there's of course the other one. Oh. Nice.
So she-
Nice.
She like falls down and she's like, oh, I cannot best you. And then she dies immediately. It's like,
Yeah,
good. Oh man, now I'm overburdened again. Hey Lydia,
Ooh.
let me talk to you real quick. Yeah, I know
Squirrel,
you
get over here. She's
No,
shooting
she's
at the
a fucking
ground.
tank.
Is
She
that a
holds
bot?
literally everything. And I love it. Oh god,
I don't think so either, but
I
like
love it. It's great. I
revive,
guess-
revive. You said reboot. I was
Okay,
like,
I
you're
took
gonna.
out the,
Wait, you're
noise
still alive.
suppression
Can't
on the back
reboot
end of
you.
it. So
Yeah,
let's see
she
if-
picked you up
if
again.
That's the whole reason it was doing its bullshit.
Oh.
Why do I
No,
have
no,
an
no.
iron
To the
battle
left. There's a
axe?
guy outside. I thought. Yeah,
What?
yep, yep, yep. Oh, crap. Yo, squirrel. Alright. Well, thanks for playing with me, Mufafa. I appreciate it.
That's super pretty. I
As
don't need
your gamer tag is the same as your
Drop
streamer tag, right?
that. Don't need that. Don't
Okay,
need
I'll
that.
go find you. I just support streamers.
Definitely don't need that.
What's that?
Don't know
Yeah,
why
yeah,
I have
it is.
that. Nor those.
Makes it
Or
easy,
that.
you know. Until you blow up so
It is
much that
using
you're sick of
Dawnbreaker.
people asking to play.
Good job, Lydia.
That's awesome. Let's see.
Alright, is it better now? Is it? Have I done enough talking yet? Because I keep forgetting.
Go back to lobby.
Oh my god. I think that's just a personal preference. Oh, you know what sucks? This, no. This,
Sam's.
this, whatchamacallit, this controller doesn't have
There you go. Looks like
vibration.
there.
So I can't, when I'm doing lockpicking, I can't tell if I'm...
Alright, see you, my father. I'll give you a follow. So. Oh, my
It's the
bad.
worst. I
Sorry.
was just trying
It's
to lockpick,
a
I was
guy
like,
named Ty.
Oh god. Wait, Jesus, this goes...
a guy named Ty won.
I mean, I can put the vibration
Sorry, I
sensitivity
forgot
on,
my
but if I
freaking
do that,
gamer
it
tag's
literally
different. I need to
reverses the
change that
entirety
before I
of
leave.
all the controls.
Yeah, it's no problem. Yeah, I found you already.
Time to yeet
Alright, man.
yourself
Good
off a
night.
cliff.
We'll leave you up. All the time. Yeah.
You're just so used to all that vibrating. Oh my god. I'd like to say I do, but I don't think I do. It's more like every other night, maybe? I haven't
Caught
lately, though, 'cause
in
we've been
this
busy at night with
place.
streaming.
Hey, ask Lyric if he's ready to go again.
Hey Lyric, are you ready to go again?
Is his soul burning
No,
with
for Call of
COD
Duty.
passion? No. What's up? He said no.
He hasn't answered. He just asked if if we were asking if he's ready for sex. I said no. I said this is for Call of Duty.
Thank you for the follow.
I mean, unless you're playing with your brother, and I don't want to kick you guys from playing any game.
It didn't sound right when you said that, babe.
Ooh, an orcish greatsword. I'll take that.
Did I accidentally unplug my mouse? Is that what happened? I'd be mad.
What's all that noise? Oh, all that noise is in Skyrim. It sounded like somebody was skateboarding, and I was so confused. It's just all in Skyrim.
Sam's hearing things.
I'm in a cave.
You might want to lay off the... Can't think of the words right now.
Alcohol?
No.
Is that what you're trying
Off
to
the acid.
This guy's dead bones just fell from literally nothing, and that was kind of scary.
I can believe it.
I don't know where that fell. Did you just turn something on? Yeah, I heard it. Ooh, you gonna play with my boyfriend? Nah, it's okay. You can play with my boyfriend. I'll give you guys time. The
Whoa.
ooh-woo face.
I hear
I can
some
almost hear it.
innuendo, some mature jokes coming out of there. What?
I can just hear this. I just picked up another axe. Babe, we got a new wooer.
What?
We have an ooh-wooer. He's a uwooing.
Is it Uber win?
He's an uwooer.
What the hell's an Uber word?
An uwoo?
Oh, Uber.
He's
Oh,
uwooing.
Uber. So freaking done right now. I'm done with both of you guys. Don't speak to me anymore unless you have something that's not ooh coming out of your mouth.
I mean, I guess I just won't speak anymore. then.
So harsh. Sam's like, every word that comes out of my mouth is ooh.
It will forever and always be an uwoo.
Lyric's just like ooh in chat right now.
Oh my god.
All the oohs, guys. I need all the oohs. Shoot house map
This
is
is getting off
nuts.
because you're not even on Call of Duty anymore, babe.
What? I mean, you can get off all you want. I just don't want to know about it, okay?
Oh god, he says he's getting off now. Why did you do this? You realize I'm on microphone, right, babe? I can hear this.
That's not my fault,
Oh,
alright?
God. Oh my gosh. Oh Jesus God. This is,
Alright, that's updated.
oh God.
Yeah.
I didn't need to know these things.
Are you sure?
No. No. God. Oh God.
Oh,
Just
it's
draw little
happening.
blush markings on your face. Squint the eyes.
Freaking leaving both of you
Be
guys.
like, I'm a woo woo.
I'm finding someone else. What is going on? Why is my mouse
Oh,
not
I hate
showing
the
up?
fucking messengers in this game. Hey,
Freaking weird.
you. I've got something to deliver. Let's see. I would, but I'm actually trying to play decent in this game for once and not murder a bunch of people. It's relatively difficult.
Ooh.
Guys need to stop ooh.
Ooh.
No more ooh.
Ooh. Ooh.
I
That was a-
claim ooh woos to be
That was a
stopped.
cry. A cry from pain. Oh my gosh. Okay, my mouse is working, but why is it not?
Can I get rid of the
Okay,
Jarl
there
of
we go.
Falkreath because
Yeesh.
I really don't like him.
Alright, I'm gonna replace the both of you. Guys, remove yourselves from my immediate vicinity. As herefore.
We're in general chat if you want to pop in there, babe.
Yeah. Oh, in general.
Yeah,
You
because
mean
we left you alone so that you
general.
could chill with your streamers. Oh shit, yeah, we switched to private chat because I was having issues with my mic. My bad. I fucking forgot about
I was like, I don't hear him talking, so he's not in
that. Guys, I'm in
any
the middle of
chat
my game
whatsoever.
here. Do you know how stressful this is for me to get up, get my ass moving, and actually change things? I can't just rotate like you. I don't have long arms. Let me try
Oh,
this.
dude. Oh,
No, this is difficult.
Sam's dying. I'm still in gaming chat, so.
Yeah, okay, we'll meet you there.
Well, why don't you? Huh?
Alright, stop your fapping. Okay. Done.
Hey, we're gonna do something crazy, alright?
Alright.
Lyric, you ready for this?
Oh.
No, not the ooh!
Oh my god, I'm still in chat. This is gonna be reverting 2 seconds from time. There we go. Oh, I can finally put this in.
Hi, hi,
What?
hi.
What?
Ooh.
What?
This one's on with all of you guys. I just tried to use my controller to get back into my game and I'm struggling. This controller sucks.
Hello, my name is Ty. What is yours?
What the fuck?
You heard me? I'm a Thai. Do you want to talk? Oh, 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 oh. All night, guys. All night. I don't know. What are we playing? You tell me.
I don't know. What are we playing?
We're playing shoot map.
Oh, okay.
24-hour shoot map.
I fucking hate this guy in Falkreath. He just sounds slimy and disgusting. I want him dead.
Oof. Be dead. Be dead or be gone. Why?
Come on, thought.
Be gone, thought.
Be gone, thunk.
Thunk. Thunk. The thunk. Yes. Oh no. What is going on? I will fix this later. Alright, I will join. I was trying. Apparently you have different settings for Blizzard than you do. Ah,
So I can
frick.
take gold.
Figures
but
they
I
would get us
can't
from the left
take
side.
normal
Did you
stuff.
get you too? Did you die?
Yeah. I don't know if I was the same guy, but
Yeah, if you were standing where I was, yeah.
This is ridiculous.
I like how I don't play for free.
Oh.
Like I'm already worse than anything else.
It's just practice, love. You'll get
Oof. I got burnt on fire. He threw a freaking thermite grenade at me. I can't help you.
Breakfast won't save me.
Breakfast won't save you.
Breakfast.
Oh. Ah. Jeez.
there. Listen,
You're
bitch.
the one that said breakfast.
I did not. I said.
Yeah, you said
Oh.
breakfast.
I said breakfast?
Breakfast.
Yeah, you did.
I swear he said breakfast.
You
You're getting
literally
ate like
corrected
breakfast. That's what
us.
you said.
You said breakfast.
I said I'm gonna die or something. I don't think I said breakfast.
You genuinely corrected us.
Alright. Well, frickin'
You should
this. I
I
just
wonder
used a
if I could
stem
dual
when I
wield
didn't need
daggers
to.
if that would be any better. I don't feel like it.
I'm doing awful. This is awesome.
Yep. Telling me. I'm just gonna hide here. Till the storm calms.
I just noticed the music's still on.
That's good. Music is good.
That sucks.
Really? I think it's pretty awesome.
Oh yes. He tried to.
Dear
He tried to
Jesus.
get me. It didn't work.
Stop this fucking movie.
Oh no, I just stemmed up. I have no clue what the stem does, honestly. I thought it just brings back instant health.
Oh my god, that's so far away from my goddamn manor. Are you
Yeah,
kidding
goodbye.
me?
Lyric, I just saw those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna save you, but you slid before I could say anything.
Oh well. I'm doing so negative. Oh boy.
It's okay.
Please.
You'll fix yourself eventually.
Oh my.
Oh.
Please stop camping in the corner of this one.
No,
I beg of you.
I don't want to.
Oh, he shotgun me? No? Or what was that? He shot me with the MK2 carbine. That was freaking nasty. One shot, dude. He was over here. How did you get by him without?
I
You
killed.
killed him? Okay, sweet.
How'd you get?
Oof.
Killed him. I don't know.
He was dead.
I was assuming, but sometimes people get by him without, like, actually killing him. Oh, freak, there's a guy in this courtyard.
My poor KD.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a great KD in this game.
Well,
Oh,
I'm running
dude,
through here,
guy's
but-
body went flying. Oof.
Alright, listen, motherfuckers. I'm not in the mood to fucking fight. I'm in the middle of trying to
Okay.
get to my house.
My
You're
lag,
gonna start
your
this.
lag is freaking
I'm not
terrible,
gonna do it.
bro.
I don't think you want to, but this bandit's like, I'm gonna make this quick. He gets lit on fire, dies.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? Alright. Let's go, come on. That's
Oh, shit.
gotta focus, guys. Gotta focus. Let me focus.
Focus on this ass.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? Why am I dying so fast this time? I don't make sense. Last time people were
Oh,
like
it's a spider.
running around, I was killing them, I was getting a decent kill streak going on. Oh, he freaking rim shot me, dude. I don't like this match. This match is freaking ridiculous.
A lot of shotgunners.
I
was it your
don't
phone?
I don't know. They've been using those carbines.
I seen your laser and I thought it was an enemy.
My laser or his laser.
I think it was your laser. Was it?
No, I don't have one on it. It may have been a teammate.
So I looked behind me.
Oh, There's another guy over here with the laser though that just killed me. So if you run back there, you can maybe get a kill off of him. Cause he was stupid. I slid right on his legs. Well, I mean, if he died, it's freaking sad. But
Wow, that's not very nice.
I mean, I'm just telling it as it is, bro. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. He shotgunned me. Okay, this is why I don't like this match. This match is freaking stupid. Hey! Freaking die, guys. Oohs have been shut down for further notice. Dude. I'm gonna die. So chop like your photo. Why am I watching any of this, guys? Zanakin. Oh my gosh, my kill death ratio is so freaking bad. Ah, I got unlocked another weapon unlocked though. That was nice. I take it. I was feeling like a hero. Now I'm just a zero. What I'm gonna do to get better than this? Let's see. Unlock some rig for all weapons with ACOG scope. Get 200 kills using this Scott combat optic. Isn't that what I'm using right now? Isn't that what the heck? Oh no. Seriously? I have to go back to this thing? I mean, I'm fine with that, but I wish I'd known that, or it would have been like 100 kills into getting this scope reticle open up. Not my butthole. Dirty, dirty, dirty people, alright? Blowing in the wind. How could you believe this? Ooh, I'm gonna be level 49 in a little bit. Kill streak. Highest earned is 8. My kill death ratio is 65. Ooh. Yep. I have a 50% win rate though. That's pretty nice. Can be worse, right? Could be so bad. So bad. Why don't I want to use my secondary? I don't know why I don't use my secondary sometimes. Sometimes I could just blowing people up and you get like free two rocket launches, you know? Wait, why don't I fucking use them? Coalition. So the fun thing about the fun house or the shoot house is that it changes missions from time to time. So right now we're doing mission headquarters. And then another time I'll do I can't think of the name of the mode for this, but it's like Supremacy for like Destiny, you know? Scout optics is freaking weird. I don't like how it sits. Oh man, that sucks.
Oh, we're playing H.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, he's been gone, babe. He's
Oh,
gonna
I
be
just
right
killed my.
back, and
No,
then
someone
just
sniped me.
never responded to him.
I didn't think I was gonna snipe him. No, I watched you die, and then I died right next to you.
We died that couple.
Ooh, I'm not ready to die as a couple.
Oh, you gotta fill yourself and get yourself ready, cause we gonna die together, baby.
Oh, serious?
Oh my god.
But yeah.
I'm terrible.
I got an assist for that. Nice.
I need these bitches.
It's that freaking rocket grenade, the freaking area.
I need some of these. These definitely. Shit again.
Okay, just throw stun this way and don't come this way. Okay, weirdos.
Lydia.
You guys got him on corner capping? Sweet. Okay, well, that's fine by me. Check your bloody fire. I killed him for you.
We only have 13 seconds capture, so.
Ah,
I mean, no.
dude, Chief, you're stupid. He hopped right in front of an enemy.
I'm capping, but no. Oh well.
Not your rank, dude. Guy's name. Oh, I'm freaking stupid. Ah, I was trying to dose up. Come on, man. Don't let me dose up first, man. That's them becoming handy. Whenever you can use it, though. Nice.
Oh,
Because they got their own UV.
oh, do they?
My best guess.
That ghost on.
It's doesn't matter apparently. Just kidding. You got. There's other ways to track you though. You know.
He was looking the complete opposite direction. That's why I was confused.
Oh. I don't know. You watch your death cam?
I can build my house.
Oh. I got assist for that. That was nice. Behind you guys. Let's go. Come on. La 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 bum bum ba dum. Ooh. Ah, freak me. No, I mean what I mean.
Fucking woo, guys.
It's just ooh to the boo.
Ooh, on me.
That's it. I'm done. Goodbye. Yo, my stomach is so fucking loud just now. Slightly ridiculous. Man, pen.
Oh, frack. I should have switched. Freaking. You're freaking kidding me. I should have switched. I freaking should have switched. I was blowing all of them up. I should have switched. The times you should have switched and you don't switch is freaking maddening. You guys kill all those guys? They came in like such a mass group. It was a bit funny.
No. Are they really clapping?
Nice. That headshot. Oh, came around the corner and popped me. Good too. He like knew I was there. Unless he was just like checking the area really freaking nicely. It's just freaking crazy. Oh freak! I'm just killing everybody but the enemies. You know.
You shouldn't kill me. I'm fragile.
You're fragile.
No.
I don't kill you. The enemy will kill you. Don't you want me to kill you first?
No. Not really.
Nice. All right. Where are they at? Oh, they're in the middle.
Clan tag is ooh, how cute.
Oh, nice. We were just talking about him then. Well, crap.
I'm changing my clan tag to ooh.
Alright, sounds good.
I'm done with you guys.
Will you also turn yourself the fuckboy? Fucking slid in front of me. Didn't have enough health because that freaking grenade.
Fucking die.
Babe's over here dying. She can't handle her
lately.
cuteness.
I have to pee again and I don't want to get up.
Oh,
My
sounds
ass
like a
is
personal
down numb
problem.
again.
Can't help you with that, babe. Dude, he should have died. I was shooting him like in the head, like in the neck, and he wasn't dying. I was like, you're freaking kidding me right now. Oh, behind you? Behind you?
Yeah, that was the guy in front of me.
Oh, that sucks too. But I was hoping to save you some pain. You know?
Yeah, no, it's that.
Well, I got Avenger. Oh, Oh, crap. Oh, extra spicy got me instead. I like, one guy dove under me, and I jumped over that guy at the same time.
Oh my god, Lydia, you fucked me up.
Oh,
That was being spawned.
that fucking sucks. Yeah, this map's notorious at the moment. Nice.
God damn it.
Oh, watch out, dude. Nice. You got him, solid. Oof, I'm at the bottom of the ladder right now.
I hate this game. I'm not playing it.
Oh, freak. Okay, well.
No.
Ah, got one. Teammate left, dude. That sucks. Oh, that's what they threw. Okay. I was like, something. They threw something. Oh, behind us. Jolie Poly. Nice name, dude.
I'll be right back.
Alright. Yep. All the time. Dude, come on. Ah, fuck. Behind you. Behind it. No, you're dead. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was shooting one, but I don't know if that was when you ran. What you're talking about.
Alright, well, avenge somebody. That was nice. Nice. Respawn disabled. Fuck.
So much cooler in the rest of the fucking house.
It's much cooler in the rest of the house?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Why do you think I was freaking sweating balls? Oh crap, I almost cleared Haycors. Ooh, someone saved popcorn. That my oh, come on guys, come kill him. Ah.
That's Chapman. I haven't even checked it.
You seriously? I got an assist for that? That's fucking
I
bullshit.
shouldn't have checked it. The last thing in there says ooh woo.
Ooh. Ah, I try to dodge. You guys see that?
I hope you know,
Was it
babe,
cut
we're at a
record?
point where if we fall asleep, we're missing world championships. So I'm just staying up now until it's on.
That's fine. As long as I play this, I'm good.
As long as we're all on the bowl on the same page there.
Who wants to take the HQ? Why, we block this area. You guys? Okay. I'll take it. Respawn disabled. Fuck. Oh, I got my revenge. Watch the building. The house. Nope, never mind. I think he's dead. Yeah, War Chief got him. Sweet. Ooh, come on, guys. You guys can pull this in for a win. Pull this in for a win. Pull this sucker in for a win. Da, 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 da. Got one in the house. You're already dead, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dude, our guys are coming in clutch. Ah, man, it's dropped. Oh, Chief Wargun. He was playing against us earlier. Now he's with us. Now in the house again. We're losing the HQ. But that got us a lot of points. That was nice. Damn shotguns indeed, bro.
Oh my goodness, they all ran at me too.
Yeah, I bet that did. Whoa, frick! You seriously? What blew me up? Oh, frick. Oh, I walked into him. I got stunned. That sucked. I was running hardcore. Nice. Guys, watch my back. Watch the back. No, 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 no. Watch the front. Where are you going? You have to defend the headquarters.
That was the most confusing thing you've ever done, babe.
Yeah, I know.
Watch my back. Watch my
We
back.
got two
watch
guys
my back.
watching
What are
here.
you doing?
I just need to watch the other side. Oh, frick. I forgot to use my stem. Dang it. There's no way counseling that either.
Time to go inside the house. Oh yeah, boys. My house is starting.
Nice. We won. High five. Yo, what's up, Zenith? What's going on, man? You know, in the moment here. Kill the shoots, brew. Dominate the HQ tactics. We got it all, bro. We got whatever you need. We got the hand grenades, the bazookas. Me with only 19 kills and 21 deaths. Trick shot strats. Oh yeah. What's going on, man? How's your day been? You at work right now? Alright. You wanna switch this is switch, man. What do you wanna play? You wanna play some ground war, gunfight, quick play? I'll let you decide, dude. And you know what I would love is some gunfight.
Myself, duh.
Ooh. You're at work? I figured. See, Sam, I told you. I told you he'd be at work. We were all sitting here guessing your schedule. I was like, no way they went to the movie early in the day like they did if he was gonna be at work. Like, and you also said I think you were like sick for like a sick what is this, home rest for like 48 hours or something like that. So it was like only like 2 days. So just like right back to work on the 3rd, you know. Dude, you ready for this lyric? Are you sure you're gonna be it?
Ready for what?
To get your booty.
Go over here, play my game. Don't interrupt me.
Don't interrupt you. You guys gonna watch League? Anybody? We got the
Yeah, I'm gonna watch
championship
League.
going on.
Are you talking to the people in the chat?
I'm just asking people in chat. You
I
know.
was like,
I don't
fuck yeah, I'm gonna watch League. Don't you fucking.
Yo, I need to do something. I need to find someone who's gonna be make a COD team. Modern Warfare or something. I need to get my name
Why
out there.
am I
You know.
wearing heavy boots? Someone explain this to me.
Oh, what? I was throwing shots down. He's got to be damaged. Nah, he got me. Watch out, dude. There's one that just hopped off the bridge to the left. Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. He's slow reaction. He's got to be down there, bro. Unless he ran up the stairs behind you just now. Sounds like it. He's like close to you. There he is. Oh, how the hell did you... Everyone else blows me the hell away. And here you are just like... He missed. He missed his shot. I bet he's cursing himself right now.
Weird's over here like, I got weighted boots on. What are you talking about? You're flying all over the map. He's like, what's going on?
They're trying to take snipes at shots. I mean, how the freaky be? Think I'm gonna let you get away with that, bro? Oh.
I don't know
He's
139 pounds coming from? Oh. You know, maybe it's my 32 flowers. Possibly.
Got one of them. I don't know where the other one is. Oh, he's back at spawn. He just camped in spawn right now.
It have nothing to do with the fact that I've probably got like
Ooh,
100 flowers
bro.
in my inventory. Nothing to do
You
with
you're still in mid switch, man. I can see it. Boom. Yep.
Oh, that wasn't probably more walls, am I right?
Yeah. And either way, dude, you're still.
Oh, the mid switch wouldn't have killed me. Trust, man, I know what I'm doing. Totally not. Wow. That's okay.
Taking the objective. Enemy secured the objective. That's the game. Let's get this done. Take a breath. We're going back in.
What? What? Oh. Oh. Fr
Take a breath. We're going back in.
Huh? Yeah, now again. Maybe? Hello?
Switching sides.
Oh, wait. No, I can't hear Tess mic. I can hear your mic. Hi.
Yeah, there it goes. There it goes.
Okay.
That time was a little bit of weird stuff going on. Are they both on your side? Okay. All right. All right. Oh, dude, I got the one on top of the bridge, and he got me from down below. Oh, I didn't even know we're that behind. We were just kind of having fun, just playing, you know, and then messing with my mic. This guy's a mixer, Danny 45. Yeah, you know, right? Yeah, that's supposed to happen in the game. Oh, nice. I keep unlocking stuff for all those guns. It's fun. So we're just gonna play this for another 2 hours. We can switch and change it up whenever. You know what sounds good right now that my girlfriend could be amazing at? Let's give me some popcorn.
I'm not getting up. I just got comfy. I just got comfy.
But John, what?
I've been saying comfy a lot lately.
You've been comfy.
I
I'm gonna
got
comfy
comfy.
yourself with my butt.
I
Up,
straight up just ignored this.
my
bitch.
foot up your butt. That's what it's going for. Not my butt up your foot. Yeah, Sam, put your butt on my foot. Why we lost Doggo?
I don't know. I guess because I opened up the
He
door.
Oh. Was the door closed this whole time?
Yeah, the door was closed, so I opened
Oh,
it up.
yeah.
That's why I said the rest of the house was.
We gotta work in our streaming room.
What?
So we gotta work in our streaming room. Oh, what the heck?
Why?
Because I want to be able to be comfortable and cool in the room while not overheating myself and my
You can see how tiny
computer.
this room is with 2 computers running
He just
and
ran.
lights. Not happening. I'll be right back so I can go make your fucking food.
Oh, thanks, babe.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yep. Yeah, we lost Doggo. Never mind, I found him.
Nice. The guy just kind of came crawling in. Why? I don't know. Where's the other guy at? Well, I'm gonna stand on the middle. So give me some fire protection. Got it. Whew. I think he was on the bridge because I think I heard him walking. Not sure. I was asking Zenith though if he was working. I'm assuming these guys are pretty new to this. Nice. I just switched. I'm like, I'm not gonna hit him with my damn pistol. My freaking accuracy is nothing. Just gonna eat him. Freaking right in the jaw. 1 hit kill. He's probably freaking pissed right now. Oh, Trevor the Gallant got me with 1 shot. He predicted. Boom. He was ready. He was freaking ready too. Come on. Get him. Get him, Lyric the Snow Monster. What are you doing? He's back at spawn. You see him?
I seen him.
He sucks, but he got me because he was just ready. Oh, there he is. Up on the right side of you, dude. You okay? Are you? No? I'm like...
You see a lot more. I didn't.
That's true. That's true. He was pretty sneaky, but...
Sneaky peeky like.
No, they're not over there, are they?
One's in spawn.
Yep.
Yeah, I hit one.
Nice.
He's going right side.
Yep, I see him. Got him. Thank you. It's so much easier to play against people who are... Wait, what does it say I'm dead? I said I died. Like, I had a skull over my face. Or my name. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I hit marked one.
Nice. Oh, I messed up. That was a terrible stun grenade.
He's on the right side, right side.
Building? Left building? Yeah.
Yeah, they were both there. I didn't see the second one. He's not.
Gotcha. Got him.
Good job.
I'm just happy he ran out so far, because otherwise he would have been fine. Let's see. Oh. There he is. Trevor the Gallant. He threw a grenade. Oh. Nope. Fucked. I was like almost there. You can just feel it. You can just... He was ready though. Let's just run right, dude. Let's not even pause. Let's just run. Let's get crazy, dude.
Oh, I almost died.
Oh, dude, stop dying. Oh,
So good at that one.
got him. I don't know where the other guy's at. I killed one of them. He's right here in the middle. Got him. He wasn't smart. He jumped off the bridge into the canal, which he already pretty much killed himself because you take damage at that height, unfortunately. So,
For whatever reason, I don't see why you should.
but I mean, I know. One guy was complaining about it in the YouTube video.
I hit my for a lot of time.
Cool.
Oh, hit my him again.
Nice. Where is he at?
He took me.
I killed him.
Oh shit.
Where's the other guy?
Oh. That's unfortunate.
Well, I got him.
I hit him, I think, twice with the revolver.
Really? Nice. I'm surprised you even use it. You usually complain about the pistols.
I had to reload the shotgun because I sucked and I missed apparently.
No. You could be me. Just shoot him in the foot. You're freaking better though.
I aimed at the big toe.
The big toe. I just got a foregrip for a shotgun. I didn't actually know that. Maybe I should play with weapons more often. I didn't know they actually made a foregrip for a shotgun. It's like magical. I can't imagine having a foregrip on a shotgun though. I see people who aren't trained on it just go kink. Oh, they bumped us up. They saw that our kill, the death ratio went higher. Damn it, gotta start losing again, man. Come on. Can't be walking around trying to fight these 73s and 100 level people, right? Oh, especially Gulag showers. All right, we're ditching this. We're freaking getting out of here. No reason to do this match. This is the worst.
But MP7. I remember that. MP7. MP weapon.
Alright, they just shot in the middle. Oh! Why do I never check up there? I never check up on the window. He's on the right side. Yeah, my side. Good job. Sweet. Awesome. They underestimated you. Good job. Freaking, I can't believe I missed them in the freaking window, dude.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you. Well, not necessarily check them, but just kind of
Just be aware.
glance by. Yeah, just be aware. He's up there again.
Is he?
He was. He's not there. He's
No.
not there anymore. God.
They threw a grenade behind me, and I'm fucking dead in a second. What's our second weapon? Okay. Where is he at? Ah, fuck. Oh, what the hell did he hit me with just now? No, that's my mag I heard dropping, and then he shot me in the leg. I didn't even hear the fire. I didn't even hear him firing. I heard my mag dropping. Alright, watch the left side. Oh, crap. Did he just die? Nice, good job. So that was your meat shield just now? Is that what just happened? I can't believe you, Rick. How would you? Oh, just saw him peek. Okay, I like where you're hiding right there. Oh, dude, you should just ran forward. Never mind. Do you, bro? You be killing things anyways. I'm over here trying to tell you shit. I'm just gonna watch. Yeah, I know. Sorry guys, mukbang real quick. Sorry, I just went AFK for a second. Yeah, he's in the back right corner. I see. Oh, great. I just lit the freaking wall on fire. Because why? Not. He should be stunned. The fire caught me on fire. I killed myself. Sorry, guys. But, yeah, I killed myself. I can't freaking believe it. Oh, what? You had him pegged. You freaking kidding me?
Just he had more health than
Oh. You got shot from the other guy.
so.
Oh. Freaking mate. Alright, got a shotgun out. Alright. Got him. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. I was like... He was like ready for me, but he wasn't. And he was not using his shotgun, so that's the only way I got away with that. I don't see my guy. No, I see him in the window. Alright, he's still up in the window. I shot him a couple times. He's a little hurt. Oh, fuck. I threw my own grenade at me. At the wall on accident. Because I was trying to change weapons. Nice. I got an assist after that. Are we sure they didn't hand off a, like someone got their account to that level and then handed it off?
Maybe. He's level 100.
Yeah. That's freaking crazy.
That's why I say the levels really don't make a player. I mean, it does in sometimes, but like most of the time.
Man, that recoil goes up.
I think there's coyotes outside.
What?
I think there's coyotes in the green belt.
Mm.
Right outside our fence line.
Alright, don't let them out then, I guess.
Yeah, I was just out there with them. They're fucking loud. And they're moving the rocks around.
Okay.
That's the only reason I think it's coyote.
Oh, got one of them.
I have murdered him.
Got them, both of them.
Feels bad.
That feels bad. Yeah, I felt bad because I was like pre-gaming that corner because I thought he saw me coming, but he was more focused on you. So thanks for the distraction. Oh, we actually won that. This is why you need Lyric to train. He carries you to victories.
I am officially now the toaster.
The toaster. Why are you the toaster?
You gotta throw me in some water with you. We can go on a double date.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay, that way. I was thinking like you're the bread or something. Like you're gonna hop each other into a toaster. What? Oh man. So I'm slightly done with Lyric, guys. I hope you guys know that. I hope this has been entertainment for the night. Yeah, I said I'm done that with Lyric. Oh. Too bad, man. So apparently you can get double XP if you buy the Mountain Dew stuff. I still haven't figured out how, but
Yeah, they give you a receipt, I think. You redeem the receipt.
yeah, through Mountain Dew rewards or whatever.
I'm not sure.
I think that's actually a pretty smart way, but you're also supposed to be able to redeem it via oh, we got a machine gun, MP7. Might want to try switching. I'm just kidding. You love this Cypress gun, so the Dragon Mouth.
I don't love it, but it's alright. I prefer it over some things.
All right, he's coming up to you.
Yeah, I see that. I didn't think they were gonna rush that hard.
You're like distracted or something.
Yeah, I got slightly distracted. Damn it!
All right, that was lucky because he was stunned. I'm really surprised because I thought you'd go the other way around. They're rushing again. Oh, that gun is recoil. Alright, are you? I don't know where the other guy's at. Oh, there he is. Nice. You hit marker him? I would just rush him through. Cause he's moving. Yep. He just rushed you and dude. Will you guys stop playing footsies? He's gonna catch her it. Why are you trying to shoot the side of the container, bro?
I'm sure you can shoot her like that.
Sometimes, but not through the side so far. Not that I've seen.
I'm sure.
Okay, well that guy's dead. Oh, you killed the other guy. Let me see this kill. Oh, he ran into the middle and you just freaking one-shot him.
Yeah, he didn't really like that.
Oh, I didn't know you had a shotgun. I was playing machine gun again.
Both my side.
Okay.
He's really weak.
Yeah, I got him. Where's the other guy at?
Shot him was not. Yeah, I shot him was not. Spawn.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Cause he must have ran back around. There he is. It's at our spawn. Hit markered him a couple times. I'm just gonna capture it. Oh, nice kill. Killed him as. Good job. It freaking works somehow. It's amazing. Oh, he just tried to. He just hit markered me. Where is he at? Oh. You're like, I'm just gonna kill him. It's fine. Don't worry about it, bro. He was behind us. That freaking sucks. Because I rushed forward, so he just rushed around. Oh. We hit each marker each other. That was nice. This guy's running around like a pansy. Nice. What's that, babe?
There you go.
Left side.
Left side? Okay.
Oh, I have like.
What has the sight border to it? Dude, it's a freaking crazy. And that was pretty good. It was
It's on
freaking funny
point.
though, because we had friends come over and they got a cat, and it seems like they might be allergic to the cat, unfortunately. That's not the funny part. The funny part is we had a good time. The guy's still at spawn right now. Oh, they're rushing. Oh,
Oh,
shot
shit.
me straight.
Oh, dang it.
Should have faked him out. He's... Oh, hey, leave it.
Where'd it go?
I don't think it fell. Oh, there it is.
No, that's from there.
Oh, that's been there
Mm-hmm.
since you started eating. Is that
I'm
what you're
trying to
telling me?
reach for it. I think you dropped it earlier.
Oh, he knifed me, and I came back up to get faced with fucks, pretty much.
I don't see it anywhere.
No, I think I just dropped it back in the bag and panicked.
Probably.
Hey, to the left, bro. Oh, what the heck was that, man? You don't reload? No, you're just gonna run around. Oh. Lyric, I hate you, bro. You're like, here, since you face fucked him, I'm gonna face fuck you with this. Yo, that
Got him
skipped.
in the arm.
Nice. Did you get a reward for that? Yeah, hello, fun.
I need to wash my hands after that popcorn.
Hey guys.
Disgusting.
Now who's? I have to do a bunch of shout outs after this. I have to see who's been watching then. I just shout out Lyric because he's always my man. He's always carrying me on. He just keeps leveling his ass up, and he's 112 right now as a captain. I would freaking love to max out. It'd be the first time ever maxing out a level in a game. No, I lied. Destiny. Destiny 2. I hit the max level, and then I never looked back to doing it again. Well, what? Yeah, but you max plenty of games. Yeah, I like that about you because it's pretty awesome. Because I never in my life. We got a shotgun, so watch yourself. You got that?
People, drop it.
No, you.
Drop it. What did you find? I think you found the popcorn.
Yeah.
The guy who's chomping his freaking teeth away from over here, and I don't know what he grabbed. What are you doing? Alright.
Yep. I got a bow. The one almost got me, but he missed. Yeah, no, they did not.
Oh. Oh. God, that scared the shit out of me.
I jumped up and they both saw me instead of shooting at me. They focused on me.
It's freaking funny.
I did this for no, like, why'd he do that? Oh, he's mid.
That's fine. Oh, I almost thought I was gonna go back and get him. Until he turned around. Yeah, he was waiting for me. I really didn't actually expect that. I really thought he killed you and was focused on getting me.
Babe.
What's up,
Your
babe?
Google Music.
What about Google Music?
Is it Red Runner or Dragon?
Red Runner. You gonna get this guy too? Like how we're just racing
Female
around getting
or-
him. Oh,
I
Adam.
hit marker on him with my shotgun.
Nice.
I'm a
Yeah, watch this. I slide. Boom.
I'm upset I got a hit marker.
Why are you upset you got a hit marker, dude?
I didn't kill him. I got a hit marker.
You still didn't kill him. That's what your complaint is.
Do you have it?
He's
written
back
down
at
anywhere?
spawn. Oh, he shot me at the, oh, you're dead? Damn, dude. How did they kill you? See, I jumped, and he shot me in the the foot, dude.
Everybody's trying to get that big toe.
Man, they got something against that big toe. I don't know what it is, but I want to replace it. Replace my big toe with a big mechanical steel wool die. Oh, he was in that box? No, I died.
Yes or no?
No, you need to add one T to it, and between the TY.
Cap as well?
No.
So just this?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, the first one's cap. You were fine. I said add. I didn't say
That's
change
why I
anything
said
else.
cap as well.
The first one's cap. Oh, there he is. Dude, come on. You hit markered him.
Thank you.
Oh! Yeah, super depressing, bro.
Hit markers with shotguns.
I'm dying over here for music.
I'm dying over here. Literally. Cause Lyric can't step out of the box and shoot people. Oh, you fucking face fucked all over, man. Just all over. We're doing good. We're doing good. I'm just gonna keep rushing them now. Why were you on top of the box?
I killed him up there.
Once before.
No, just then I killed him.
Oh, fuck. I was gonna hit him. Oh, you died already? I hit him in the chest.
Yeah, they were camping.
Yeah. That's all they've been doing. I hit him once. I hit him once. He didn't die, though. I think we just kind of started messing around. After we already kind of knew that we could take him. So, I mean, if we could just rush him a good 4 more times, we'd be fine. As I get a kill. Oh. You see him? He was in this corner back here. Okay. Alright. Where is he rushing me? Oh, I hit him in the face. I hit him in the face. That wasn't fair. Oh. No, he was not gonna. I can't even with you right now, man. I can't even with you.
I was like, alright, let's do it. And he's like, nah, I'm gonna be left.
That's why. He's trying to shoot at you and then shot at me and then had to reload. Oh, we lost, didn't we? I just realized that. Why did we realize too late that we were losing? Once again, just go back to having fun. Yeah, just keep this up. I freaking love this attitude. Why not? Like almost to level 50. I'm not even halfway mark, but gotta celebrate. Ooh, speedball again. Oh nope, Hill. This is the one I fucking hate. Cause you get lost in the bushes. Like it's great for you, but if they see you before you see you, you fucked.
If you see you before you see you.
You caught it. Damn it. I'm just gonna play that off like you didn't hear it all. You playing Skyrim, babe? It looks freaking amazing on our computer.
Great, glad someone fucking likes it. I'm struggling.
Why?
Because literally, it's so problematic.
How you
Nothing
get what?
is where it's supposed to be rendered. I can get like halfway into a rock before it renders that I'm supposed to be up on the stairs.
Well, that part sucks.
Yeah.
You dropped like what? You dropped all the
Yes,
graphics,
yes,
right?
it does.
So.
What else, babe?
You dropped all the graphics?
I dropped the graphics, didn't do a damn thing except make it even worse. Like, when I tried to hit the dragon, wasn't even near it, and it was like, the dragon's in front of you. It was up, like, flying around. I was like, alright, fixing the graphics.
I
Putting
meant
it
like,
back on ultra quality.
I
Gets
asked.
it is like, now it's only 15 feet off.
What else do you need to get to that point? Because you might be able to run this game with it all at high.
It is at ultra.
Everything?
Yeah.
Oh.
All except for
It's still
shadows.
having it.
Because
Oh.
fuck shadows.
Well, you don't really need shadows.
Exactly my point. Makes me angry right now.
I mean, shadows are great for giving good, like, I don't know, what's a word? Look to everything, make it realistic, I guess, but...
It does just fine without fucking shadows. And you can't even turn shadows off. You just put them on, like, medium quality. They don't even let you go to low. So I still have shadows. It sucks.
Yeah, I
I
know.
hate it. This game sucks. I'm gonna keep playing it. I'm very angry at this game. Don't laugh at me right now, okay?
How did you take him out just now? Oh, he freaking went for me.
Mm-hmm. Fucking lies.
Why did he not expect you to be there? Is the AC still on?
Probably. I never turned it off.
Because I feel as cold as hell right now.
Yes. Babe, what the fuck? She's just chilling. She's not trying to murder me.
Who is that?
It's a Forsworn.
I don't know what that's supposed to
Hello. It's an enemy, babe. Oh, you know what? I probably helped him escape from whatchamacallit. That's why they're not trying to kill me. And I just don't remember. I'm just gonna go steal your guys' precious sword. I'll be right back. No harm in looking at me. Just look away, guys. A little busy.
do. To the guy to the right? Oh. Oh, crap.
So, I don't
Nice. Good job, bud.
want to say that I didn't do anything bad, but like... I've clearly been here before.
Sam's killed somebody in the game already.
Clearly.
No, not yet. That might be on our list, though. Oh, crap. They saw me. They're right side.
I'm only
Was-
stealing everything from here.
just
no
running.
big deal.
Oh, look, I can see him. He's to the left of the rock over here.
You know what? I forgot.
Yeah, right there, that rock
Probably
to the left,
poisoned
right
now.
there, behind the tractor. Oh no, not that one. My bad. Right one. Right one. Okay. Just try going far left, just so he doesn't get you from behind. Left. Go left. Left. No, 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 no. Left. Right there. Right there. To the left. To your left of the smoke. Right there. See him? Sorry, I'm having anxiety watching you. Sorry. Like, oh my gosh.
Ty's like freaking out, and you're on the other side, just so calmly being like, calm down, relax, it's okay. And Ty's like, you're missing everything.
Use your words.
So we fucking played Jackbox earlier. Funniest shit ever, right? So we were playing Jackbox with a bunch of friends. It's just a party game. And one of them's like,
Yeah, I
oh,
forgot
you know,
about
we
that.
guess what you're like based on science because of how you answer these and your friends answer these.
You died, dude.
And it was like, all right, let's pick out some traits for you guys. And it's like, you guys have something in common. And it picks Ty and I up and it goes, you guys are both anxious. And we were both like, really? What would have given that shit away? Anxious my ass.
I shot that one dude so many times. I had to
I pretty much
Sneeze
spat on
on it,
that
just
first
falls
shot,
over and
and then
explodes.
he still had plenty of health though.
Oh, I don't want to
So,
do this quest.
Dude, so you get more kills if I actually
No.
like sucked ass.
well, technically yes, but why would I want to have a team that sucks ass?
I mean, you already do. I'm pretty sure Ty sucks ass, so.
Whoa, I'm offended.
How dare you take my kill?
He's getting that chocolate pudding.
I just want to give us a win, bro.
Oh my gosh.
That's all.
I'm pretty sure I'm not ready for this
One
quest.
person for
Oh,
a
I
win.
wanna do this.
What's better?
This didn't save last time. I don't want to save now.
Dude, I just keep unlocking a bunch of things. This is amazing. It's like the fastest way to unlock all the guns in the game. Can you hear me? Hello? Lyric?
Lyric!
Who got cooked? No, wait. No, no, no. I don't know. I have no clue.
Does
I'm
it
lost.
register you talking in
I haven't checked yet.
Discord?
Yep. It's registered. There's not. You might get kicked from inactivity, babe. So you
Nope, I took that off right now because it keeps kicking me while I'm playing this game. Are you fucking kidding me?
Lyric. Oh. Oh. You're saying hello like we lost you or something.
No. No. Let's say hello to the other person on the phone. I got a message from someone.
Mm.
If somebody messaged me, are they gonna be pureed? Are they gonna be very angry with me? Are they gonna say, oh, you touched so bad, stop calling me in? I would put that.
Who would that be?
I don't know, somebody messaged me on my stuff.
Oh. No, they're probably asking for nudes. Oh, dude. We had shotguns? Damn. I didn't even do any damage. Oh, yeah, I got 58 damage on him. 58. Only 58, guys. I'm sad.
What? Why did somebody... Oh, this guy thinks I'm a girl, that's why. There's a fucking message saying snap question mark. Oh my...
Oh, give him my snap, and I'll send him a picture of my dog's butt.
Dude, he was still at spawn last time I checked.
Why?
Nope, never mind. He ran. He's up at top. Right side right now.
It's plant I guess on the way.
Oh. Maybe he doesn't
Oh,
think you're a girl.
That or he wants to make friends. No, he said to nudes.
He said snap,
No, he...
which
Oh.
I mean essentially means the same thing.
Pretty much.
Trust me, I
I
know.
don't know. Is it a gamer tag you recognize? Oh.
No.
Maybe he heard your voice and he just absolutely loves it. It's just so soothing to him.
Oh, freak, he's in a cargo box to the right. Oh,
Did I
did you
already
die
do
just
this
now?
quest?
Yeah.
Because everything's already empty. I'm so confused.
Boom.
That's my quest.
I bet he felt like boss like that.
Well,
They're in the cargo box.
oh shit! You know what I get to do?
What?
I get to fucking kill the guy in Falkreath,
Nice.
and I'm so genuinely pleased about it. Because I get to liberate Falkreath. That was exciting. I just went through this whole quest for it to realize that I've already done the quest. And it was like, oh,
Oh,
completed.
you freaking kidding me?
That was super fun. Thanks, game.
Oh, he fucking snipered me. That's why. I thought it was like, how did he just one-shot me? Oh, he freaking knifed me. He's in the left container. Nah, you're dead too. These guys are good. I give it that to him. No, because Lyric is literally AFK at the moment.
Eric's not AFK, is he?
Yes, he is. He just
Eric!
died.
See, all I have to do is scream really loud and then he shows
Yeah,
up.
dude, you just got killed in the foot.
I got the shot.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? They're on the right hand side, both of them, I believe. Unless you ran over there too, and no, you died too. We just lost this match. I watched you stand there and get a knife to the foot, so you can't tell me you weren't AFK just now.
Kaji. They're so funny looking.
Oh, finally. Maybe we can win this. I lied. It's like a gun down. Oh. Oop. Fucking got blown away. Oh, we're playing against I'm Gay right now.
Yeah, I know. That's the first
Oh, I thought it was someone else. That's weird. Why would he want Snap? That's freaking... Maybe he really does think you're a girl.
Yeah, next time we play this
I fucking love this chick. I just walked into Blue Palace like I do every
Oh,
other
my
fucking
nose.
quest. And she's like, oh, I absolutely love it when new people come into town. I'm like, bitch, are you kidding me? I'm about to own a house here. I come here like every 20 minutes.
Definitely new. No. Oh, I unlocked a new perk. I didn't realize that. Ooh, I got Point Man. Turn your kill streaks into score streaks. Whoa, what? What does that? What? What? LMGs, yeah. I don't want to equip it. Okay, cool. Next match, let it begin. Denied. I forgot I had those. I forget that. Oh, Joe. Pistols are secondary, shotguns are primary. Don't die. Let's have a good day. Good luck, have fun. Be ready to maybe not survive past this level.
I will jump and die. Go.
Oh, I'm back here at the spawn. I don't see the other guy. Oh, he's right in front of me? No, he's back there. Okay. He wasn't dying. I kept hitting him, and watch this replay.
I threw it
See?
before, but it didn't even come our room.
Yeah, see? That was ridiculous. He's found out how to affect his in-game ability to dodge damage somehow. Oof. Where is he at? Where is he at? Where is he at? Where is he at? I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at. You find him? I'm just running around in circles. Oh, he's behind me. Maybe this guy's lagging or something so bad that... Yeah, I got a shotgun for your secondary again.
The other guy hasn't even hit us once.
He about hit me once.
I think it's just a major damage. He did 15 damage.
Oh! Hey, I shot him. Nice, you killed him. I freaking shot him with a shotgun. I was pretty close. He should have died. I'll let you take this. Okay, it was 5-0, dude. Oof. Yeah, that's why I did the other guy, but I needed, I guess, a second shot. I didn't know that. Interesting. Original. They didn't nerf this gun or something? I never read it. But it was fun. The way you killed him.
They nerfed the other guy.
Other guns?
They're both right side.
Oh, okay.
Up in the port. One is, the other one's near the spawn.
Where's he at? Oh, what the heck was that? Yeah, that was oof. Seriously, oof. Oh, freaking hate the car. 98. So slow.
That's dope.
Yeah.
Give it
See up in the tree. Got him. Wait, the other guy with shotgun? Thought I saw him left side? No. Found him. Got him. Yeah, I got a headshot, so either way. Yeah, I saw that. I saw your bullet coming right through his side. Freaking nailed him good too, bro. Oh, frick, he hit me good on. Damn. Oh, that Semtex grenade landed right at my feet. He planted that perfectly. Oh. Alright, he's up in the tree. House to the left. Okay. You say that calmly after I yelled.
Yeah.
It's fine. You would saw him either way. Oh my goodness. Does it make my sound voice sound funny?
Yeah.
Like a little nasally, you know?
Yeah.
The original, the sound effects since 1985. Technically 1992. Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
Right side.
Oh yeah, I just saw him. I didn't see him there earlier. I looked and I didn't see him, so I was kind of confused. That position. Kind of sucks that your first couple shots like stagger you a bit. I mean, I guess it's realistic. Yep. Saw him in the...
What?
You dead again? Just kidding. You are, but...
Yeah.
Mm,
Probably
ooh. I was too focused on his buddy. Not that I like the machine guns at all anyways, but... nice scar and a shotgun. Shotgun secondary brings life to your derriere. Oof. Okay, he was right there. My bad. All right, we gotta make a comeback. Messing around too much, I guess. I don't know. It's all me. It's all me. I'll blame myself.
Fuck am I? Oh god damn!
You okay, babe?
Why? No! I'm fucking on a tiny little island in the middle of this goddamn lake and a dragon's like, hi. Hi, how are you?
Where did he go? Oh, he's running around like a damn fool over here. No, I didn't. I saved your life. He's probably pissed. Watch this. Oh, you saw it? Yeah. Oof. GG. Oh yeah, we won the game. I forgot we were at 5. Hello, what's going on? Cool Corgi, thank you, Taco. Why is D3 Resilient? Man, sorry. When I get in matches, I get so focused. But Resilient, I can't really spell it. How do you spell it? I can't really spell it. Waifu. Oh, sorry. I don't have that on. I don't think. No.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's my fault. Did you hear it?
No, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't load it. But Resilient, D3 Resilient. What's up, man? How's it going? How's your night? I know I got focused in my game, so I apologize for that.
I fucking hate this dragon. It got distracted killing fish in the water.
Okay. Resilient.
Now he's
Coming
busy.
in.
Dear
He's busy
Jesus.
now. Yeah, he's like, I'll leave. What's going on, man? You're good? That's good to hear.
No,
I forgot
he's
about the
very
delay,
good at
too.
all.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Wasted Corgi coins. So, just, you know, Resilient. I'm reading out also some of the guys from Twitch and stuff like that, so. That's something you don't want me to do, just let me know, because that's just how I've been streaming lately. It's streaming at 2 different places. Oh yeah, let's go Fist. Do you play Resilient? Do you play some COD? Oh, he just ran in the middle. Both of them on the right side. Tired as fuck. You just got off work, man? Oh. Well, I heard. What happens? Oh, they're both right side and then they move left. They must. How do you stream on Twitch and Mixer? There's a app called, or a website called Mob Crush. Mob Crush lets you stream from both different ones, and then I can also read my messages through them too.
Oh shit, I think I just burned this guy's horse by accident.
It's right here. Got him. Where's the other guy at?
Oh, sweet beans, I saved his horse.
Got him. Okay. That was close. No, it's 5 a.m. there. Dude,
That's rough.
it's 3:29 here, so I guess you're East Coast, right?
What?
Ooh, shotgun. Nice. Plus, Resilient, do you play COD?
How long until League Secrets? Oh, it's so loud.
Ooh,
Oh shit, we have half an hour until League starts.
it's like, I can only think
probably
of
have
5
like an
a.m.
hour.
Yeah, East Coast. Yeah, I live in Arizona, so it's only 3:29. Ohio, gotcha. Okay, that's pretty. But you said yes to COD. That's freaking dope. Oh, they're both my side. Nope, he went left, and you're probably dead already. Man, they're pushing us hard. I like how we have different matches. It kind of helps out. Almost dropped a nuke. Yeah, it's just got done streaming. Nice. Congrats, dude. How long have you been streaming, man? You playing on PS4 or Xbox? Oh, one in the middle. Nice. I don't know what the guy was doing, but he was like reloading or something. It didn't look like he even had his gun pointed at me, but maybe he did, and I just shot faster than he did. Man, you play some gunfight? Oh, I was trying to throw my freaking thing on PS4. Nice. Yeah, and how long have you been streaming on? You moved to Twitch to Mixer? Okay. Why did you make the choice to change, man? I don't mind. I think they're both great platforms. I just have not found Mixer yet to provide everything I need. Oh, yeah, that's what I get for talking. Sorry, Lyric, I'm letting you down, man. I'd be talking over here. Oh, he pegged you too? Oh, bro. Of course.
Swear to God, if another fucking dragon comes and I'm trying to swim across the lake, I'm gonna be so angry. Just an angry potato.
Oh, he got me from them over there. That's messed up. One pushed and one just sat back and just waited until I popped up in the window. And then he happened to see me because I was shooting. Ah.
You still there, Lyric?
That's hers. That's hers. Resilient, you just advanced, bro. I've been streaming for a year now. I don't know, just wanted to switch it up. Hey,
Alright.
respect the Switch, man. I'm not talking about that Nintendo Switch either.
We've lost our precious Bean Boy.
Yes, you've lost your freshest Bean Boy. I'm dying in this game. It's
Bean
pretty
Boy.
in the game right now. But yeah, man. How do you like Mixer? Like, and since you're actually more on it than I am, I know I kind of find it a little frustrating. I can't set any panels up or anything. Switching from one game to another can be a pain a little bit unless you know how to do it in chat, which it's not that bad for me. So I think the only issue for me for being on both platforms is my chat bots. My chat bots don't cross as much. I have Bautismo, but I haven't really set it up yet. I got some cool ones. I got some fire and lasers and stuff on Twitch. It's freaking amazing. The fire and my lasers. Oh man, I don't know how we lost him. I'm still talking in chat, so. There's no Lyric here in this house. I'm trying to hit 100 followers. Shit's hard, and yeah, I switched it. Wasn't too hard of a switch, but I had to get some views to switch over. Yeah, I bet that was difficult, man. That's probably the hardest part. Yeah. I just like, I don't know why it's so hard. I think for me, it's just I have habit to go to Twitch for stuff, but like, you just open a Mixer app, you know, get in. I mean, I have Mixer set up all the time. I can literally just open in my bookmarks and just go, there you go, Mixer's on. I think it's maybe a little bit harder to get people to Mixer just because they already follow so many people on Twitch, I guess. That's another good excuse, you can say. But, you know, as it is, right? I hope you grow. Hopefully, Mixer actually becomes a real contender for Twitch. Because, I mean, I can't think of anyone for YouTube. And look how YouTube is. Everything's so freaking locked down. You know, you can't get monetized because they decided that your stream was... Oh, man, he rushed you hard, Lyric. He wasn't paying attention at all. Yeah, I just hit a little over 50 followers on Twitch, so like I said, I'm a small streamer. I've only been streaming since June, so you can see that I only have a few followers here. How? That's a good question. Oh, I caught myself on fire. Oh, what's worse than not being killed by another player? Killing yourself. What rank are you on, Resilient, on COD? My life in a nutshell. Hey Seahorse, how you doing? Oh, you have to hold on a second, cause I'm losing my mind. I'll just take some time. I'm probably gonna head to bed. If you're not streaming, check out the stream. Sometime I play COD too, but I really appreciate it. But I've enjoyed your stream. Keep it up, man. I'm just so tired, dude. Don't even worry about it, man. Nice, you're rank 100. Sweet. I hope you'll get there eventually. Hey, but good night, Resilient. Take it easy, alright? I'll see you around. I will definitely give your stream a follow, dude. It's the best I can do to help out, right? Man, he is smacking me hard around. I have not got one kill this whole entire time. Even Lyric's having a hard time.
Because your Bean Boy wasn't there.
Yeah, we're no
Your Bean Boy
communication.
back.
I know. You're okay, Seahorse? I don't know, when you say ugly like that, I don't agree to you being okay.
There's the Bean Boy.
Oh, yeah, you're on the phone again?
We were waiting for Bean Boy. Okay. I need to fucking sit up or else.
Is that guy running circles around me just now? Yeah, I swear he just went circles around me. He was toying with me. I can't believe he was toying with me. I thought that was you and just ignored it, but you already died. Let me get one kill. Oh man, that's rough. Can we bring it back, dude? I want to bring back our skill here, right? Oh,
I remember
dude,
why I was on it.
I lied. I couldn't bring it back, man. I was trying. This guy's on the right side if you want to try to find him. Nope, he's behind you now. Good job. GG. I asked you to follow me once and you said no. Yeah, I explained, right? Seahorse, that I wasn't going to just follow you if you weren't streaming. Like, my follows help people stream. They follow me to help them stream. I don't do follow flowers. No, Lyric, when's the last time you streamed? I know. I don't mind following Seahorse. I really don't. It's not a biggie. I use it for support though, so if I'm just following people just willy-nilly, it's kind of hard to keep track of who, you know. But you don't stream that much. But I might just break down Seahorse, okay? I might just follow you, alright? Just to give you some
Don't
love.
break down. That's not what you need to be doing. You need to be very stern. This is your streaming channel. You can't just
Sam's
willy-nilly
over
break the
here
rules.
trying to get... So,
I'm a moderator for a reason,
I-
right? Follow your fucking own rules.
I know, but I can change my rules, alright?
No.
I just see the issue with just following people who don't stream, because there's no way I can, like, if this launches higher, right, you stream sometimes, also, and that's fine. I want you to see, oh my gosh, these guys are maxed out almost. You're special, I know you're special. Special. I'm about to pop my bait. Seahorse is special in so many different ways, but we're not going there. I'm having a serious conversation with you.
How the fuck do I get straw?
I don't know,
You get a
but ouch.
I'm in the middle of.
it's scattered around like loot.
Well, that's stupid.
We're not against you, Seahorse. If you think everyone's against you in your life, you're wrong. Those who are against you, you'll know who's against you. You can't just sit here and make
Not
guesses.
against anybody except maybe Ty, because
Definitely against me. He doesn't freaking love me, you know. Not gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. She said, hold up. Wait a minute. Put a little boom in it. She said, no. Well, you being serious? Because I'm being funny right now, but I'm being serious about the fact that you think people are always against you, then... Hey, where are you, Lyric? Oh, there you are. Okay. You wanna go on a date
Hey,
tonight?
hey.
I'm being asked on a date. Holy shit! First time I'm
Wait,
That's a
who's
fucking
asking
lie.
you on a date?
Did you just kill him that fast, dude? Why do you have to be so brutal?
That doesn't count. That's not like a real date.
Dude,
What?
you cannot say she is special in so many ways, but we won't go there. Why not? I can say special, alright? You can be special ed, you can be special riding a short bus, you can be a special person, just like
I'm a
someone you
very,
cherish.
very special
It's a
person.
very ambiguous word, okay? So when you say special, we can go different ways. All you want, all the ways you want. Oh, yep, I'm fucked. I'm fucked because Lyric, and I'm talking, and it's totally your fault, Lyric. See those kills there? There's kills. You got 2 kills. You're what's he doing back there, dude? I haven't even threw a stun grenade. I could hear it ringing in my ear as he was. I apologize a lot. Apologize to you. Why? Because you're not carrying me enough? Got him.
that too, but
I got them both. He was trying to snipe you from the hill. That's freaking funny. And then act like you never said it. Wows. What? I'm confused.
Seahorse can be special, man.
Seahorse gonna be special. I know, I'm gonna get yelled at by everybody. Seahorse is a special viewer of follower who has been amazing to get to know. I hope we continue to get to know her. Dude, you just ran by him. He's right behind you.
No, he was
Oh, did he? Okay.
there's one red.
Is there?
I'm not sure if
Sorry to hate camping out back here, but you're go sit there and give yourself plain view, bro. I'm gonna fucking shoot you, man.
I mean, they're being a
Try hardy?
little, I'm being a little iffy.
A little.
A little iffy, yeah.
I don't know. Seahorse, I will talk to you. I will, I promise. I won't put you on a back pedal.
Goodbye.
You blew him up just now? That's rude.
Rude. You know what's rude is enchanting.
Yeah, he's right there. Yeah, you got him. Sweet. I actually hit him. I actually got 25 express. So Seahorse, you're special. And now, which ways? We haven't talked about, okay? You're my special follower, okay? So when I give special time out of the day to talk to, Lyric, you can't talk because you sit there and talk to my girlfriend all freaking day, alright?
You've got you there. Oh.
Oh, we're gonna play the favorite game, alright.
They're
Oh,
writing
this is fucked up
things
now.
down.
Ow, they're both back there.
Oh, okay, shit. I don't want to wash my ass.
You should probably wash our ass every once in a while.
They're throwing grenades randomly. They're fucking hilarious. Where the fuck are they? Got it. Oh, that left. Is
Oh my
don't follow me
gosh.
and her and I barely talk. I wasn't talking to you, Seahorse. I was talking to Lyric. I got Lyric. You can't hear Lyric, Seahorse? Let me know if you can hear Lyric or not.
I'm too embarrassed to do it.
Don't do. He's lying.
Screw the people. I'm actually not. I'm really shy.
I know you are. But
No.
does that make you bad with people? No. You're definitely good with people. Where the heck are they? You got sight on them?
I got. There was one right. I think you ran that. Oh, wait.
He's behind me. Whoa, frick. He's over here by the truck. Where the fire was. There he goes. Good job. I was freaking hitting him everywhere. And I was like trying to see. Oh, Seahorse you can't hear him. Oh, so I'm talking to Lyric. I don't know why you can't hear him. But no, it's part of this conversation. This is me talking to Lyric, Seahorse. Is okay when Lyric talks to GF all day. You and I can talk. He. Oh my gosh, you can't be playing Guilt Trip, all right? Well, Lyric followed. Thanks, Lyric.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
It's
okay.
Do something, man. Come on.
No, it's fine. Fair. Nah, I follow you in a roundabout way. I follow Lyric. Lyric follows you, so technically I am following.
Oh, you don't follow me, do you? Why do you follow me?
I think I do, because you were one of my first followers before I
Yeah,
made the
that's
rule
fine.
that like I wasn't gonna pick stuff up, and I saw that you streamed. I saw some of your videos, so like I was like, okay. So
I have videos?
You did have videos.
Yeah, you had
When
some
we
old
first saw
videos.
you had videos.
and one time you actually had a profile pickup somewhere. Dad, stop. What's it? So Lyric follows you, yeah. Lyric follows you. Lyric did. OC Lyric. Not me. I don't know why she can't hear you right now. I'm freaking befuddled.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it's on my end, but I guess it could be.
I may have set it up to be different.
I'm not sure.
Talk real quick.
Okay, hello.
Oh yeah, you're not going over there. I don't know why.
It used to be. Oh Jesus!
You can hear yourself. That's why. That's why it's not over there. But talk. No, it should be. It should be over there. I don't. That's why you can't hear Lyric. Oh well. Yeah, Lyric is following you. Don't freaking talk to me, alright? I hear my freaking voice in my freaking ear all the time.
Oh, is it cute? My voice
Nope.
is adorable.
He's to the left.
I think it's adorable.
Oh, did you kill him? Oh, I freaking hate you. I hate you. Why would you freaking take my kill? Fuck you.
I will save you.
I was fine. I was gonna shoot him in the fucking gut. Where is he? He's over on your side.
Oh my god, I sound like a
On the
porcupine.
house. Okay, good job. Yes, Seahorse. You're missing the conversation. So Lyric followed you. Lyric gave you a follow. So I'm following Lyric because before I made the rule, he was one of my first viewers.
I was the first one. I feel so special.
Oh, you fucking asshole! Why do you have to be everywhere where I am? Like, jeez.
He's in the building.
Yeah, I see him.
Look, alright, you can get this kill because I'm dead. So if you don't get it, I'm disappointed.
You should be fucking disappointed because I'm not gonna get the kill.
Then I take him back.
Don't want to hear it. Seahorse doesn't want to hear any of it. Not one bit.
Okay, well, we didn't begin with, so...
Shut the fuck up, Larry. He's like, you can't hear me in one bit at all. I was like, oh, jeez, bro. Oh! Oh, I got him. I got him. I don't know how I got him, but I dropped down and I got him.
That was very rude. He's in our spawn, other building.
Oh, what building?
The other,
The little, that's the right one? Okay, okay. He's not there anymore.
well, yeah, he probably moved. I don't know where to. Sam, are you messaging me? I thought you were messaging me. Why'd you stop? One moment.
Because I forgot what I was gonna say, so I erased it.
How dare you? I'll have
Oh, he was ready.
is
Don't want to hear it, it ain't following you.
plus,
Okay.
the,
Alright, I'm not following you. I told you why.
it's spelled different. Fuck it. That's how it's spelled days apparently. I'm just gonna spell everything wrong. Fuck. No.
Oh god, your game's starting. Play your game.
Shut up.
God,
God damn it, look, you got me killed.
it's your fault!
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, it got me. Frick. You're a bad dad, because I'm not following you. Hey, I make you special by taking time out of my day to talk to you. It's yours. So don't guilt trip me into not following you, because you want me to. He's in the middle. You,
Above?
well, under he was, but I don't know where he is now. Not really. It's been freaking shady all day. This whole rat map. Oh, oh, fuck. Okay. Where is he now?
I should have probably added that. That didn't sound good. I don't know what it was meaning.
Oh, I found him. See? I told you he's been shady all night. He was just sitting right there. Like in the corner. Not even firing nothing. Sniff sniff. Seahorse special. Yes, you are. Oh, sorry, Lyric.
Man.
Gotcha. Thanks, sniff sniff. Will you be my new dad? I don't know about that. Oh, dude, he was at the top of the bridge.
I don't know.
Oh, freaking dead. Good job. The other one's down bot, I thought.
I got a C4.
Nice.
It's gonna go right there.
Here he comes across the bridge. He's behind you, right? Where is he?
Dude, they're surrounding me. I mean, yourself in my known space.
Just go for the flag, dude. There he is. Alright. Hug, Seahorse. Thank you for the hug. For Seahorse.
I used your new command.
Sorry, that's a one-way conversation. Usually I don't mind hearing chat. I mean, my party, but... Wow.
I thought you died.
Oh, frick.
Oh shit, oh shit.
Oh,
He's not,
yeah. Oh, how the heck did he kill me? I freaking punched him. Okay. That was weird. Why? What do you mean you don't know about that? I don't know about him being your new dad. Oh, well, fuck me. I'm dead. Oh. I won! That grenade at the end. He's probably so pissed.
That was awesome.
I want the most kills after death. That's what I'm going for.
There's spawns and everything.
Oh. I just crawled underneath, so.
I hit one.
Oh, we got Molotovs. Fuck.
I killed him.
Yeah, you did. Nice.
The other one's up by where I died. He's our spawn left, right. I saw that.
Okay. Yeah, I see him. He sees me, I bet. Oh, that's harsh. Lyric doesn't want me to be my dad, or you won't let him. I just think Lyric has lots of issues of himself. Not that anyone does.
Wow! Wow!
You know, and Lyric should be your dad. Lyric's all offended now. He's yelling at me.
I'm offended that you said I have issues. I mean, I do.
Shut the hell up, Ben. Let thy who throw the first stone be without sin, alright? Oh, I'm being shot at.
He is so low.
You dead?
No.
I don't know where he's at.
We are both so low.
Oh, he's at the top. Dude, he's behind you. Oh. I can't focus. But not enough to understand. Oh, I kind of hear him, but not enough to understand him. Oh. So he's just really low to you? I can turn you up. That's...
Oh, I hate this quest.
Here. Because I forgot I turned myself up, and then turn the game down low. So now speak.
I got
Lyric, and be heard.
Highly unlikely.
Can you hear him now?
I gotta read.
Made me sad, didn't treat me right, forgot my birthday and stuff. Yeah, I never said I was perfect. I never said I was gonna remember your birthday. I said I would try to remember your birthday.
He didn't remember mine either, if that makes you feel better.
I didn't even know you when you had your birthday, or did I? I don't
No, you did.
know. I did.
You're like, when's your birthday? And I was like, it's August. And you're like, oh yeah. And
Have it?
it was like,
Oh.
oh, missed it. No, I don't mind personally. I don't celebrate my birthday anyway, so.
Yeah, August 12th. I have to write things down, or I forget stuff. There's a reason.
I don't remember stuff like that either.
Lyric would remember mine. No, he just admitted not to be able to remember your name.
Yeah, I don't remember my brother.
I-
or my sister.
Not your name.
I don't remember my closest family. Let alone their fucking remembering their birthday.
Yeah, see, I have the same issue. That's why I'm like, it's not personal if I forget your birthday. It's
I
not.
write stuff down too, but like.
If I remember that I wrote stuff down, you know?
That's the issue. Usually if it comes close, I'll remember. I'll be like, oh yeah, that's, you know. And then I'll go, yeah. But.
Here, like now, he. Okay, you're a dork. Now stop playing guild games. I love being friends with you.
When you crit hit with fire
Crit hit with the.
That's
Okay, I literally
great.
told you 2 days before. It does not matter if it's 2 days before. It unfortunately doesn't. I wish that's how it worked. I wish you could tell me 2 days before and I would remember, but
I don't even remember when I tell you things the day of. I can tell you
like 30
4
minutes
times.
before, let's be
Exactly.
honest.
I'm like, babe, alright, we're going to the store in 20 minutes. Come back in 20 minutes. He's like, when are we going to the store? I'm like, now.
Move up fire, go!
Look.
You didn't run left. Interesting. Okay.
I'm sorry. I was texting. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Yeah, stop texting.
I'm sorry.
Freaking cheat.
Important. I was trying to get nudes.
Oh, guy on the left by the container? Whoa! Stop getting nudes. Is it from the guy that says I'm gay? Is that who you got nudes from?
No.
Oh,
I was joking. I was.
nah. I wish like I have a really good memory when it comes to reading things and
That's right. Lyric never responds.
taking
He's
tests,
fine.
but when it comes to like remembering dates and guys on the right side. Oh, one's in the container. Oh, he ran back into my grenade! Oh, oh.
Left side.
Yep. Got him.
Taking the advantage.
Oh, I wish you could watch that replay. Because he ran backwards, ran right into my grenade.
Give him a
It was freaking hilarious.
Dog, I don't know where he went. I hate this quest.
Our
It's
dog?
the worst.
Or someone else?
What?
You looking for a dog?
Yeah, so you have to do a day drip quest because this dog talks to you.
Okay.
And he brings you to a shrine.
Right side.
Yep.
I hate it.
Left side. 2.
Sam, you need to talk louder. I can't hear your voice.
Oh my god.
That's me saying you need to. Send me something with your voice on it.
Oh my god. There you go, that's what you get. Are you happy?
No, I don't know what I got.
That's all. That's all you got, just right there. Just me saying, oh my god.
Fuck! Hang on. No again.
Not happening. There, that's all you get now. I'm done.
No. Oh, you. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Oh. That was.
You okay? You're laughing too hard there?
what happened was he threw a Molotov at me, right?
Whoa, don't be asking
I
if people
thought-
have GFs in the chat. What do you think that is?
Oh yeah, I got this. Shit, I don't know how this done.
She can hear you now.
Oh, she can?
Yeah.
Lyrics got this.
Lesson.
He's a grown ass man.
Yeah,
Yeah, left side. I was shooting at left side.
I died.
But you died, so
Is dead. Feels bad.
irrelevant.
Wait,
It's
oh,
inconceivable. What?
I just realized something.
What?
His face is all
Weird.
backwards.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Is it attractive?
I'm sorry, babe. Your left eye is on the left side. You're gonna have to swap that. I need your eyes reversed. That'd be much
Your
better.
nose is where your mouth should be. I don't
It's,
understand.
it's completely backwards.
You got one in the tree.
Oh,
One in the
you
tree.
fucking died.
10 seconds. Objective in place.
Oh, fuck.
On to the next round. Pick it up.
You kind of left me at a disadvantage there, bro. You might pick it up your shit. Oh, my backpack. Winks are actually creepy. No, why? I don't either wink. Winks are.
You know,
actually
you're
creepy.
right. I'm going
Where's-
1 and 4. I think I need to stop. Yeah.
Oh, well, I was looking at the back of the box that we spawned at, so it's fine. Where's the other guy at?
Back left.
Also, my frame rate dropped. just horrendously there. The whole screen for me was just moving stuff. That was wholly horrendous. When you need the most, it falls.
Die.
What?
Don't die.
I didn't try not to. Stay alive long enough. There might be one on the left side of me, which is your right.
There's one in the left treehouse. One in container mid.
Got him. Oh no.
Yeah, left side treehouse.
I got it.
Oh no, he's Russian flag, Russian flag.
Oh dude. I got it though. High five. No, it just says allegiance eliminated, so you must have killed him before I got it. Because it was contested, I guess? That sucked. I was hoping I was going to pull that off. One left.
What?
Oh,
Yeah, why do we have shotguns?
because they're amazing. You
No,
want to use them all the time?
Yeah, I think both are left. I hit one.
Oh, you died?
No, I didn't die.
Okay. There's one on the left. Yeah, right there.
Oh no.
Sorry. Not where I need to be. He's hurt. He's got less health than you do. I don't know where he's at. Shut up. You see him now? You wanna get that objective before he does? I freaking hate you. Like, why the hell would you do that to me? Ugh, that knee.
I know, feels bad.
That's bad in my ass. Match point. One to the left.
Got him.
Oh, what, he went to the right of me? Yeah, he's behind the rock. Oh, he switched his pistol. Your pistol, right? To the right? There you go. Good job.
Pistol whipping bitches.
I threw it at the one dude who ran through mid.
Good night, Seahorse. You're leaving? Surprised? I know it's... Oh, well, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. You should have been asleep already. Hope I made your day a little bit by having some Fortnite with you tonight. Ooh, thank you, Lyric. You ranked me up to level 50. I got decoy grenade. What the hell's a decoy grenade? About to find out.
Good night.
Good night.
Not you,
Okay.
Sam. Gee.
Why not? It's
Are you
rude.
going to bed too?
Edge
No.
Lord.
Still
Well,
playing
that's why.
Skyrim.
Playing tag. I don't have contact. I'm really tired. Alright, have a good night. You're special to me. We message for a reason. Don't forget that. Like, I don't sit here, I don't follow you back because what I set down was that I'm not gonna follow you back unless you're streaming. So I can help other streamers grow too. Because they help me grow. Because they bring people to me. Go.
Oh, you can unfollow me then. Cause I don't stream.
Not
Yeah.
anymore, but you're gonna.
I'm not. I'm physically unable to. Unless I were to move to a different in my.
Oh, that's
You
true.
see?
Good night, not
I'm about to
bad.
change that.
I'll take that title. It's fine.
Your mic cuts out really bad because of maybe this.
Cutting Sam out? That's what you're saying?
No, you're both cutting out.
We're both cutting out? Ugh, that sucks.
A bit better. Yeah.
I gotta change it. Is that better?
That's a guess.
I'm sad now.
I have a filter that's supposed to cut some of that background noise, so... Oh, crap.
I'm sad now, Lyric. They're cutting me out.
I can't hear Sam. What did you get sad about?
I don't know.
You've made me sad.
Wait, why? What did I do? Behind you.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
know.
go cry now. Goodbye.
Oh, that's messed up, bro. You pistol whipped me. That was rude.
Wait, why are you gonna cry? What I do?
It's what you didn't do.
Bad. Why do I feel bad? I didn't do anything.
It's gonna guilt trip like into his life.
I'm being guilt tripped.
Goodbye. We had a good friendship.
He's behind you, dude.
You said you were leaving me, so now I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Oh.
He thought he was going somewhere. Nada. Denied.
Find this dog. I'm gonna just have to find where I'm supposed to go.
You can't hear it say denied. Oh, there it is. Okay. Can you hear it, Lyric? My special montage. Oh. Are you gonna switch guns anytime soon?
So,
Maybe.
Oh, they're both left side.
You know what?
Okay.
Why don't I just fucking do this? Wow, good job, Sam. I can remember how to play the damn game, why don't you?
Oh, fuck. I wasn't ready for him. See how crazy that was? Just gunfire, smoke.
That was pretty nuts, man.
Man, you can tell me that again.
That was pretty nuts, man.
Oh, dude. Got them both. One's behind me. Thanks. Decoy. Just running around circles. Don't mind me. Must have flew by him when he was hiding in the shower or something. Oh, fuck. There's one in the middle. Oh,
Forgot that I
jeez.
could boost everywhere.
Oh, got him. Behind me. To the right side. Showers.
Ow.
Dude, how did you get fucking nailed, man? Tell you exactly where he was. What were you doing, man?
Let's travel my ass to Elgin.
Hey, is this better, Lyric? Can you hear me? Can I make gula in your ears?
Wait.
Nice.
High five. Fuck, you did it way late.
What, the sniper shot?
No,
Or oh yeah, yes.
yeah, the-
That's a little delayed, alright? Don't judge me, alright? Lyric, the not dad.
Oh, we should
Dude, where the fuck are you?
Spawn. Just spawn something.
Oh.
He was waiting that whole time, wow. That's bad.
Oh, seriously? I shot him in the gut. Oh, my butt's cold. How long have I been streaming?
7.
You sure?
No.
Here, I'll check.
Because I feel like this is one of my long ones again.
Well,
I missed my throwing knife.
Did you?
5, 6
I got an
hours.
assist for that though. So. What?
6 hours.
6 hours? Nice.
Almost 7. That's close.
Yeah, you're, a whole hour or two off, but it's fine.
Hey, that's only 1 hour. It's better than like 3 hours. Okay?
Yeah.
We're back.
Okay,
I think he says gonna wear a bareback.
At 5 o'clock, world starts.
5 o'clock.
Like the game, yeah.
What time is it right now?
4:10.
Hello, Lyric. This is your mighty Alpha Powers. Dude, let's go right. Just piss him off. Go right. Oh, I forget this is a freaking single shot. Gosh.
Back.
Oh, you just came back?
Yeah, I had to go do something.
Well, good job on getting the first kill. Shit. He's on the left side still. I think he's spawn camping. Camping in spawn. Maybe he's AFK like you. Oh, there he is. Nice. One more hit. There you go. Good job. You shot him once, it dropped him to 40 health. It's freaking crazy. Let's watch him. Freaking FR. Dude, we're back in. I just saw her guys running behind me.
Both left container. Blue container, blue and white container. There you go. Another one right behind. Container spawn. Right side, right. There you go. Left.
Oh, that side. Okay. You said right side. I was like, I thought you meant right of me, not my left.
No, like he went over there. That was funny.
It's like I was like trying to listen to you for months.
That was my bad. My directions are pretty far.
Dude, why would you walk into... Oh, you fucking died. Where are you at? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's...
Where is he? Oh. There. Duh. Oh, whoa, okay.
To be fair, I thought he was on the other side of the wall. So... I don't know.
When? Just now? When I was dying?
Yeah.
So that guy went left. You got fucking sniped.
Yeah, my guy went right.
Ah.
He's not a very nice person. He likes to bend me over and give me Chuck E.
Just Chuck E. Cheese's. Nah, I'm cold. Alright.
Ew.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? I freaking shot him in the chest twice already. And he shot me in the chest once with a freaking carbine or whatever. Yeah, good job. Fuck yes.
Okay.
You can carry this round. Hey, did we win last round? The last match?
Yeah.
I like how we're not even sure. He's to the right.
One's back left. No? Oh, yeah,
Yep.
that's one.
One to the right. Did he die? No, you're still alive. Good job.
Thanks.
Number 33. Who will bring out the Bengal and the Tiger? Your mic is still cutting out quite a bit. I don't know why it's cutting out quite a bit, but
I don't know.
you better fix it. Why did you just text? Oh crap.
No, I don't know. I wasn't thinking. Never mind.
I almost died.
Yeah, my guy's. I'm almost 50. My guy's left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Back left.
Thanks. I'm just dying inside mentally, watching all those bullets not hit him. He's standing on top of the fucking thing and sniping at me with a pistol. Oh, you kidding me? I stunned him, but he still shot me. He's right in front of you, dude. There you go. No, he went left. There you go. He's going to go left again, dude. Why? Just run in his face. Oh. I shot your gun out of your hand. I didn't know it's possible. Yeah, I'll figure out why the mic is cutting out. In a second. They'll probably freaking just spawn sniping you. There's an actual tournament now in this game. Spawn sniping. Oh, he's behind me. Oh, nope. I was hoping that was a Semtex grenade. That'd been great.
It was a Semtex.
No, oh yeah, you're right. But I threw it right at him and it went through him. Dude, that hurt.
I killed the one that killed you, and then he killed me from the side.
No.
Feels bad.
Feels bad indeed. Got him.
Good job.
Hey, oh, I thought I saw him on the right side just now. My on crack, or was that his parents' body? Nope, not on crack. He was over there. I saw something go that way. I was like, let's not talk about shooting him in the butt or the back of his ankle.
Like 3 times. How? How did you do that?
It's skill, alright? We don't want to talk about that.
Okay, we won't then. Oh my goodness, I shot him.
That's okay.
Yeah, they were.
I got them both.
Really weak from me. I shot them both.
Watch.
2 or 3 times.
Boom. Got that guy. Boom. Done.
Oh, you fucking hit my horse, bitches. You're about to die.
You're fighting guards. Sam's killing everybody again. And COD when she shouldn't be.
Oh, nope. Gotta reload a save. They just fucking killed my horse. Shit.
Alright, is that a bit better? Maybe we just got quiet during the night? I don't know. I don't know.
Did you change something trying to put me on screen? Because of
No.
Hey
I
babe,
changed
you might have a
everything back
dampener
then,
on.
dude.
So when I went in Discord for my voice thing,
Uh-huh.
it was, let me go back into it.
It's in the settings you're talking about? Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? I may have changed it earlier, though.
I was gonna say go to your voice settings, and I got rid of my, noise reduction. And that seemed to work 100 times better.
Noise suppression, okay.
Noise reduction, yeah.
No noise reduction. That's what noise suppression is. So.
Yeah.
Maybe that would help. That's weird.
Is
though.
that better?
I'd rather have it on, to be honest.
Hey, Lair,
Hmm?
is that any better?
Yeah, he's completely gone now.
Oh my god.
Okay, so a sec. You'll tell us when it's fine. We got a shotgun, just so you know. Oh crap! He's waiting for me. Should have fucking threw it. Oh whoa, babe! Look at that butt. So he's still on the right side. You took out the left guy already? Nice. Good job. Oh. Alright. He's right there in front of you, to the right. Oh, never mind. Sorry. I saw something else. Oh. Oh. He like shot your gun off your back. That's.
Yeah, it's not better. Still not out there.
It's still cutting out? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
No, that's
Up top.
up top. Well, I'm just keep falling.
Back right.
Guy in the cargo box.
Oh my goodness. How did I miss? I deserve death. Me Swift.
You know what though? I might have 2 freaking noise reductions going. I have one for my already doing. If that makes sense. Dude, you let him shoot at you like that? Yeah, he fucking loves it.
Feels bad.
Oh. Fuck. Oh, that was bullshit. Babushka! That's what it was. Right? That's how you say it?
Eat.
That was babushka.
Babushka. Mickey Mouse.
I'll just make sure I talk extra loud, so you still get some of the message.
I love it when mages think that they can out damage me.
One
Bitch,
up.
bitch, get
Okay.
a fucking life.
I'm about to die because this guy spawn camping. Oh, I hit him. No, come on. You could have damaged him a little bit.
Didn't die.
No, I somehow, I don't know. Maybe he did, because he died on impact, so.
That's what
Ah, freak, I almost had him.
Ooh, I leveled up.
He's in respawn.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. He's gonna be behind you, I think.
This fucking chick just came
Oh.
out.
Hey, don't know where he was, though, but I know.
He was behind you, and then he turned around and went the other way, and then behind you again. Oh man. That's funny.
God, that was funny as hell. This chick just came out swinging so hard, lit my hands on fire, and she turned around and ran back into the house.
Alright.
I was like, yep. This is
Where's
how
he
it
at?
works, guys.
He was in container.
Yeah, I see him running out. He's coming to you.
Where?
Weird. Boom! He keeps trying to do that, but
Yeah, he keeps trying to rush really bad. That's
well, not even does he only rush, but he also jumps like that.
throw nothing?
You throat knifed him? You see what you said?
Yeah, throw nothing. He
Where is he at? Okay. Well, I'll take that. Dude, they're 4-4 and 5-5. So they got that many kills and that many deaths right now.
Oh my god, cross map!
With a pistol? Nice.
Oh.
Oh,
With my throwing knife. I throw a knife and cross map.
oh yeah, he's somewhere over here.
That's amazing.
I'm really curious. So I'm in Helgen right now after it's burnt to a crisp. And I just stepped into the market where the dragon first appears, and I can hear the guy reciting the script.
I like how he just waited there.
There's a burnt corpse here. Like, guys, explain this to me. Why is he still talking?
I don't know.
Sorry, I can stop if you want.
Not you. Jesus Christ. I'm so confused.
What are you doing?
I went out the wrong way.
Okay. I didn't hit him once, but...
Oh, he got me headshot? How? I hate the lag, I guess, or like the inability to be able to know how many rounds they fired at you as you're dying. Right? Oh, so close. This is gonna go down to the teeth right now.
I did my best.
Oh, No, you know what I'm hearing,
good job,
this guy
good
up
job. You know. We're still counting out though. Alright. Fix it. Oh, I'm freaking stupid. Just done myself. One to the left.
I just died. That was saddening.
Nice, thank you for killing him.
Oh
No, but you got killed.
no. I killed him too.
GG. What the heck? He shot you through the cover? That's what it looked like. He must have just barely grazed you. It was like, "'Tis a flesh wound, sir." Oh. Something crashed. Something crashed.
Bruh.
I'm used to playing Zelda, so I just tried to sprint using my horse, and instead I stopped and got off. That didn't work.
What?
So you know how you press A to sprint?
Yeah.
It gets you off in Skyrim. So I went to go sprint, and instead my girl just stops and gets off the horse. It's like, you bitch. You just added so much time on my travels. I don't like this anymore.
All I hear is Sam struggles.
I'm struggling a lot in this game.
Decoy grenade.
Just starting to realize I suck at Skyrim now.
Oh yeah, someone said they should change the radar in COD so that, yeah, you got the compass still at the top, but you should still show the gunfire on the map, on the mini map. Because what's the point?
Ice race.
You can't tell if there's fire going behind you unless you like turn around. It's like, well, that sucks. I'm just gonna sit here. He went to the left. I don't know where the other guy went to. He was right here in front of me. Apparently I can't shoot him.
This looks kind of vaguely familiar.
Nope.
I like this horse.
Oh, he headshot me. Seems like this looks fairly familiar. As there's a bunch of dead bodies everywhere. Nah, man, I hate the freaking.
No, I really like the Daedra quests, but I don't really want to do them this round. I was trying to avoid doing what I usually do.
Is that you that just do the Molotov work? Oh shit, where is he at? You're freaking kidding me. Lyric. You dying there? You fall asleep or something?
He said, your mic.
My mic again? Ty, your mic? What the heck? Dude, seriously.
We're about to just start using my microphone at this point.
There's no reason why I should be doing this.
That's it, lads. On to the next round. Get ready. Forget that round. On to the next.
No? I mean, I can, but it's pretty quiet. In distance and all. No, you're good. No.
They're hurting. Let's send them home.
There. Hello? High five. Bam. Guy speaking. May I help you?
Two wins down. Keep up the pressure.
He's gliding.
All right, lads, get in there.
No.
Three up, three down. Keep going. One round gone. We're not dead yet, are we, lads?
Okay. Alright, my sound's back. But does sound okay?
You're not even in the chat, babe.
Yeah, no, I need to go back.
I'm over here like trying to kill a vampire and shit.
Stay hungry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alright. Yes, I'm back, right? I had to restart my VOD, my soundboard that I use for all my effects. For some reason, it, like, I don't know, crashed Discord for some reason. This guy went upstairs.
Good job.
GG. Or good G's. Where's he at?
I'm not sure.
I don't see him.
Sam, Mike.
Oh, there he is.
Both of us now? Is that better?
Thank you.
What, you don't want to hear two of me?
I mean,
Sorry, I'm so fucking into trying to kill this goddamn bitch.
it's not that I don't want to hear you both twice. It's just very distracting on my ears when I'm trying
Yeah.
to play, you know?
Is that how it is?
I know.
I get
It's
it.
funny.
Just such attractive voices. I'm just like, oh, gotta stop it. That's not orgasm. Oh, it's awful.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe it either.
Wow. Very, very.
How are you supposed to
convincing.
convince people if you don't believe it yourself?
I don't believe anything myself.
Oh. Well, I guess that explains things.
Yeah, so if I don't believe in anything,
When was Mr. Lemon in our party?
why am I not in your party?
I don't know. It said you. No, it said Mr. Lemon.
I'm so
What?
So let me join you again.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Jeez.
I love COD. Sometimes it just like just spank you.
Try and save that.
Sounds
for a second.
naughty. Guys. I mean, I can on stream. It's perfect on stream, but not Discord. Yeah, that's good.
What?
Well, it's
What
good.
is spanking?
I'm just reading your chat. That's all.
My chat. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
As he's just
Left
capping.
run.
All of a sudden, his fucking voice cuts out, and he's like, oh.
That sounds like it. Hi.
I'm gonna rush because I freaking hate this.
I just spawn killed this vampire.
I killed one.
Nice. Right side? No, he's on the stairs. He's on the stairs. He's looking for you. Nice. Good job.
Just headshot them both.
God
Nice.
dang it.
Well, they put themselves at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
How do I become not a vampire?
You have to go cure it from the dude in Dawnstar, I think it is.
I was trying to avoid this.
Yeah, it's a, well, I think it's
Ah.
here. I can't remember how. Might be the same way.
This is why I don't like Daedric quests.
I like being a vampire. That's my favorite thing to be.
Ugh. So frustrating.
Alright. Focus. Okay, guys? You figure out how to clear yourself, Sam. We will figure out how to kill these guys dead. Alright?
I did it.
Well, Lyric found out how to kill him dead. Good job. How do you have 5 kills? Ah. Hate. Just can't.
So
Just
I have a
can't.
book problem in this game. Just
What's
in case
that?
anyone was curious.
No.
I pick up any books. Even ruined
I do
books.
for my house. My house had a collection of about 500 books. It was
Yeah.
amazing.
It's literally me.
Yeah, I just stored them all in chests, and then I would read them one every day. It was amazing.
See, I never got that far into it. I was just, I really
Whoa.
liked organizing them by color and height. So it was really fun.
Okay. Yeah.
Took me
I just found some of the
forever.
book titles interesting. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
A few of them were like, okay, who took this much time to make this book? Why?
Okay. Yeah, no, I feel that.
He still hit me? That's some bullshit.
Barely in your head, yeah.
Like, he was stunned, but he was like, I'm just gonna fire anyways. That's pretty much what... Oh, he just sniped me around the corner with a freaking pistol. Bruh.
Oof.
Did he get you too that way?
No.
God damn it, Lydia.
Yeah, it was that guy, that same guy that got me. Wait.
They both shot me.
Oh yeah, okay. I was like, what? Got that guy finally. Left, side.
Where?
Oh. Thanks. That's my oh shit moment. I gotta jump off the side real quick. I hate this already. This is the worst match ever. You got my back, right? No, I'm not happy with that. Oh, he got me there. Oh, fuck. Oh, he's right there? He's pushing up on you? No, he's staying mid right now. Don't rush him. He's ready for you. Good job. I'll look for the guy at the top. Oh, nice. That weapon switch was amazing. That was the beautiful stuff there, guy.
I burned someone to death in a pool of water.
A pool of water.
And switching out of sniper rifles. That's just something I'm used to.
No.
Oh, fuck me. Come on, seriously? I'm dead.
Where is it?
He's too good. He's got me pegged.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Not me,
He's left side of you now. Back at our spawn. He just followed you.
Oh. No, he backed up, didn't he? Yeah, he backed up.
No, I watched him run around.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Alright. I thought you said our spawn, so I was like, oh, okay.
Nah, well now, yeah.
Yeah, now. It doesn't count.
Oh, I blew myself up.
No. R.I.P. Rest in pieces.
Yeah, the guy's, he's up atop of the, in cargo. Why do you keep trying to shoot the fucking box, dude?
If I can, leave me alone.
She's like, one of
I
these
don't
days
love you,
it
man.
will clip through and I will get this shit.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
Stop shooting the box, dude.
I'm guaranteed.
Just-
I'm like 90% sure you can shoot through it. I'll
Fine,
just-
go ahead. Go ahead and fucking shoot through it. I just fucking stand here and let you fucking shoot through it.
Okay. Well, you gotta get on that new team though. Oh, left side, left. Up. It's gonna open spawn.
Yep.
It's gonna be pushing you. Okay.
Yep. Oh, well, fuck me.
That would have been hilarious if you killed him with it.
You're right.
You could lay down inside the crate and hope for cap.
Oh.
Good try.
GG.
Almost. Almost. That's a 10 out of 10 bicycle for me.
Did you say a 5 something, babe, for the...
Yeah, it's at 5 o'clock.
Okay. I'm not gonna go start watching at 5 though. Just FYI. So you know they're gonna sit there for half an hour before they actually start. Sorry, we were talking about League. Ooh, I got the white phosphorus. Cover the battlefield with white smoke in the incendiary canisters that will weaken the enemy and burn any that wander too close. Yeah, that's the one. My voice is losing it. Ooh, what perk did I unlock today? Tracker. Tracker is another way they can see where you are before you know. See markers the enemy death locations and hide the death markers of the enemies you kill.
That's the
Ooh. Oh, freak. There you go. Oh. I got the... Oh, nope, 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 don't leave lobby. You sent me a request and... Sent...
Here, I'll back out. Or
Just join me. There you go. Accept.
well, the problem with me joining the one time without going into a group is that I have to rejoin every time I go into a new lobby.
Oh. Yeah,
Because
that's
it
what I
goes-
figured.
Yeah.
So that's what we just did, right? You're in my party now.
Yeah. We're gonna go on a date. What do you want?
Oof. No, you're not in my party, dude.
Whoa.
You're in your party? What do you mean?
It was like
No, it shows right here, manage party, and it shows you not there.
What?
But you are, I guess. I don't know.
Oh.
When life throws unpredictable things at you.
It shows them right there, doesn't it? Right
What?
below you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It shows green as it's in my party. But when I go over here and I go up to party, it doesn't.
Oh, that's weird.
There's parts of it. It's just messed up. I'm gonna find another life. A life meant for me.
I can't myself. Alright, you know what? Invite me.
Okay.
You got better internet than I do because, you know.
Did you leave? Because it says you're in party right now.
Yeah, I left. Go ahead and invite me. Unless it
Okay.
doesn't let you, which
I just sent you an invite.
that'd be some bullshit.
But it still shows me in exit. Okay. They're still showing me in your party and locking all the things I could do. I guess put away modes. I was locking the modes.
I guess we're okay. I don't know.
You know, start breaking the game, dude.
This game is so broken as it is. I mean, like, are we really breaking it?
We're doing gunfight docs again. That's fine. No way, he's just an awesome 7. Oh, it changed. It changes sometimes at the last second.
Yeah.
Still don't like Hill either, it's fine. I'd rather not, but...
I'd rather do Hill over Docs, I think.
Yo, I can't believe I'm ranking 51 right now. I felt like 51 was so far away when I first started.
Yeah. I'm just sad they don't get prestiges in this game. You do, I don't know if
Might
you know, but
bring it.
Every season you reset back to 55,
Nah.
apparently. Hi.
Hi, I'm going. You spin too fast. Makes me go blah.
Spin me right around, baby.
I have his frame drop. He's on the left side. He's at the brick wall. He was ready for me. That was a good try. Oof. Boy, you left your booty hanging. And he took it all.
He really wanted it. I didn't learn my lesson though, because I kind of liked it.
Dude, that's just rapist. Oh, you freaking grenaded me? Stun grenaded me?
By power.
Who? What?
Look at the fucking turn. I was like, what? Words! Words, please!
Oh, I just killed him with my grenade? No, did you? No.
That was my grenade.
Yeah, it was you. How the hell and what world do we live in that Lyric gets a kill by a grenade? Because I threw a grenade too.
You know the funniest part about the grenade I threw? It ricocheted off the rock in front of me and it looked like it was gonna go.
I'm gonna go chill laying down until
Yeah.
Luke starts.
Okay.
I hit
Enjoy your nap.
left side.
Okay.
Have fun, Sam.
He says have fun. Sam. Where the fuck is he?
He's left side in our spawn, near the rockish. Yeah, there you go.
Can't hit him from here. Oh. Aha! We won because we had more health. Haha. That sucks though, because I wanted to kill.
He's by that.
Oh, yeah, I just saw him. Wow. What happened there? You just took both of us out?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He,
Where are you?
he definitely.
Hey, Mozeka, what's going on, man? Oh, I'm sorry. Can keep protecting it, Larry. You're fine. I'm just gonna sit back for right now. What's our second gun? You got a shotgun. I just got stuns.
Hi.
Oh, yeah. What's up, boss? He's on the right side over here. He was at my spawn. He's going up the trench.
Oh. I didn't think it was that far, right?
What's going on, Mos? How's it been? Yep, late I see, or up early. What's that too? To me, it's up late and early all at the same time.
Or maybe you sit up there.
I don't know. It depends on what type of world he's on.
Oh my god, my accuracy's about
As good as a barn door?
Yeah.
Slapping a mule's behind?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe a wet noodle or.
Got him.
Some other terms.
Did you get assist points? Right side?
Yeah.
Okay, I see him.
Yeah, right side. I can assist. Right back. Quick spawn. Are you playing with your mic?
No, not. Why?
No, I know. That's what I was asking.
Oh, you freaking kidding me. I could have shot him. Mose came in. He said hi. And then, I think he's just chilling. That hurt.
Just put it-
Can we just win this game? That'd be great.
Yeah, you want to win this game? Okay. I'll step up my little gaming place.
Let's see. Where are they? Oh, okay. That's one of them. Where's the other one, dude?
By rock. Left side by rock. Big rock.
Okay.
Near the trench. He's behind. Right there.
Oh! I fucking shot him first. Mose. It looked like I fell in a hole, which I did, but. Alright, I'm gonna try to go this way real quick. Probably get my position away already.
Oh. They're camping in the trench on top of rock.
Oh yeah, see the rock. See this guy running up to me. Oh! I just needed that.
Loaded. Oh well.
And who knows? GG. My life is ended. Can't stand it no more.
Oh shit, 37.
What? Oh yeah. Dude, you've been playing for so long, man.
Oh god. What happened to the time?
Dude, it freaking flies, dude. It's like super fly.
Tell it to stop.
I would try, but time waits for no
Look, it's a
man.
waifu hunter.
Oh,
Freaking
that's amazing.
It didn't work.
Actually, I never actually fixed that. Actually, I don't think. No, I did not. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. See, stream effects elements. No, I just closed it out. So hold on.
Oh, I'm okay.
Oh my goodness. Don't make me slap you.
Gunfight. Capture some overtime flag to win.
Yeah, for some reason it wasn't loading the page that does the sound effects. I'm not sure why. Hi. I just died. He's back here by the container, and one's up in the treehouse to the left. Dude, he's up in the treehouse so bad right now, dude. Nope, he hopped. Behind you? Dude, yeah, they got behind you. Right there. Nope, there he is.
Accuracy. Good god.
You were like waving your gun at him. Wavy hunter is behind you.
Oh yeah, that was bad, so.
Oh yeah. You don't like the M13? I like the M13. I feel like it has some
I don't mind it. It's just that
nice control.
I'm not very good with its accuracy for some reason.
I think it has too much control for you, that's why.
Maybe.
Oh, freak.
That's one way to put it, I guess. He's in the tree. He's in the.
Nah, it doesn't matter. I was getting jumped on. Yeah. He rushed me, I wasn't ready. You died at the same time. Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, why do we have to play this one? You think I would be better if freaking... Oh, he popped up in front of my face and got me. That was hurtful, dude. All that accuracy. All right in my chest. I'm fucking offended right now. Oh! No! Okay, I'm still alive. But I'm really fucking hurt. So are you.
Oh, yeah. The other, oh, your guy shot me from
Yeah. Dang it. I thought he was in front of me. It was good. We weren't gonna win that one.
He was in front of you.
No, no. I was looking at you already. Had actually changed.
Nice.
Finally, headshot. Some soft music that get us in the mood. Nice.
Get it.
Good job. Yo, we're getting it. I hit one guy. That was sweet. Guy to the left of me. He's gonna fucking fuck me up. It's right in front of you. The other guy's got to be on the left side, yeah.
Yeah, I saw him. I couldn't shoot in time.
It's tough. It's a tough match. Ooh, he shot you right next to the tree. You know, his accuracy. The guy said, lovely, I didn't see you on my screen. I don't know who he was talking to, but... Oh, what the heck? He got in my head? He just saw my... Oh, that freaking sucked. Yep. Yep. Rematch! That was so one-sided.
It really was.
Like, we usually do better. I'm just...
We can tell because the people we do better against are controller players. If you've noticed.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Yeah, those two are PC players.
Okay. It doesn't make any excuse, though. We should still be better.
Oh no, it definitely makes the excuse. Agree.
Oh,
He
man.
has 420 in his name. Oh my god.
Oh, no. 420? Oh, oh, no, it's his client tag.
Yeah.
420.
Oh well.
They must have worked hard to get that client tag before anybody else, you know, like...
You can have it with anybody. Or you can have any client.
Yeah, you can have any client tag, but I'm saying, like, they must be the same clan, though, right? Same people, same clan. So we're gonna play this one out a little smart. Yes, there's a shotgun, and I will definitely use the shit, but I'm just gonna sit back and take pop shots as best as I can. One guy was in the window.
You can go ahead and walk into his bullets.
I thought we had a freaking...
I can hear him. I said I can hear you.
Talking to Sam?
that's not what I meant. I was just saying I can hear you. That's all I was saying.
Lyric, are you talking to me?
Okay. Ty,
Yes.
your dick's small and you need to go see a therapist.
That's impossible. Alright, for both parts. No therapist will ever take me, because my dick's too big. Alright? So fix yourself.
Sam,
Oh, left side? Middle?
Sam said
You
you're
went down middle?
That's the opening.
I'm gonna miss the opening? Oh, I forgot that opening is important.
Yeah. You're gonna miss it.
I don't think the opening is that great. Like, she raved about it, but last time it sucked ass. What is it even on? Whatever. I'm just gonna give up right now. I know what's on. I said, what is it on? Because I was just about to pull it up on my computer.
You're okay. I think they died. I don't know. I couldn't really
It, yeah, they definitely died. I mean, you just shot both of them. I don't know what's on, babe.
I'm getting it. Don't worry. I got this. They coming in clutch. Excuse me.
Oh, he was next to me.
Oh!
Okay, we got a minute.
He's in spawn.
Yeah. But how to get to him is the question.
Like that.
Oh! He dodged that second shot. He dodged that second shot, so I couldn't freaking hit him.
Why is
And
this
then I had to
guy still in
reload.
Chat when I'm not in chat?
What's
I'm
up?
so confused. It shows me in chat, but not in chat.
I don't know. It's been glitching.
Yeah, it has.
Someone in the middle? Ah, they're both middle and spawn. They're just camping. So if you throw a good grenade, he's left side. I mean right side of you, behind in the shower. Right there. Yeah, he just moved. Okay. Oh, frick.
Alright, here we go.
What, babe? I don't know. You really think the opening ceremony is gonna be that good?
I don't know. That's why I want to watch.
I forgot they even had an open ceremony. Dude. Scared the crap out of me. I was like, whoa. Lyric. Domain G. Ah, he's in the middle. I had him distracted. I'm just gonna be cannon fodder. Does that sound good? There he is. Oh, surprised he killed him. You gonna turn it up so I can hear it?
I mean, you have headphones on. I don't want to.
Blasted shit at 100.
She got a dope ass outfit on though.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Reminds me of Shyvana though. They had so many opening artists. That's why I was really curious.
No.
Because normally they have like 1 or 2 opening artists, not like 6.
Yeah.
And also, the girl who does Akali's rap in KDA is supposed to be on.
You were saying something about that before. Alright,
Mainly why I want to watch it so
play.
bad.
Oh, he's up in the window.
Oh, that's dope.
Oh, well, I got an assist for that.
That's sick.
I'm about to die for this win. Oh, you freaking kidding me.
Is this the new hip hop song that they were teasing?
It's a good question. They're in the middle, sort of.
This is Echo. Is Lear talking? 'Cause I can't hear him.
No,
Oh, okay.
he's just listening.
So she's supposed to be Senna? Because that was 2 girls to play 1 character. So,
Yeah, Senna.
interesting. Okay, just kidding. She's playing Kiana.
You didn't notice?
Well,
She's Kiana, the
wasn't in
other
it.
one's
Just a second ago
Kiana.
it was Senna.
Yeah, no, I saw the Senna one.
Oh yeah, here's my bitch.
Bob Ross. Let's do it, man. And Fujiwara. If you were watching. Probably call this the last game. What's up? Um, wanna go right with me?
I'm ready to go.
Alright. Oh, got the guy on right. Oh, he got me. Son of a... Good job. You got both of them? Oh, okay. See, he's when he ran back. I saw him run back. And you freaking nasty monster, you man. Alright, dude. I see how we're gonna do this game. I got a 50 assist for that. Good job. I went high, you went low. This guy didn't even know what to do. Just some freaking good team-ass teammate there.
So Kiki Palmer is the one who's playing Senna.
Nice. Oh, to the right. Oh, you died? I didn't know you died. I was still crouching because I thought you were alive. Like, you must... Yeah, you literally died at the same time I killed him. That performance?
I did not like the song at all.
It doesn't sound great. There's too much going on, but... That's how freaking... KDA sounded like to me.
Why has she got the ugliest boots on the face of the planet?
I don't know. Where's he at? Oh, that accuracy just now was horrendous. But did you see him? Watch him. He like tries to back over, and yeah, and mentally broken. I'm broken. Mentally broken. Oh, they're both right side? I didn't know what to do. They got me that time. Okay, one's left of the blue container. You're gonna get swamped. Oh, he fucked you. He fucked you from behind, didn't you? Where is he? Oh, never mind.
God, their outfits are ugly this year.
They're so basic, but I don't know what to say though. Ooh, that timing on the animation was off. But, you know, to each their own. Oh, fuck! I watched him step out and I pulled my... He's on the... I'm so pissed right now. Why? Oh, it's great. Oh, God, thank you. Jeez, you got that kill with so much freaking skill. He should have killed you, but he wasn't ready for you to pop up, I guess? I don't freaking know. Oh, dude. Solace ball this way. Oh, he's by the box in the back.
Starting to feel like KDA year was literally peak year. It was peak year for viewership, it was peak year for production value, it was peak year for performances, like... God, this sucks. Look at all those SKTs.
Oh, he's right here. Oh, got him. I don't know where the second one is. Huh? Oh, you got him. Good job. I got an assist for that. 25 assists. I must have flashbanged him. I'm assuming at one point. Yeah. Yeah, C4. Oh, right side? Who's by the, window. Whatever you want to call that. He's on the right side. Your left side, your left side. Yeah, he's straight in front of you. Oh, fuck, he's there too. Shit. Yeah, keep yourself on the left. Watch your eye on the left. He's gonna run back. There he is. Sorry, that's my fault. Too much talking for you.
No, you're good.
He takes a knee as he's shooting. That's so sad. Dang, why is it cold? His AC must still be on.
I thought you turned it off earlier.
Alright. Keep your eye left.
Also put it down to fucking 76. Trying to fucking freeze us out in here.
Oh! He's back here at spawn now. He followed my ass. Yeah, he's standing by spawn right now. To your right, so... He's... Alright, yeah. You just have to worry about the guy in the back. Good job. GG. That was, a tough game. Okay, I hate to say this. I still want to play more.
Play more. Keep playing. I'll just leave it up like this.
Huh? Okay. She's still going to keep playing. And once they actually stop, I'll get off. Yeah.
Yeah, because we still have picks and bans to go through.
Yeah, we get like 20, 30
Not
minutes.
20 or 30 minutes. More like 15 to 20.
15.
But
Fine, 15, 20. It's enough to do one game. Plus, we do like a really quick game.
they're just trying to get all the games in.
I mean, yeah. I just don't get why that's that way. Oh, okay, you can only have one thing at a time. Gotcha. That's freaking. Don't love this game. This
All we have to do
game.
is get 6 wins, you know, without them getting us on the victory.
Oh my
Can
god.
we do that? What, babe?
You guys.
No. You don't believe we can do that?
No.
She doesn't believe we can do it. Time to put your game face on. Wait, you don't put your try hard pull up on like from the beginning? I've been trying hard this whole entire time. I just really suck.
I mean, I've been trying, but not trying hard. Sometimes here and there. But
I think we're really trying
I'll do
hard.
my
but
ooh
you
ooh
rage
voice
quit
if
already.
you guys can just win these next 6. Nope, you guys gotta win these, and then I'll do my ooh ooh voice.
oh shit, the ooh voice.
Yep. I'll use it as leverage here.
Once to the right.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah, once the left, and then go through. Yeah, of
Are you
course.
fucking kidding me?
One gun.
Well, you guys lost one. The ooh ooh voice isn't coming out now.
That's fine. It's the one gun that we just both struggle with. So that guy flanked you pretty good. Man, Louise. Ooh.
I like this name command, like,
No, of course it didn't. Right, here we go. Now from this point, we will not die. If we do die, we will still win the match.
oh no, I've already given up.
Oh, you have?
No, but I mean,
Clearly is evident.
Oh,
no, they're rushing hard.
yeah, no. I'm gonna give up because I was like, I'm gonna give up because I just all fucked up. I didn't mean to pop off the wall or anything.
We gotta win this the very least.
Okay, we gotta do straight 6 wins. All right, no more. Fucking buck up, buddy. All right, you're gonna get fucked in the ass.
You carry me.
There's gonna be no more ooh voice if you guys don't win this though.
Fuck! Cheat!
Not ready for that shit.
You just kill him. No, he's to the right.
Yeah, I think Lyric's dead.
No, he's not dead.
Good job.
You let me get him, didn't you? I went to look back and I saw you for a second.
It was that ooh woo voice. It gave you guys the good luck.
We need more.
Oh.
Nope.
Good luck.
Yeah, I should have died, but the guy was playing it easy on me. Real easy. Real easy on the eyes. Dude.
Why were you spawn sniping there? Not very nice. He's right side. Going for the spawn.
Ah.
Oh shit, they were both there.
The guy was I was worried about the one that killed Lyric, and I got jumped on instead. Lyric,
The ooh luck is not with us.
just okay, just fucking stay back here. Just don't fucking move anywhere, dude.
I can't, I'm so impatient. That's like asking a child not to cry. It's awful.
G2 into Paris! I'm tired
where
of
did
this.
he
This is
die
all the
now?
teaser trailer that had already shown. I
Okay.
don't care about it.
He was
Ah.
he was laying he was laying down on the right side.
Yeah, I saw him. I saw him get up after you.
He's like, hey guys, I'm here. I'm like, no, Dad.
Oh, Wayne. Alright, let's go. They're at match point. Yeah, of course they're at match point. Because Lyric keeps dying.
Don't blame me. It's not very nice.
No!
I couldn't go anything outside. He's going for, he's by the big rock.
Where's Big Rock? Are we talking about? The one on...
What? Right there, right there, right there, right there. No, behind you. That rock. He
Did
was
we shoot at me just now?
He's not there anymore.
in the turn.
Oh, literally right next to you.
Jeez, Lyric.
Well,
How are we supposed to win a straight 6 games? Alright, we gotta do this again.
3-6 death. Actually, that's a victory in my book.
No more ooh voice.
That's okay.
You don't get the ooh voice. Freaking ear. Just got these massive headphones off, it'd be great. Alright. I am the tiger. I will claw fiercely at their fucking eyeballs. There's a reason why I'm the dragon. Click something real quick. See properties. It's okay. I guess that's not terrible. I can move with it for now. Dude, I don't know why this won't load today.
That guy's name is freaking Peps.
Oh. I was like, the randomness of everything? Khmer and freaking Pips. And they're about the same level as me. Oh, it's a cute pose. The doggo is curled up. Oh, you know I'm an idiot. I could just open my browser and just do the widgets from there. Instead of waiting for the OBS to load.
Wait a sec. League of Legends has a TikTok hashtag?
I need to show it. Why not?
Let's just say didn't know.
Oh,
that.
they're left in cargo. Khmer and freaking Pips. You saw me. I'm sad. My life is over. You died too. And we put 0 damage on any of them.
I blame the Famas.
The Flamas.
That's nice.
I blame you. Would be the correct term.
Up top.
Okay.
Got him. Got him.
That sucked because he just ran. And I was like, I hate having to do that. It's the worst. Because I feel like I'm just camping in a corner instead of actually actively going after them. That's how I like to do it. Hey, hit him. He's down. 1. Got him.
Yeah, I hit him too.
You did too? That's nice.
Yeah, I hit
Because
him.
that's how far I shot him from, so that's the second time hitting him that far.
I shot him all the way from the middle of the container.
Damn. Didn't do much damage though.
Fair enough. I hit him once.
Oh, what? I had a reload already? Oh yeah, he was in the container. Sorry.
Alright. Oh, he had the drop on me.
Yeah. I think he heard you, maybe. He's pretty cautious. That's why I was able to get him. Did this guy run already? And I just didn't see it?
Oh, I got him. Oh, thank God. We killed each other.
Where is he at? He must have ran into the middle. Oh, dude. Oh, you died? Oh, I didn't know you died. Damn it.
Yeah, we killed each other, so, I mean... I didn't even get into that fight, I think that's crazy. Well, I killed him again with a... I'm dead.
Okay, thanks for letting me know now.
We killed each other again.
Ah, panicked. Of course he...
Is that?
Yeah, no. If I hadn't panicked myself, it would have been fine. Oh, crap.
Is it,
It's in the spawn. Right side. He's standing on top of the tires. Now he's down. He's going upstairs. There you go. Got it. Good job. Man, I gotta work on this side. Maybe I'm tired at the moment, but...
Well, you know, it might be. We've only been up for quite a while now.
Got him.
no, thank you.
Welcome. Nice. Thank you for taking him out.
Dirty.
What was
That
it?
was a dirty ass shot.
The one you did just now? Nah, that was good, but he just didn't see
On
you.
my screen, I went past. It was like a swift thing. It was amazing.
Oh,
I think I creamed a little bit on the inside.
of course you creamed a little bit. We got knives, damn it. I don't see them. They're not back here at spawn.
One's above. One's above. One's above.
Okay. Dude,
Did he like headshot you?
yeah,
Yeah, shot me.
Damn.
We're gonna kill him.
I thought so too.
He didn't save me. How dare you?
I know, right? Where's he gonna go? What do you think he's gonna do? I'm just curious. Oh, he's just running for it.
He's gonna, yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna stand and got the flag, but he was already.
I know, that was quick too. That was weird. That was like oddly quick. That wasn't like 10 seconds quick. Not in my opinion. Because I was already freaking running. Where's the other guy at?
I'm not sure. Right here. Okay, he's under the circle.
Yep, I'm trying to shoot him, and I'm fucking failing at it. Oh, he hit me in midair. Ah. What's this? Boom.
I saw.
In the ankle. Alright,
You've
we'll
got
call
time.
it. Are you sure?
Yeah. They haven't even started fucking picks and bans yet.
Wow.
I don't know what they're doing, but I feel like they're just fucking around. I'm getting angry.
They gotta build that suspense. There's probably heavy
Suspense my
technical
ass. They
issues,
literally
too.
just replayed all of the teaser videos. And then we're like, we're just gonna talk now. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm becoming angry. I'm being angry midget.
Nago might exit.
Yeah, I think he's in the hallway.
I can't see him though. He's probably tired of us being up
Oh,
until
for sure.
5:30. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum
I'm trying to
bum.
figure out where I like caught my nail on something and now it's
Were
chipped.
they both? Okay, no. It's mouse and controller. So it tries to match us with mouse and controller players. Not sure why, but it does.
Well, because I'm on controller and you're on mouse.
I know, but I didn't think it would be that specific, you know?
No, it isn't. Usually we get double mouse people.
Right, so one now
Hi.
of all times, right?
Hi, I see your ear.
Why are you looking at my ear?
Huh? Why aren't you looking at my ear?
Because I think it's disgusting. I think you need to get your ears fixed.
Probably.
Ah, he killed me as I was climbing. Yeah, you pushed up. I should have waited. Should have waited a little bit longer. This guy's down here at the bottom, under the bridge, next to the house. So he might be coming around.
There's like a
There's that
half-naked
guy.
pantheon.
What
that's
is he
just
fucking
standing
shooting
on
at?
the stage.
To the right, dude. He was to the right. That wasn't me. I'm dead. Left of you? No.
Oh.
Rick, are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you a little tired? Because there was an enemy right in front of you, and you're like just watched him run down the stairs, and I was like,
yeah, no.
He might be a little tired, babe. He's been up for quite a few hours now. Y'all are both pretty tired, so.
what?
So y'all are both pretty
Mm.
fucking tired.
No, maybe not.
Oh, never mind. Ah, I let myself get killed.
I'm not tired, I'm wide awake. What are you
That's how that good was.
Can you gotta make a waifu command for Sam. That was
It is a
cool.
waifu.
Oh my
Command
god.
for Sam.
But it doesn't even work.
It works sometimes.
Listen, there'll be a waifu Sam command when I actually
behind you,
start
dude.
streaming. How
He's
about
going up the
that?
stairs. Maybe.
That way, if you put waifu Sam,
Yeah,
it'll just
he's
link to my
Behind
Twitch.
the spawn. Just gonna ignore Sam at the moment because
Well, hurry up and stream then. Jeez.
Yeah, I'll stream them eventually. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll just put a stream up and put my dog on it.
Well,
oh, how did he still kill you? What the fuck?
yeah, I mean, I shot him, but he didn't die. Good job.
He killed himself.
Oh, well.
Yeah, because I kind of saw the grenade
No,
go
that
off,
was
and I
your-
was like,
What in the fuck? How the unearthly? What the fuck was that?
Oh my goodness. I'm done.
They're getting kills over here like he's fucking in the game and he's dead. Well, yeah, I was trying to like, hide myself better than that, but
They're just rushing us. Very
Yeah, that's all.
unpleasant. I don't like it.
Like straight into their faces. I mean, it's working for them, so. Fucking rush them instead. Stop sitting back.
He's up in the house, the greenhouse.
Alright.
I can't see. Yeah, that house is looking at. He might.
I heard him running. Oh, he's going for that. No, I was right there! Yo, that flag is so frustrating. It's like, at times it's like right on. What? I hit him twice with a freaking knife. Alright, well I can't hit anything apparently. Oh, this is a good spot. I should use it more often. Just be careful, because I don't know where my guy is.
He's back in their spawn, left side, up behind the stairs.
No.
Stand overtime flag. Look at there.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I fucking shot him. Is that you?
So many times.
Yeah, see me?
Wow.
I'm missing all those shots, and then I finally got him because he's freaking.
Don't get thrown. That's not a ooh situation for me.
Ooh.
I got one.
I feel bad I brought back up Uber
I don't know where
because
the
I
other one
hate
is.
hearing and talking about it.
Where is he? Where is he?
Left side. Left building. The non. I'm sorry.
Oh,
What'd you say?
freaking hit me.
Oh my god.
Alright, I'll stop saying it. Good job.
Yeah, how you like it in your face now, bud?
Oh no. Oh no, I can already tell we're being killed so fast.
Nice. Oh, fuck. Dude.
In the building on the fucking stairs camping. Oh no. I don't know where he went.
That's fine.
Good job. Yeah, I walked in there. He was in that corner right there too. He was just sitting there, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
a very nice spot to be.
Not at all. Yeah, I already hit him earlier, though. Went running and I smacked him with a bullet.
Oh my god, it's just jump headshot him.
Nice. I love those. Where's this guy at?
He wasn't spawned, but I don't know where he is now.
Is he underneath? Yeah, he's underneath. Yeah, I got him.
Good job. Good job.
He's trying to be sneaky, but
He really was.
you're making it
Oh.
come back.
Fuck off. The one weapon I didn't want to see for a final round, to be honest.
No,
Well, just let yourself on fire, babe.
I just hurt myself. Oh fuck, dude, he's across the way, dude.
Yeah, I tried getting in, you were in the way.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good. He's outside right now.
Is he?
Yeah, he walked outside downstairs, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know where he's at right now. He's gonna go for overtime.
Oh fuck, that's right. Oh!
He just came around that fucking corner. Well, you don't have that much time, babe. We only have 2 picks left. So,
Yeah, I know. I was gonna end the game.
okay. You were just getting yourself all hyped up
I
again.
want to end it on a high note.
Oh my god. If you guys go at it like you guys did last night, was that? You guys will be fucking here for another 3 hours.
Well, babe, I'll see you at 12.
Oh my god.
Fuck it, you want to pull an all-nighter? Let's do it.
I mean, you already did pull the all-nighter.
No, the all-nighter's not over until the all-nighter's over.
Oh my god.
Yeah, until I'm dripping saliva from my mouth, you can't speak. That's when the all-nighter's over.
They're both ridiculous because if I didn't tell him to stop, he would join another one and keep going.
No, I wouldn't. I'm gonna definitely end it. I got more self-control than that, Sam. Okay.
Alright, if you end your stream, then you can keep playing and I'll let this stay on.
Why do I have to end my stream?
Because I don't want you to get fucking copyrighted for playing this shit because you're already gonna get in trouble for having the beginning of it.
No, it's fine. Alright,
Plus, I'm
good night,
crusty as
guys.
an old.
Thank you for the follows. It's been an honor. Take care. See you.